Arteries slashed by homicidal roosters. A moronic robber who thought a gun store would make a perfect score. A rogue missionary meeting the arrows of islanders who really don't like guests. Crime doesn't pay, or so that's what they say. Today we're going to take a look at criminals who helped prove that old adage as true. This is Dumb Ways to Die, Criminal Edition. In 1980, Michael Godwin, a 21-year-old South Carolina man, was charged with the murder of 24-year-old Mary Elizabeth Royam. Royam had been found in her apartment in West Columbia beaten to death with an electric iron. At the time of the murder, Godwin had been on a work release from a local prison. He'd already been serving time for robbing a woman at knife point 3 years earlier. The case went to trial in 1981. Godwin would be convicted of murder and sentenced to the electric chair in 1983, but he was later commuted to life in prison after a retrial cleared him of the sexual assault charge. But Godwin didn't actually escape the electric chair. Godwin had been trying to fix a pair of earphones that connected to his television when he bit into a wire and electrocuted himself while sitting on a metal toilet. Godwin had accidentally made an electric chair all his own. Couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. In 2017, Hidayet Korkmaz was a 42-year-old Turkish-Dutch drug dealer and informant. He'd been set to testify against Willem Holleder, a Dutch criminal kingpin, when he was found dead. Was he taken out by one of Holleder's men? Would the investigators have to open up a homicide case? No, because Korkmaz died when he was fishing. In what can only be described as a bizarre accident, his fishhook accidentally hit an electricity pole. Since Korkmaz didn't ask for money or a lesser sentence, he was considered a reliable witness. The only thing he'd asked for was protection. It's just a shame that the courts couldn't protect him from his own fishing hook. Holleder is currently serving a life sentence in a high-security prison, but underwent heart surgery in July 2023. In April 2019, there was a 2-day search of South Africa's Kruger National Park for the body of a suspected rhino poacher. They were only able to recover a pair of pants and a skull. The poacher, along with a group of other men, entered the park illegally to hunt rhinoceros. His accomplices would tell the authorities the poacher had been trampled by an elephant. It's likely that after being trampled, his body was devoured by a pride of lions. Around the time the poacher died, the biggest haul of rhino horns in 5 years was seized at the Hong Kong airport. It was valued at $2.1 million. Cockfighting is a blood sport where humans will pit two roosters against each other in a small ring. They have to fight to the death while taking bets on who will win. It's currently illegal in all 50 states, and for good reason. In 2011, Jose Luis Ochoa, a 35-year-old man from California, died after a cockfight. In a twist of poetic justice, he was killed by one of the roosters. His cause of death was recorded as a sharp force injury. It's unclear if his reluctance to go to the hospital contributed to his death. The rooster had a knife strapped to it, and when it reportedly jumped at Ochoa, it stabbed him in the right calf. This isn't the only cockfighting death of this nature. There are at least 2 recorded incidents in India. In 2020, an Andhra Pradesh man had also attached a blade to his bird. While on his way to the cockfight, the bird he'd attached the sharp blade to cut him in the throat, leading to his death. In 2021, in southern India, a rooster with a knife attached to it killed its owner. While the bird tried to escape, he stabbed the owner in the groin. The bird's owner would die of blood loss. It's almost a complete repeat of what happened to Ochoa in California. I guess if you breed birds for fighting, you should not be surprised when they pick a fight with you, especially if you hand them the knife. Now, we all hate spam texts, but did you know that a spam text might have saved hundreds of lives? A Russian woman who's been referred to as the Black Widow was a member of a militant group involved in the Domodedovo International Airport bombing. The airport bombing claimed 35 lives on January 24, 2011. The Black Widow was a wannabe bomber who was at a house while preparing for an attack on New Year's Eve at Red Square. Her cell phone would act as the bomb's detonator. Her plans were foiled by a spam text wishing her a Happy New Year. The text triggered the bomb, killing her instantly. The accomplices, a man and a woman, managed to escape the home. When phones are used as a detonator, they're usually left off until the last minute. This Russian terrorist's careless and stupid mistake killed her and saved hundreds of lives. It might have been one of the few times when we were grateful for a spam text. John Chow isn't a criminal in the traditional sense, but he did die doing something illegal, so he technically counts for our Dumb Ways to Die Criminal Edition. The North Sentinel Island, one of the Andaman Islands in the Indian Ocean, is home to the Sentinelese, an isolated tribe. The tribe rejects all contact with outsiders. It's actually illegal to go within 3 miles of it, and for good reason. Not only is the island dangerous, but outsiders are a threat to the tribe's people there. Since they aren't used to a lot of modern diseases, the entire tribe could be wiped out by any disease a tourist would bring with them. Enter John Chow. a 26-year-old evangelical missionary and an adventure blogger. He even had a quote from Jim Elliot on his Facebook, who was one of the 5 missionaries killed by a tribe in Ecuador. Little did he know he had inadvertently predicted his fate. John Chow illegally approached the island 3 times. He was first taken to the island by a fisherman. He stripped down to his underwear to try to fit in with the tribe and paddled his kayak to the island. When the tribe noticed him, he shouted, "My name is John, I love you, and Jesus loves you." When the tribe's people took aim at him, Chow tried to give them fish as a gift, but he would eventually have to retreat. He made another attempt later that day and actually landed on the island. He laid out more gifts. When the Sentinelese attempted to attack, according to Chow's account of the event, he shouted their words back at him and made them laugh. He began singing worship songs and preaching from Genesis. They tolerated his presence for the time being. One of the boys in the tribe shot an arrow through Chow's waterproof Bible. Chow would remove the arrow to return it before retreating from the island once again. Before going a third and final time, Chow wrote to his family, "You guys might think I'm crazy in all this, but I think it's worth it to declare Jesus to these people." Chow went alone, believing the tribe's people would be less threatened if he was alone. He also didn't want the fishermen to be forced to witness his death if it went badly. Chow knew he was playing a deadly game and went just the same. On November 16th, the fishermen dropped Chow off alone. That was the last time he was ever seen alive. He was killed by the tribe. Chow's father feels as though the American missionary community bears the responsibility for what happened to his son. To some, Chow was a martyr, but many denounce his actions, including those in the Christian community. For our list, we also have to consider him a criminal, since at the time of his death he was breaking the law. Had he simply listened to Indian law and kept away from the island, he would still be with us today. We've all heard stories of thieves breaking into ATMs with explosives. Although there's been a rise in ATM robbery, it's still considered rare compared to how many ATMs exist globally. On September 26, 2009 in Belgium, a pair of thieves plotted to steal cash from an ATM with dynamite. The pair overestimated just how much dynamite they would need. They used enough to demolish the entire building the bank was in. One of the burglars was rushed to the hospital, but he was declared dead on arrival. Authorities had assumed the second thief escaped until his body was found underneath the rubble of the building. Fortunately, no one was in the building at the time of the blast. The only victims of the explosion were the criminals themselves. In September 2010 in Tilbury, England, 20-year-old Paul Fox was killed while trespassing on railroad tracks. It's not unusual for people to steal copper from the railroad tracks, but it is a dangerous crime. Fox's friend, 22-year-old Jay Cossins, had been with him that night. They'd gone at midnight to steal cables for the copper inside of them. They'd already collected 3 or 4 copper wires that they'd set aside when they went for another one. Fox pulled down another wire, but the other end hit a live cable. Fox was electrocuted, bumping into Cossins and knocking him over. Cossins would suffer burns to his left hand, but he was able to call an ambulance. He was on the phone with paramedics for 45 minutes, and they would talk him through giving Fox CPR. But there was nothing Cossins could do. At 3 a.m., Fox was pronounced dead at the scene. It's believed that the cable Fox held must have come into contact with an overhead line, killing him. Robberies are common, and it's not unusual for criminals to get away scot-free. They often target gas stations and 7-Elevens, but 33-year-old David Zabak had a different plan. In Renton, Washington in 1990, Zabak made a fatal mistake of trying to rob the Renton Highlands gun shop, H&J Leather and Firearms Limited. There had also been a police car stationed outside of the shop at the time of the robbery. During the ordeal, he was shot when the police officer and a store clerk opened fire on him. Zabak had fired first, sealing his fate. He died at 8:15 p.m. at Harborview Medical Center. While we don't want to give people tips on how to commit crimes, we will say it's maybe a good idea not to rob a place that is armed to the teeth. Now let's go to Bloemfontein, South Africa, in 2005, where a South African mugger was mauled to death by Bengal tigers. The man robbed a couple at knife point before he fled the scene of the crime. Security guards chased him, and he tried to seek refuge in the nearby zoo, landing in the tiger enclosure where he was mauled to death. You can say he successfully evaded the police since they didn't find him, but his corpse was later found by a zookeeper who came to care for the tigers. This isn't the first time a criminal tried to hide in the zoo in South Africa. The other incident took place in 1997 in Max the gorilla's enclosure. The gorilla was badly injured by Isaac Mofokeng, who was trying to escape the police. Fortunately, the gorilla lived, and Mofokeng was convicted of robbery and wounding a gorilla. Let's turn to the skies for some stupid sky crimes. In the Philippines on May 25, 2000, Augusto Lacandula hijacked Philippine Airlines Flight 812. The flight left Francisco Bangoy Airport in Davao at 2 p.m. with 278 passengers, 3 pilots, 9 flight attendants, and 2 cabin crew trainers. In what has been described as an amateurish robbery, as the plane was preparing to land at Ninoy Aquino International Airport, Lacundala put on a blue ski mask and swim goggles. He had managed to smuggle a gun and a grenade with him, marching right on up to the forward gallery to point a handgun at the flight attendant Margaret Bueno's head. He announced that this was a holdup. Lacandula kept Bueno with him as he made his way to the cockpit to make demands of the pilots. Lacandula shot into the aircraft bulkhead in order to get into the flight deck. After he was able to get into the cockpit, Lacandula kept his gun in his right hand, while his other hand held the grenade that was already missing its safety pin. Francis Cable, the head of the cabin crew on the flight, remained calm and made his way to the cockpit. As if the lead character in an action film, Cable made eye contact with Lacandula, who pressed the gun against Cable's forehead. Cable would tell him in Cebuano, "You're my brother. Don't let anything bad happen to our flight. Don't hurt anyone. Tell me your problem and I will help you." According to Cable, Lacandula needed money. Cable gave Lacandula cash from his wallet and went to the PA system to ask the flight attendants to collect voluntary donations from the other passengers. Cable, not wanting to cause a panic, avoided using the words hijacking or robbery. Lacandula demanded the pilots turn back to return to Davao, but he was told they didn't have enough fuel to make the trip. Lacandula would send someone to give him his backpack from his seat. Once he had his backpack, he removed a change of clothing and then had someone put the backpack on him. When the plane was flying over Antipolo City, Lacandula pulled out a nylon parachute that looked like it might have just been a repurposed tent. At least that's what the witnesses said it looked like. After getting advice from the pilots on how to jump from the plane, Lacandula asked for the rear door to be opened, unaware how that wasn't possible. Had they opened the door mid-flight, it would have caused rapid depressurization inside of the plane. Everything near the opening would have been blown out the door. But objections were met with threats, so Cable took Lacandula to the rear. When the door opened, Cable was knocked off his feet but managed to stay inside. Lacandula seemed to be having second thoughts, but attempted to jump. Lacandula would become stuck against the opening. Cable made the decision to push him out of the plane. Lacandula plunged to his death. His remains were recovered 3 days later. It's possible he had survived the fall and drowned, but that's not clear. Croatia has a few dumb criminals of its own. Bojan Besic is one of those criminals. He was a small-time criminal with a long rap sheet. One of his most egregious crimes was sending death threats to his ex-girlfriend. He was sentenced to 8 months in prison for threatening her. On November 16, 2015, Besic would end up in solitary confinement during his prison stay. Unbeknownst to the guards, Besic had smuggled a lighter into the room. With his hands tied behind his back, Besic managed to get the lighter out of his pocket and purposefully started a fire by the door. We imagine he hoped that the fire would get the guards to let him out. Unfortunately for Besic, things didn't go according to his plan. The guards didn't notice the smoke in time to save him. He was burned alive that day. Later, the surveillance footage would be leaked to the public. Now, thanks to Elizabeth Banks, we're sure you've heard of Cocaine Bear. But let's talk about the real-life circumstances that led to an American black bear overdosing on cocaine. Andrew C. Thornton II was once a Lexington Police Department narcotics officer, but he became a drug smuggler. One morning in September 1985 in Knoxville, Fred Myers, an 84-year-old man, noticed a man lying in his yard when he went to shave. Myers went outside to see if the man was all right, only to discover he was dead. It was the corpse of Andrew C. Thornton II. Myers noticed an unopened parachute and green army duffel bag strapped to Thornton's body. But why was Thornton in his yard? What had happened? Police investigated the scene and concluded that Thornton must have died upon impact when his parachute failed to open. Investigators also noticed that Thornton had night vision goggles and a bulletproof vest. Thornton must have jumped from his plane during the night, which was incredibly dangerous. The contents of his bag confused investigators further when they found 2 pistols, knives, $4,500 in cash, and 80 pounds of cocaine, which was valued at $15 million. They would later find his crashed plane in the Nantahala National Forest in North Carolina, which was 70 miles away from where his body was found. If you do know the story of Cocaine Bear, also known as Pablo Escobar and Cory the Bear, you know what happened to Thornton. He had been trafficking cocaine to the United States from Colombia. You could say that Thornton had been testing his luck as he frequently flew across the border and dropped cargo into the wilderness. Thornton would usually bail from the plane, but on this trip he was paranoid. He feared that federal agents were following the plane, so he threw 3 70-pound duffel bags of cocaine out of the plane. Normally, Thornton would jump after his associate, Bill Leonard, but this time he attached himself to the last duffel bag, engaged the autopilot, and jumped. The plane would crash, and while Leonard would land safely, Thornton died. No one knows why his parachute failed, but given how risky it is to jump from a plane as part of your drug trafficking strategy, it is a pretty dumb way to die. Now, if you're wondering what happened to the real-life cocaine bear, we're sad to report that after eating a large amount of cocaine that had been dumped from the plane, the black bear died of an overdose. September 1999, a woman is driving home from a birthday party when a drunken high school student plows into her car. With her legs trapped under the dashboard, flames begin to lick her face, and soon much of her body is engulfed. How much did that hurt? This is what one of the first paramedics who arrived on the scene said. She was screaming and wailing, an almost inhuman sound I never heard another person make. So, dying in a burning car is sure to be up there as one hell of a painful death. But as you'll see today, dying isn't always so horrific, even when you get shot, stabbed, or die from a disease. Just so you know, that woman survived. Her name was Jackie Suberido, and she appeared on Oprah in 2003 to talk about her new life. She spent 10 months unconscious after the accident, and when she woke up, she saw that the fire had melted the flesh over much of her body. She died in 2019 from cancer, which is a terrible disease we'll get to later. When it comes to biting the dust in a fire, the best you could hope for is suffocating on the hot gases, which is something that happens to most people who are in fires. If the flames do touch the skin while the person is conscious, the pain is excruciating until they burn through the nerves. That's the painful part, downright excruciatingly painful. That's when you might make a sound that's been described as unholy. For instance, when a woman named Catherine Hayes was burned at the stake in England in 1726 for killing her husband, she was supposed to be strangled first. It didn't quite go right, and an observer remarked that the air was filled with her cries and lamentations. So, dying by burning, not a great way to leave the planet. Also, thankfully, not a very common way to die. The World Health Organization wrote that throughout the globe, around 180,000 people die each year as a result of burns. Burning in a car crash is classified as an accident death, of which there are many forms, but the form we know you're interested in is going down in a hail of bullets, or perhaps succumbing to just one bullet. Imagine the scene. You're walking down the street with a friend and suddenly you hear gunshots. As sometimes happen, you're caught in what's called a crossfire. The next thing you know, you're down on the floor with your buddy clutching your stomach. Thing is, he's crying out in pain and you don't really feel anything. But it is you who's going to die, and he'll be the one to survive to tell the tale. As law enforcement officials have pointed out, when it comes to being shot, you can get hit in a dangerous spot and survive, and hit in a non-lethal spot and die. Also, a slight injury can cause much more pain than a severe injury. It's all about the internal damage and, of course, how fast you get help. For you, you'd feel just like this gunshot survivor said, like a very warm, liquid is just running down my chest. He said he didn't even feel the impact, he just felt the blood. You're bleeding out, but all you really felt was a thud in your chest as if someone had punched you. It can all happen so fast that the initial hit doesn't really hurt. Although we came across one guy who said he was shot in the genitals, and the pain was apparently excruciating. First, there is shock, and then the pain comes in all its glory. The guy who was hit down below was in pain for months. In your case, your friend is rolling around yelping like a dog on fire. That's because he's taken 2 bullets in 2 of the worst places when it comes to pain. One in the knee that has shattered his kneecap, aka patella, and one in the foot that smashed some of those little bones in there. If the patella was smashed, it transmits the pain to other parts of the leg, such as the femur, and that's one reason why getting shot there hurts so much. What has happened to you is the bullet has entered your chest, and because of something called the hydrostatic shock wave, much of the tissue inside your chest has been damaged, including your aorta, the largest artery in your body. The mortality rate for being shot in this place is somewhere between 92 and 100%. Your death is almost painless and very fast. Here's what one guy said happened to him after being shot just before he passed out. When the bullet hit me, surprisingly, it didn't hurt at all, not one bit, which shocked me. I remember thinking, that felt like someone just chucked a small pebble at me. But he could have easily died despite the lack of pain. When this guy finally came around, he explained stage 2 of his injury like this. The bullet entered my side just above my right hip and traversed diagonally upward and lodged itself just below my left ribcage. Instead of pain, there was a burning, aggravating sensation in my stomach area. There's no universal feeling when you get shot. Survivors talk about feeling numbness, to just having a bizarre feeling, to pins and needles, to a dull ache, to getting hit with a baseball bat or even stung by something. Some of those people said the treatment hurt more than the initial contact, possibly because of the initial kick of adrenaline. If it is indeed a fatal shot and your blood pressure drops catastrophically, you are in more shock than pain. You'll feel confused, you'll start struggling to keep conscious, and within just a couple of minutes you can be dead. It can be fast, and just be glad that you didn't get shot in the stomach. That is extremely painful as toxins are released into other organs. As the experts say, this kind of ordeal can cause multisystemic traumatic injury, meaning the bullet inside you can cause all kinds of damage. Without treatment, this could lead to peritonitis and deadly sepsis. It would be an awful and exquisitely painful way to die. You can easily die from being shot in the leg if the arteries are damaged. We found a guy who shot himself just above the knee, and the coroner ruled the cause of death was from a buildup of blood around the heart, something called cardiac tamponade. This happened when his iliac arteries were damaged, arteries that provide blood to the pelvic area. We don't know what happened to him, but we do know what happened to a soldier named Nick Lavery after he'd taken a bullet to the leg in Afghanistan. The brave man subsequently put himself on the line of fire to save an infantryman, but despite the movie-like heroics, that one shot was a lot worse than a Hollywood movie might suggest. The guy described as almost indestructible was hit close range by a bullet from a PKM 7.62mm machine gun. The medic later said it couldn't have been much worse since the bullet shattered his femur, a very painful injury, and severed his femoral artery. His heart then started pumping large amounts of blood to his leg, and the medics saying he would certainly have died without fast intervention. He still lost his leg above the knee. In U.S. war zones, 90% of preventable deaths are due to uncontrolled bleeding, but if someone is there to stop the hemorrhaging, a person can usually survive. That same medic said sometimes men die from a collapsed lung when people are shot in the chest, something that's highly distressing and painful. Air builds up between the lung and the chest wall, and it keeps building. That's when you might see someone with blood coming out of their mouth. It's enough to shock anyone, especially as breathing is so hard. Then the low oxygen levels, also known as hypoxia, can lead to unconsciousness. Blood loss can lead to shock, and the person can easily die a very horrible death. We found a guy who was shot in his lung and other parts of his body during a burglary. He almost died and said it was the worst experience of his life. In his own words, he said, lying there with a hole in your lungs and liver, with your girlfriend crying over you, lying there uncertain of what just happened, not knowing what to do, not knowing if you're going to die, that part hurts. But that's just it. With so much adrenaline helping him cope, he said the mental anguish of losing his life was worse than the physical pain. Everyone is different, of course, but getting shot in the lung or bleeding out from a shot in the leg is always a terrifying ordeal. If you think dying by someone else's bullet could never happen to you, a paper published in the U.S. National Institutes of Health said firearm homicide is the second leading cause of injury and death among youth 10 to 24 years of age. That is in the USA at least. If you were in, say, the UK, things might be different. Since you can't buy guns with the same ease as in many parts of the US, extreme violence is often perpetrated with a knife, but cold, hard blades can be just as deadly. According to a study undertaken by the Impalement School of Medicine, 1/3 of the patients they studied with bullet wounds died, while only 7.7% of patients with stab wounds died. Many stabbing survivors have talked about their ordeal online, with a lot of those folks saying that they felt like they'd been punched. One of them said, "I never felt the actual stabbing, but I heard a girl screaming that he'd stabbed him, and the realization of a warm, wet patch on my then slender tummy." Knives might not seem as dangerous as guns, but it's so easy to have a major artery hit and die from blood loss. If you're unlucky enough to be hit in a major organ, not much can be done to save you. Victims are often in too much of a state of shock to really understand the pain. But as they bleed out, they will start to look very pale. They might also get a headache and feel nauseous. That's what happened to MMA fighter come Major League criminal Lee Murray. This is what he said happened after he got stabbed. "Blood was literally flying out of my chest like a yard in front of me." This is how he described the pain. "I didn't feel nothing at all." We'll come back to arguably the most painful kind of accidental death later, but let's now discuss what will likely take many of you from this earth, statistically speaking. Imagine it's just a few years from now and you've got a ringside seat in the metaverse, watching Jake Paul come out of retirement to fight a partially blind 75-year-old former boxer with debilitating arthritis in his hands. The mismatch has made you furious, and since you're incredibly unhealthy, that fury plays havoc on your tender heart. The buildup of plaque in your arteries means you have coronary heart disease. As Paul goes down in the third and starts to cry, you stand up from your chair and scream for joy. You see stars, you become lightheaded, a sudden sharp piercing pain in your chest spreads out across your torso. You, my friend, are having a heart attack, aka myocardial infarction. People have explained the feelings as a fullness in the chest or like someone sitting on your chest. It often comes with pain that's been described as uncomfortable to intense. Britain's NHS writes that some people might not feel much at all, maybe just some dizziness or indigestion. A few people feel no pain at all, although they're often very old or diabetic. Most of the time, this doesn't lead to cardiac arrest, which is a sudden loss of heart function due to electrical disturbance. But with you, it has. Since you're at home and not in the hospital, you have less than a 10% chance of survival. You fall to the ground and die. Game over. That wasn't so painful, was it? There are many ways cardiac arrest might happen, not just when you have coronary heart disease. In some very rare cases, a jellyfish sting can lead to cardiac arrest, or perhaps when a person has gone too far with certain drugs. Let's stick with drugs. In 2021, the CDC wrote, "Drug overdose deaths in the US top 100,000 annually." That was more than falls and traffic accidents added together. It's sad to say that drug overdose deaths have been going up and up in the US for years now. The CDC writes that synthetic opioids, mainly fentanyl, have led to many of the deaths, as have semi-synthetic opioids and lesser-so stimulants, such as methamphetamine and cocaine. With the latter, an overdose could lead to a seizure, stroke, or even a heart attack. But the one thing you've all seen on TV is paramedics slapping people around the face and perhaps giving them a shot of something after they've taken too much of a certain opiate. According to recent media articles, since the beginning of the USA's opioid crisis, there have been over 1 million opioid overdose deaths. So this is really something we can't leave out of the show. What does it feel like? In short, when a person overdoses on heroin, they might look like they're unconscious or very close to it, and in some cases their muscles might spasm. There's also a triad of things going on, which is the loss of consciousness, tiny pupils, and something called respiratory depression. Opioids affect part of the central nervous system associated with breathing. As you know, not breathing is generally not cool for humans. It can lead to something called hypoxia, which means tissues in the body are not getting enough oxygen. The method used to save them is often a shot of opioid receptor antagonist medication that reverses opioid intoxication. This is what one person said about his overdose when he mixed oxycodone with Valium. "I was told I instantly slumped over in the car seat with my head very nearly between my legs. Someone asked if I was okay. Apparently, I responded I was fine. Instinct must have taken over. I was asked again, no response. The third time I answered the same, that I was fine. Then I stopped breathing." Another person wrote about her overdose, saying, "I got off my bed and started to walk around. Within 5 seconds, I knew I was in serious trouble. I fell to the ground, my vision started to collapse, I could see, then I couldn't, and this happened in waves. My chest felt very tight, so tight that I couldn't breathe. I was making all sorts of noises trying to breathe." So perhaps not painful, but scary for some. But it's not only drug abusers who die from opioid overdoses. Sometimes people taking the drugs for certain kinds of pain can one day slip over the edge. One of the pains associated with pain relief drugs is cancer, something that happens when your body produces too much abnormal cells and your immune system can't stop reproduction. When the cancer overwhelms vital organs, it can spell the end of your life. You need to know how it might feel dying from it, since statistically there's a high chance you'll go this way. Cancer is a tricky one because there are over 100 kinds of it that can affect all parts of the body, and the conditions can give people varying amounts of pain. That's why some cancers are called silent killers, because people might not know they have it until it's too late. Studies tell us that 90% of cancer sufferers will experience pain at some point through the crisis, but that pain could be anywhere on the pain scale. For instance, a study undertaken in the Netherlands reported that only 1 in 4 cancer sufferers described their pain as intolerable. According to the CDC, in 2019, the most common cancer that killed people in the USA was lung cancer, which was associated with 23% of all cancer deaths. Other common killers were cancers of the colon, the pancreas, the female breast, and the prostate. The problem with lung cancer is that it can indeed be a bit of a silent killer, with many people finding out they have it when it's already progressed. Sometimes the person might have a constant cough, or lung infections that come back. Sometimes chest pains when the tumor presses on the nerves. They might also feel nothing and be dead in 2 weeks. A woman who was diagnosed with breast cancer said this about her pain. "Initially, I did not have any pain, but noticed the lump first. It was 6 centimeters in diameter, so it was big enough to see when I looked in the mirror. But within a week, I was in a lot of pain." It's hard to say how much pain the person will be in, and it's just as hard to say when they'll die. But as time passes, if the cancer cells cannot be beaten, the person can be bedbound, and in the later stage, they might not even be able to talk. If any of you have been at someone's bedside during the final stages, you might have seen that the person wasn't screaming out in pain. In many cases, they just seem to drift out of life, although pain medications could have been administered at that time. This is usually happening as the person could be at the stage that's called pre-active death. This is usually just a week or a few weeks before they die. After that comes active death, which happens in the days and hours before death. In active death, the blood pressure will drop. Breathing could become shallow and the person might not be able to be awoken. At some point, the person will make a sound known as the death rattle, which means it's lights out. If you've seen someone in active death, you'll know it's not easy to understand their pain levels since they're only half there. With that in mind, dying can be a very complex process, but it can also just be plain bloody horrible, as you'll now see. In 2014, the Washington Post wrote that because of terrorism in part of the Middle East and a subsequent refugee crisis, thousands of people were at risk of dying from an excruciating death. That death was not having food or water. You've all been thirsty before, some of you so thirsty that the water might have seemed like the most wonderful thing the world has on offer. There's good reason for this. It is. As you may know, our bodies are made up of around 60 to 70% water, some of which is lost each day from urinating, sweating, and breathing. When you're severely dehydrated, the water in your cells is transferred into the bloodstream, and this makes those cells shrink. When the cells in your brain shrink, that beautiful and complex organ doesn't work very well. This is why people who've gone without water have gone somewhat delirious. Another organ, the kidneys, will start to shut down because of this lack of water. That means they won't do their job of getting rid of all the waste products in the blood. Soon, all the organs in your body will start to shut down. So, with toxic blood and a failing brain, the dehydrated person will eventually fall into a coma. This is why a long time before you get close to that stage, you'll start thinking water is the greatest thing on the planet and you'll almost do anything to get some. Just as the explorer Chaz Powell said, a man who almost died from dehydration. He told the BBC in 2020 that when he was in this state in Africa, he went from being concerned to going half mad. By this point, I was starting to feel really ill, he said. I started to overheat, and my body temperature was just insane. When things get really bad, he started to drink his own urine. But that urine, which is usually 95% water and 5% waste, had more waste in it because he was already dehydrated. It wasn't very good for him at all, but he didn't have any other options. Not long after, an SOS call he had made was answered. He was told a helicopter would get to him in 4 hours, to which he thought, I don't have 4 hours. He moved on down a cliff, at one point fainting. He was at risk from kidney failure, delirium, and even having a heart attack because dehydration at its worst can also seriously affect the cardiovascular system. All organs eventually fail if dehydration is not treated. He survived, but had he died, it would have been a really horrible way to go. Needless to say, going without water or food is one of the worst ways to die, both of which at the end lead to multiple organ failure. We can't imagine that something like starving to death could be anything but horrific. This is why during great famines, some people have turned to cannibalism out of sheer desperation. With starvation, your body literally starts eating itself. Once the fat's gone, it starts taking the muscles, and after that, the vital organs are affected in a bad way. It's hard to say just how long it takes because everyone is different. But an article in the British Medical Journal mentioned a bunch of hunger strikers who were stopped somewhere between 21 and 40 days because the people who were starving were on death's door. The cause of death is often disease, since without food the body's immune system can't function properly. This is a very slow death, and while the pain might not be acute, the long process must be extremely difficult. Just to give you a real-world example, one person said this about his lucky escape from starvation. Very painful, very terrible way to go. I wouldn't wish it on anybody. The World Health Organization said throughout the world heart disease is the biggest killer, but in second place it had stroke, so we think we should have a look at that. Stroke kills close to 6 million people in the world every year. It happens when your brain does not get the blood supply it requires, often because of a clot in an artery. And with a lack of oxygen to that brilliant organ, things can go terribly wrong very fast. According to world-stroke.org, around 13 million people every year will have a stroke. But there are a lot of survivors. Unfortunately, many people that will have a stroke are left with profound disabilities, often with affected speech or even paralysis. When the stroke is termed catastrophic, well, the person might lapse into a coma that they never come out of. But what we want to know is, does it hurt dying this way? People who've arrived at the hospital after a stroke are very confused, although they don't usually scream out in pain. They might have slurred speech, the loss of some bodily functions, or they might have a facial droop, but they don't seem to be hurting all that much. Here's an example. A guy named Doug Tapking said he was waiting for his steak in a restaurant in California when things started to get weird. His friends told him he was mumbling. In his own words, he said, "My right arm came up without any trouble, but my left arm was limp at my side. So I reached out and grabbed my left arm at my wrist, I kind of pulled it up to my chest level. And I let it go, and it just immediately fell into my lap. At that point, I vividly remember saying to myself, oh crap, I'm having a stroke." But for others, it can indeed be very painful. A woman named Mari Mendenhall said the pain was so intense, it felt like an explosion in her brain. She, like many stroke victims, had some fairly serious disabilities to deal with after. In conclusion, you could die from a stroke and not feel that much pain. Your sweet life could be over before you had much time to think about pain. Now for two more things that come very high on the list of how you might die. They are chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, or COPD, and liver disease. These two get a special mention because the death is usually very gradual. They might also be the result of some not-so-great life choices, such as smoking for many years or habitual boozing for breakfast. With both these diseases, the problem is when they're at the most severe stage, they often affect your well-being to the extreme. With COPD, your lung capacity might be so low that it's very hard to breathe. This can also be very painful because it makes the lungs blow up and creates a lot of pressure on the chest wall, as well as the spine and the diaphragm. The son of a man that died from COPD said at one point in time all his energy was spent just trying to breathe. So yes, dying slowly from this might cause significant pain, but close to the end, the person would usually be in hospice and loaded with drugs. As for liver disease, people get non-alcoholic liver disease and alcoholic liver disease. We tend to think of the hardening of the liver, or cirrhosis, happening mostly to people who drink a lot, but the majority of people get it from inherited conditions, obesity, and infection. This is one of the world's biggest killers. It's another one of those silent killers too, because often people don't feel pain until they have a severe form of cirrhosis. We looked at the British Liver Trust Forum in the UK, and people there said things like, "Don't read the internet, because you'll end up thinking you'll be dead in a minute." Many of those people said sometimes they had pain where the liver is, but many said they didn't suffer from much pain. But in the end stage, 82% of people will feel pain, usually the chronic kind. Sometimes the liver damage causes fluid retention, and that can enlarge the spleen, causing pain in the abdomen. The problem worsens when the toxins from the liver can travel to the brain and cause something called hepatic encephalopathy, which can make people fall, be confused, or even have seizures. That's why the last stage before death can be very unpleasant. Now for some very painful ways to die. More accidents. As you already know, many people around the world die from drug overdoses, although the highest on the list of accidental deaths around the world is traffic accidents, much more so in less developed nations. In the US in 2020, Reuters reported that 38,680 people died in road accidents out of 3,358,814 total deaths. That was with the extra COVID deaths. These are big numbers, and that's why the WHO says there are around 1.3 million deaths from traffic accidents globally. You already know about burning to death, which is one of the leading causes of accidental death in the world, and that can happen in a car crash. But the main reason you might die in a traffic collision is the fact that you suffer severe trauma to a part of your body, especially the head. With a severe traumatic brain injury, you could be dead and not feel a thing. Although, if you die from internal bleeding, there can be severe pain and then shock. This severe trauma can affect any part of the body. And if you've ever seen someone in the hospital after they've been smashed up and broken many bones, well, often they're screaming out for mercy. Sometimes that person could have a complete amputation of a body part, which happens more often with motorcycle accidents. If they're not unconscious, they'll likely be very confused and dizzy. The next stage could be shock, and if that happens, even if the person gets to the emergency room, there's only around a 20 to 50% chance of survival. This is how one survivor described his motorcycle accident. He said, "I remember tumbling violently, then sliding into the curbs ankle first, then continuing to slide. I tried to get up, but still sliding and ate it again, then continued to slide on my back." He looked down where he stopped and he saw a lot of blood, including what he described as the inside of his ankle. Weird thing is, his other leg hurt much more, even though that was intact. He added, "I was conscious during the whole thing, from start till surgery. I had to sit in pain for 10 minutes in an ambulance, 15 minutes for them to get me into the ambulance, and 20 minutes for the hospital." Somebody collected the bit of his leg that was missing and put it in a bag. So little was left that the rest had to be amputated. Amputation can also be a consequence of a car crash when someone's legs are crushed, a feeling described as intensely painful. The femur, sometimes said to be the most painful bone to break, can also be shattered. When you break the strongest bone in your body, you may also cause nerve, tendon, muscle, and ligament damage, and with the bone being so big, you feel a lot more pain. Crushing injuries cause the most extreme pain imaginable, which is why victims are often given ketamine and morphine. And in some cases, this is not enough, and these poor victims end up screaming in pain until their untimely death. Such injuries are common in earthquakes, with one in New Zealand mentioned in a research paper as causing severe neuropathic pain after the initial injuries. That's pain related to your nervous system not working right. Still, a young man who survived an earthquake in the US and was lucky to survive said, "I thought I was paralyzed. I couldn't feel my legs. I couldn't feel my back." Spinal fractures are very complicated but often come with lots of pain. So, with a traffic accident and accidents that might cause similar injuries, there could be incredibly severe pain right before death. But it might also be over before you know what's happened. The next way to die, we think, is about as bad as it gets, for a very short time at least. When it comes to accidental deaths around the world, drowning kills a lot of people. The WHO reported in 2019 that 236,000 people drowned to death in the entire world. In comparison, the WHO said that same year, there were 684,000 fatal falls globally and close to 500,000 deaths due to illicit drug use. Smoking kills around 8 million and booze around 3 million, while homicide deaths numbered around 460,000. But let's stick with drowning. There are countless people who've almost died from drowning, and every one we looked at had a different take on the pain. There's a misconception that drowning is a peaceful experience. It's harrowing, and when your lungs fill with water, there is certainly pain. When you first swallow the water, you go into what's called fight or flight mode. But what happens then is the airways close themselves, so more water can't get in. After that, it should take around 2 minutes for the person to pass out. At this point, they can still be resuscitated. Obviously, the person doesn't know what's going on at that stage. Their heart will begin to slow, and they might go into something called hypoxic convulsion, which is a kind of seizure that occurs when the brain is robbed of adequate oxygen flow. Then, when the brain, heart, and lungs are beyond repair, there's death. This should take between 4 and 6 minutes. One person described it like this: long before that struggle is over, your throat is on fire, agonizingly on fire. Your throat closes up and you start to feel that your lungs couldn't possibly hurt more. This is a kind of torture, although we found quite a few cases of survivors saying when they let go, a kind of peaceful state did occur. One such person said, after some time, things start to get black and you start to feel a sort of peace. Ironically, you stop trying to float and you just let yourself go. We also found a fair bit of data about people seeming to find some kind of peace just before death. According to Scientific American, it's not unusual for people to have a near-death experience and live to tell people they went to a kind of paradise where everything was just perfect. Some see angels, some meet loved ones, some go to distant lands and trip like they've had a big hit of DMT. In fact, a paper published in Frontiers of Psychology said that a near-death experience for some is like a blissful psychedelic experience. Scientists don't really know why, with the paper saying this warrants further investigation. These strange experiences also feel very real. In a paper published in the U.S. National Institutes of Health, just over 1,000 people who had near-death experiences were asked how real their experience felt. 95.6% of people ticked the experience was definitely real box. 4% said probably real, 0.3% said probably not real, and 0.1% said definitely not real. We're all going to die someday, which is scary, but it's also something we might think about now and again, so we embrace life right now. There's also a big payoff to death, which is the absence of pain. Let's hope when we go, it's not just blackness we experience at the edge of life, but what this person experienced. I found myself in a meadow, mind cleared, identity intact. The meadow was lit with this glorious radiant light, like no light I've ever seen, and a gentle inner glow shone from each and every plant. During the Cold War, Russia and its satellite states formed the mighty Eastern Bloc, a powerful force that many feared would take over the world. But if these stories are any indication, the deadliest enemy of Eastern Europeans may be themselves. These are some of the dumbest ways people in Eastern Europe have ever died. Geocaching is an exciting hobby, using GPS to search for packages that have been left in obscure locations around the world. But it takes awareness of your surroundings to play safely. Something a group of 4 in the Czech Republic lacked in 2018. It was a raging rainstorm outside, with floodwaters draining into the underground, but the app pointed the group to an underground tunnel in the Prague sewers where the water was draining. Undeterred, the group descended into the dark, dirty tunnel and were hit by torrential waters. While 2 were able to get to safety, one young woman was swept into the Vltava River where she was found drowned, and another man was missing in action. They say revenge is a dish best served cold, something this next man should have heeded. In the Russian city of Khabarovsk, drama was brewing. A man had just discovered that his wife was cheating on him, and he went to confront her lover. Angry words were exchanged, and the jilted man issued violent threats. But no one took them seriously, until the next day, when the angry man returned to the apartment of his wife's lover. He brought bomb-making equipment with him and attempted to rig a bomb to explode when his rival exited. But he wasn't a professional bomb maker, and while he had mastered the explosion, timing was a work in progress. The bomb blew up in his face, ending the love rivalry permanently. When using technology, make sure you understand it or you just might find yourself sleeping with the fishes. The Teribla River in Kiev, Ukraine is a popular fishing spot, but for those looking to make a living for their catch, they need to find ways to be more efficient. Using a line wasn't doing it for one fisherman, so he hooked up a unique contraption. He connected cables to his home's power supply and dropped the other end of the river. This created a powerful electric shock that killed countless fish and sent them floating to the surface. He reached in to collect his catch and forgot to disconnect the power, hitting himself with a massive electric shock that killed him instantly and probably scared off some cats that smelled the cooked fish. Sometimes in the battle of man versus animals, the animals win one. In Hungary, Christmas has a bloody tradition, parties where people slaughter pigs that will become part of Christmas dinner. Of course, pigs are big animals and surprisingly fast, so it's important to stun them first, if you have the right equipment. At a party in the village of Darvash Pusta, a visiting man from Croatia decided to try his luck with a homemade pig stunner and proceeded to shock himself to death, causing a fatal heart attack. When another man tried to unplug the device, he put himself in the hospital as well. And when the pig's owner saw this horrible scene, he suffered a fatal heart attack. 2 deaths, and none of them was the pig. Sometimes just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. It was 2017 when an unknown welder put himself in the history books the worst way. He worked for a highway division in Russia and was working with some decommissioned military equipment. He noticed that the mouth of an artillery howitzer was just wide enough to fit a fire extinguisher in the barrel. Naturally, there was only one thing to do. Not satisfied with the buzzworthy picture, he proceeded to load the cannon with calcium carbide and water, and the fire extinguisher proceeded to explode, sending shrapnel all around the room. The welder was hit by debris and was killed instantly, no doubt saving him from quick termination of another sort. Even if you believe you can do something, maybe you shouldn't test it. In the latter days of the Soviet Union, there was a small cottage industry of mentalists, psychics, and healers who claimed to have supernatural powers. One of the most renowned was E. Frankel, whose specialty was telekinesis. He claimed to be able to stop cars, bikes, and even streetcars in their tracks. There was just one problem with that. All those have brakes, and you don't need psychic powers to stop them, just some good timing on the driver's part. So he decided to try a bigger stunt, stopping an entire train. He stepped onto a train track, raised his hands, and tried to use his psychic powers to stop it in its tracks. The engineer slammed on the brakes and the train did successfully stop. A few feet too late for the unfortunate Mr. Frankel, whose psychic powers had met their match. They say hands-on learning is the best way, but one biology teacher took that too far. Lydia Sakova was a teacher in Sofia, Bulgaria, and she had a dangerous hobby in chemistry. She liked to perform volatile experiments with the help of her husband and friend, and now they had decided to take it to the public square. Bystanders watched as they dashed from their car, ran to a nearby manhole where they started pouring unknown chemicals into the drain. The chemicals were highly flammable and caused the manhole to explode, sending the manhole cover directly into the head of the unfortunate Miss Sakova, decapitating her. Her 2 partners in crime suffered serious face and eye injuries, but no one's quite sure what possessed them to start pouring chemicals into a sewer. But some chemical experiments are more disastrous than others. Few things are more painful to the young child than the loss of a grandmother, and when young Sergei's grandmother was ill, the Russian boy vowed to unlock the secret of immortality for her. This led him to a bizarre obsession, ingesting small quantities of poison to strengthen his body. He tested toxic mushrooms, arsenic, and cyanide, and even tried to get his friends to join him so they could all be immortal. Despite this, he became a successful university student until the day he pushed it a little too far. After ingesting cyanide, he felt sick and asked for water. When a classmate brought it, he poured more cyanide powder into it and drank the whole thing. He boasted that nothing could kill him, but he soon went into convulsions, then a coma, and then death. Was he a gifted chemist who gave his all for science, or just a nutcase, or both? Heroes don't always get rewarded, sometimes they just dig a bigger hole. The small town of Karczówka, Poland only had 160 residents and a big old school septic tank to handle the waste of a local hog farm. This was a dangerous, smelly job, and one day the driver who had to empty it was overcome by the intense hydrogen sulfide fumes and passed out, right into the tank. Another person jumped in to help him and they quickly passed out and drowned as well. This would seem to be an indication to wait for help. But the people of Karczówka weren't built that way. One after another, people jumped in to search and no one came out, except the 8th person who was eventually rescued by emergency workers. In all, the Great Septic Tank Disaster of Karchuvka claimed a whopping 5% of the town's population. This next pool disaster was one of a very different sort. In Moscow, Yekaterina Didenko was a fast-rising influencer. She was celebrating her 29th birthday in style in 2020. One of the star attractions for her guests was a sprawling pool, but her guests were starting to complain that it was getting too warm, so she decided to cool it off with a flash by dropping dry ice into the pool, making it colder and adding an impressive blast of smoke. But dry ice is a form of carbon dioxide and the area wasn't properly ventilated. The people in the area soon started choking and passing out, but by the time emergency workers got there, 3 of the influencer's guests were dead, including the husband of the host. But it's not the only death caused by social media in Russia. To build your brand as an influencer, you need exciting content, and few things are more exciting than death-defying stunts. For teenage Russian influencer Andrei Retrovsky, he had become known for taking photos in dangerous situations like hanging from ledges high above the street. For his latest stunt, Retrovsky climbed to the top of a 9-floor building attached to a rope. He then planned to take a photo as if he were free-falling from the building. But ropes aren't foolproof, and as the young influencer threw himself off, the tether snapped and he plunged to the ground below, going viral worldwide for a very different reason than he had hoped. Selfies can be a dangerous game, even if they're supposed to be cute and furry. A fisherman in Belarus was busy at his trade when he and his friends got an unexpected visitor, a beaver. The fuzzy rodent was no doubt busy with his hard work building dams, but the fisherman decided he'd like to get a picture with it. As he approached the beaver to snap a photo, the angry critter lunged forward and bit him on the thigh. This was unlucky enough to sever an artery, and his friends tried to stem the blood flow, but the man died before help could arrive. While beavers aren't usually aggressive, authorities did warn people not to disturb the creatures. After all, they regularly bite through trees. Don't make them angry. You wouldn't like them when they're angry. Having a good time is all well and good. Just don't get carried away like this next couple did. A young couple was driving their off-road vehicle when they stopped by a lake, and their passion overcame them. They started having vigorous sex, vigorous enough that it started the vehicle moving while they were in the back seat. It started rolling into the lake, and by the time the couple realized what had happened, the water had jammed the locks, and they were unable to escape. The vehicle was eventually fished out of the water with their bodies inside, and many blamed the vehicle's design for trapping them. But authorities suggested future tragedies could be avoided by having sex in slightly safer locations. How big a disaster could some reckless soldiers cause? A town in Ukraine found out. Working at a military base is hard work, especially when you're working with heavy boxes of ammunition. So it's not a surprise a group of soldiers in 2004 needed a smoke break. They just made one fatal mistake, flicking their cigarette butts away. They didn't notice the butts started a small fire, which grew until it kicked off a chain reaction of explosions that not just engulfed the base, but the nearby town as well. Debris was tossed as much as 25 miles away, buildings within a 2-mile radius were destroyed, and thousands of people had to be evacuated. Only one of the soldiers at the base died from explosions, but the others faced serious criminal charges. That was a very costly smoke break. Snack breaks are usually safer, but not always. The Kiev Polytechnic Institute in Ukraine is usually a place of safe experiments, but one student had an unusual habit. He chewed gum while working, but he liked to dip it in citric acid crystals to give it a sour kick. He was working on a chemical experiment one night when he apparently got distracted, gave his gum the usual dip and put it in his mouth, and proceeded to blow his head off. It took a while for emergency workers to figure out what had happened, until they found another dish of powder. Apparently he had gotten his citric acid dip confused with the chemicals he was experimenting with, and this created a much more explosive taste sensation. But no one tempted fate more than this soldier. Alexander Chichek's friends were surprised to receive a message from him on the Russian social media service VK. It looked like him holding a grenade. But there was one disturbing thing about it: the pin appeared to be pulled out. His friends panicked, warning him, but it was too late, as the grenade exploded and killed the Russian man instantly. What possessed him to try to take a live grenade selfie? Authorities believe he may have thought the grenade would only explode when someone actually threw it, because that's how it's always shown in the movies. Florida man has had some crazy escapes, usually with the police in tow, but every streak has to come to an end. Today we'll pay tribute to those fearless Florida men and women who are no longer with us. It's time for Dumb Ways to Die, Florida edition. A salesman from Hialeah was in a hurry in 1993, likely on the way to his next big hustle, but he may have been in a bit too much of a hurry. He was near Lantana, and witnesses said he was going around 80 miles an hour when his car swerved into the median lane and crashed right into a pole, killing the unfortunate driver instantly. It seemed to be a standard crash until officers checked what was on the man's body. It was an open sales manual indicating that he was in the process of reading as he was speeding through Florida. Looks like it wasn't just texters in the future who multitask themselves to death. Self-improvement is a good thing, but it's not always a do-it-yourself operation. Vera Lawrence was a middle-aged secretary in Miramar, but she always wished she was a little more, prominent in certain areas. She didn't want a boob job or plumper lips, she wanted to supercharge her butt. She couldn't afford high-end plastic surgery, so she attended a questionable plastic surgery party hosted by a friend. Mark Hawkins, a wannabe plastic surgeon from South Carolina, would visit these parties and give women injections of silicone for a fraction of the price. After Hawkins left, Lawrence started having trouble breathing. She was rushed to the hospital where she died. The cause of death? Silicone embolism, after the injections had entered her bloodstream. It was the end of Hawkins' enterprise as he faced serious jail time for manslaughter. Not even the happiest place on earth is safe from bouts of bad judgment. Disney World is known for its water activities, and some can be a little more than risky. When Patricia Shank and her son Brian were visiting the park in 1989, they decided to check out a small speedboat and zoom around the Seven Seas Lagoon, filming their friends and family as they water skied. But they veered into the path of a large ferry that was transporting passengers to the Magic Kingdom. While the ferry sounded the alarm, Shank wasn't able to steer away in time and was killed when the ferry hit her boat. The ferry crew rescued Brian, but the Shank family rejected a settlement offer from Disney and geared up for a bitter lawsuit against the happiest place on earth. Sometimes pride goes before a fall. Molly German was a former gymnast in high school, but she hadn't gone professional. Still, she thought she was pretty flexible. And while staying at a hotel with a friend in North Fort Myers, she decided to put that to the test. She called out her friend and yelled, "Watch to see what I can still do," and jumped up to the railing of the second-floor balcony. She proceeded to do a handstand on the thin railing and lost her balance and plunged to the hotel patio below. She was killed instantly, and police ruled out foul play. It was just a simple case of a gymnastics move that might have looked pretty cool but was in the worst place possible. Sometimes when you gotta go, it's best to hold it. Sean Paul Montero liked to party, and he had enjoyed a wild night at Pompano Beach Bar in 2008. But he forgot one critical detail before he left the bar. He didn't visit the little drunk's room before getting in his car. His first bad decision was driving drunk, but that wouldn't be what would get him on the list. As he was driving home, nature's call hit him hard. He pulled over at the side of the I-95 freeway and decided to urinate, only to find that freeway traffic didn't make for a great bathroom. So he decided to climb the freeway wall, only to lose his balance and fall 65 feet to his death. When they say do not attempt this stunt, sometimes it's best to listen. It was 2008 and the show Jackass was at its prime. Led by Johnny Knoxville, the trained stuntmen and professional idiots entertained people by seeing how much they could injure themselves. Cameron Biberly and Michael Smith were huge fans, and they decided to pull off a stunt of their own. Biberly would ride in a shopping cart and hold on to Smith's SUV while Smith drove and picked up speed. But as they started their stunt, they hit a bump in the road, a literal one, as the cart's wheels hit a speed bump. The cart overturned, Biberly went flying, and his head fatally hit the parking lot. Smith wound up being sentenced to 4 years in prison for manslaughter, something that never happened on Jackass. They weren't the only daredevils to meet a bad end. Kleeman Plaza in Tallahassee was a tall structure, serving as a multi-level parking garage, and to a young man named Brian, it looked like the perfect place to relive some past glory. Brian was known amongst his friends as a daredevil, and previously that had been used for good when he saved a friend from drowning. But by 2004, his thrill-seeking had taken a dark turn, especially when he fell in love with reality TV shows about dangerous stunts. And when he saw the banister at the parking garage, he saw his opportunity. But he wasn't just gonna slide down it. Instead, he boasted that he would do a running leap onto the banister to begin his high-speed slide. Instead, he sailed right over the banister and into the gap, plunging 52 feet to his death. His friends were saddened, but not shocked. One even said that this wasn't the craziest thing Brian had done. When it comes to strange deaths, it takes all kinds. The death of Brian Loudermilk was a mystery. He was found in a specially dug ditch with his SUV wheel parked on a board over his chest. Loudermilk had died from the pressure on his chest, but how? An investigation of his wife Stephanie gave the detective some clues. and it led them to an odd corner of the kink world. It seems Brian and his wife had been involved in making crushing videos sold on the black market, where Stephanie would step on small wild animals like mice, but they had apparently decided to move on to bigger things and thought a crushing video with Brian in the starring role would be the ticket to success. The wheel was too heavy for Brian, Stephanie faced criminal charges, and mice everywhere breathed a sigh of relief. Sometimes a few seconds can make all the difference. David Pedroso was a daredevil, and that was clear to anyone who saw him rolling around Punta Gordo on his motorcycle, usually without a helmet. But in 2008, he pushed his luck a little too far. The drawbridge to Minnesota Key would be frequently raised to let ships through, and Pedroso wasn't willing to wait for the slow ship traffic. So he decided he would beat the gate, gunning his motorcycle and speeding forward as the gates came down. It wasn't the best idea, as the lowering gates clipped his head, throwing him from the motorcycle and dealing him a fatal head injury. No one knows if he would have survived if he had been wearing a helmet, but it probably wouldn't have hurt. When you race traffic, traffic usually wins. It was 2008 when Cami Caruso hit the jackpot, winning tickets to a show of her favorite musicians, the Dave Matthews Band. She invited her friend Megan Thompson to join her, and they went to the Ford Amphitheater, only for a massive thunderstorm to derail the performance. The girls were soaked and seeking shelter, but they didn't want to wait for the bus to get to the casino across the road. They decided to test their luck with multiple lanes of heavy traffic on Interstate 4. The young women raced across the highway only to be hit by a car. Then that sent them flying into another lane where they were hit by several more cars fatally. Sometimes just getting wet is the smartest option. Sometimes you fish for big game, and sometimes the big game get you. Gary Cagle loved the water. The avid fisherman and freediver was regularly searching for a big catch near the Florida Keys, but he didn't always stick to the law. Goliath groupers are a protected fish, but that didn't stop Cagle in 2006. He used his spear gun to pierce the fish's skin, only to be surprised by just how big and strong it was. The fish bolted, yanking Cagle along with it. He got tangled in the wire, and that's where his second mistake came in. He had forgotten to bring his knife. Unable to get free of the line and trapped underwater, Cagle eventually drowned. His body was found a day later, still tethered to the dead grouper, who no doubt became a legend among other fish for the day he reeled in the big one. But one man tested fate with an even bigger beast. Daniel Dukes was a drifter who mostly stayed below the radar, but he would become a household name in 1999 when his body was found at SeaWorld Orlando. Not only was he in the popular theme park, he was dead in the tank of Tilikum, a massive orca that was controversially kept to perform at the park. Tilikum was known to be aggressive, killing 3 people in total, but the other 2 were trainers. Dukes had apparently snuck into the park after dark, climbed into the tank, and decided to either swim with the massive sea creature or interact with it. The incident wasn't caught on camera, and what brought Dukes to this point is unknown, but getting up close and personal with an orca with a body count will rarely end well. And not even the famous are immune from dumb ends. Roy Halladay III was an acclaimed baseball player for the Phillies and Blue Jays and one of the most dominant pitchers of the day. But he was also troubled, and after retiring in 2013, he went down a bad path. He was piloting a single-engine plane around the Gulf of Mexico when it crashed, despite air traffic controllers not getting any distress signals from Halladay before the accident. It brought an end to the legacy of a talented ball player, but the post-crash autopsy revealed some disturbing things. Not only was Halladay's bloodstream full of multiple drugs, but he had been pulling off risky acrobatic maneuvers just above the water. He eventually climbed too high, the plane lost speed, and began one final free fall into the water. We return to Disney World for this next high-altitude death. It's not uncommon for people to get sick on Disney rides, including Splash Mountain. The themed flume ride takes you through several drops before plunging you down a massive chute, but one tourist handled his upset stomach in the worst way possible. Feeling ill, he decided he would get off in the middle of the ride, with dozens of log flumes moving through the massive mountain at high speed. Sure enough, only seconds after he hopped out of his log to try to find the emergency exit, he was struck by another one coming down the pipe and fatally wounded. But no one made a worse decision at high altitudes than this last couple. It was 1991, and a mysterious accident had just occurred at Rainbow Lake in Florida. A small Piper aircraft had just crashed, killing its male pilot and his female passenger, who was also trained in flying. The plane had showed no sign of mechanical failure, but the explanation for the crash would soon become clear. Nakedly clear. When the cockpit was opened, the 2 deceased were found half naked and not wearing their harnesses. Apparently, they had decided to join the Mile High Club while flying, with fatal consequences. At least when people do it in the airplane bathroom, it won't take down the whole plane. Chicago, November 16, 2018. 6 people are on the 95th floor of the 875 North Michigan Avenue building. They're all in good spirits, having just eaten in the restaurant at the top of the building, a place that affords some fantastic views of the city. The doors close. A pregnant woman looks at her husband with concern as the elevator begins its descent. It's making a weird clicking sound. The other occupants also now look a bit worried. The next thing they hear is a loud snap. The elevator goes into a free fall. Everyone is screaming as it plunges into the abyss. One man is praying as he holds onto a crying stranger. That, viewers, is a true story, but we aren't going to tell you how it ended just yet. Instead, we're going to describe to you in gruesome detail other elevator accidents so you can make an educated guess as to what happened to those 6 ill-fated diners. The elevator in that case went into freefall, which is perhaps the most nightmarish thing that can happen in one of those metal boxes. Nonetheless, as you'll now see, there are many other ways to die in an elevator. We'll start with something we imagine none of you would ever think could happen. That is starving to death in an elevator, like something from an apocalyptic Hollywood movie. It happened in 2016 to a woman in her 40s in the city of Xi'an, China. Just after celebrations for the Chinese New Year had ended, some elevator maintenance guys were back at work in an apartment building. No sooner than their shift had started, they smelled something nasty emanating from one of the elevators. They opened the door, and what greeted them was the decomposing body of a woman. She wasn't looking so good since she'd been stuck in there for a month. How the hell did this happen? Well, reports say that maintenance workers had turned the elevator off before the holidays. They'd been told to check if anyone was inside, but all they did was shout, "Is anyone there?" Either the woman shouted back and the guys couldn't hear her, or she didn't hear the call. You can only imagine how she felt after an hour or two. But imagine how she felt after a day, 2 days, 3 days. She likely died after that from dehydration. But before she did, she fought for her life. When she was found, her hands were mangled from trying to pry open the doors. Her family reported her missing, but it seems not much was done about it. It also seems others in her large apartment complex didn't hear the woman's screams. One of them later said, "There's now a shadow across my heart. It's scary and it gives me shivers to pass by." The death caused public outrage. One person was charged with negligent homicide. If that's not a worst way to die, we don't know what is. Now we'll focus on something a little more grisly. It involved the death of a teacher in the USA, an accident described by the press as horrifying. The victim was a 38-year-old teacher at Boston University. There were witnesses too, with one of them describing in detail what she saw and heard. "It wasn't a cry. I can't even describe what it was," she said about the sound the victim made before her life ended. She'd been moving boxes into the elevator, but the thing was, once something was inside, it would trigger a sensor and the elevator would start to move. Must have thought the box was a passenger, and that's why it began to ascend. As it began to move, though, the woman was only halfway in the elevator. She was trapped and crushed by the unstoppable force of the machine. When people die in elevators, this is one of the major reasons. In 2019, a man went almost the same way in New York. Although in this case, the elevator suddenly dropped as he was stepping inside. He didn't have a chance. Soon after, spokespeople for the safety of elevators came out and said such accidents are very rare. The media talked about how bathtubs are more dangerous and how elevators are one of the safest forms of travel. About 25 to 30 people a year die in them in the US, but most of the deaths happen when people are fixing them. Still, the deaths are usually so gory they're hard to forget. Take, for instance, the death of Dr. Hitoshi Nikaido in 2003, which wouldn't have looked out of place in the Final Destination movie franchise. One day he was working on the second floor of a building at the Christus St. Joseph Hospital in Houston. He was a surgical assistant just going about his day. He was getting in the elevator when the doors closed, which trapped him by the shoulders. The elevator then started going up, to the sounds of screaming onlookers. What they saw was the doctor losing his head from above the jawline. One of those witnesses actually filed a lawsuit after, claiming she had post-traumatic stress disorder. We actually found a few stories of people losing their heads in elevator accidents. The oldest one we could find happened in New York City to a 15-year-old boy. A headline in the New York Times on December 15, 1883 read, "Decapitated by an elevator." The author of the story didn't mince his words. He wrote, "Emil Muller, age 15, was caught and instantly killed this evening in the elevator at Lincoln's Furniture Warehouse. He was found dead with his head lying in a box, which he took up with him." We guess the Times didn't pay its copy editors much back then. At least his death was likely painless, seeing as he died before he had time to think about anything. Although, as we've stated before, there is a chance that people remain conscious for a while after decapitation. An Australian former politician wasn't so lucky in 1973. His name was Dugald Munro. He was 43 years old when he got onto an elevator in a Bridge Street building in Sydney. A newspaper article said the elevator, or lift as Australians say, started moving when he was only partway inside. Maybe the elevator wasn't so powerful this time because he didn't die instantly. He was crushed, while his brother and some other people tried their hardest to pull him out. It was impossible, and the man died from crushing injuries. We don't have to tell you just how traumatic this is while the victim is still conscious. Crushing and having bits chopped off you are certainly bad, but you could argue worse things have happened. In 2006 in Houston, an elderly gentleman died at the Galleria area condominium complex where he lived. The elevator he was traveling in got stuck quite high up in the building. There were a few occupants in the cabin at the time, and they all managed to squeeze out, except for him. When it was his turn to get out, he didn't quite make it. He slipped and fell down the shaft, falling 12 stories. What's more upsetting is his grandchildren had been in there with him, but he helped them get out first. We don't know exactly how he died, but it's hard to survive falling from such a height. If his head hit first, brain trauma would have killed him instantly. If his legs hit the ground, the trauma would have done so much damage to his internal organs that death would have been fast. His spine also would have likely been fractured, and that would have interrupted blood flow to the brain. The last shaft fall we'll talk about happened in Spain in 2017. In a highly unlikely tragedy, two teenagers got in an elevator, and as it traveled down, the floor just gave way beneath them. Both of them died on impact with the bottom of the shaft. Okay, but what about free falling in an elevator? That's the thing people really worry about. It doesn't happen that often because there are a lot of safety features inside of elevators. You have a much greater chance of being crushed by one than falling in one. But it has happened. In fact, one fall made it into the Guinness Book of Records. On May 28, 1944, a woman named Betty Lou Oliver was working in New York City's Empire State Building as an elevator attendant. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion and everything went dark. That was because a plane had hit the building, causing considerable damage. The B-25 service bomber had been on a training exercise when the pilot became disoriented in thick fog. 14 people died, including 3 in the aircraft. As for the 20-year-old Betty, she had a fright of her life. After the crash, she was thrown from where she was working. She suffered terrible burns as well as a broken pelvis, back, and neck. When rescuers found her, she was lying on the floor in agony. They put her on a stretcher and into the 79th floor elevator. What they couldn't have guessed was that the thing was on its last legs. The elevator she was in plunged after all the cables holding it up snapped. She went down like a rocket, 75 stories. That was about 1,000 feet. She miraculously survived, though. There were so many cables that had burst beneath the elevator that before she could hit the bottom, she landed on 4 floors worth of a mass of snapped cables, which kind of acted like a bed of springs. She survived with some nasty injuries, but made a full recovery and lived to be an old woman. In 1987, a mineshaft elevator fell after an explosion at a mine in South Africa. It fell slightly less than a mile down the shaft. All 52 men on board died. In 2012, 19 men and women died in China when cables snapped on an elevator at a construction site. It was an exterior elevator used to get the workers up the building they were working on. News reports said that the elevator went up a bit too fast, and when it got to the 34th floor, it came crashing down. Workers were thrown everywhere. One report said body parts of the victims were scattered around the scene. But if we're not just talking explosions or dodgy elevators used on construction sites, freefall accidents just don't seem to happen that often. The reason is the safety cables wouldn't all snap at once, and even if they did, somehow the brakes would come to the rescue. Modern elevators have something called a speed-sensing governor, so if the sensors detect the car moving too fast, the brakes are quickly activated. Unfortunately for miners and construction workers, they sometimes travel in less safe elevators. If it did happen to you by some chance, the likelihood of survival from a great height is between nil and next to nil. If you weren't fortunate enough to have a pile of cables below you near the bottom, without something to cushion your fall, you would be splattered on the floor of the cabin with whoever else was with you. Please don't think that jumping at the end would save you. That kind of thinking is why we see so many fail videos online. If you could somehow manage to jump just at the right time, the speed you fall may be slightly slower. Nevertheless, you've already been hurtling down a long way. On top of that, if you don't time the jump just right, you will smack your head on the roof, and that'll mean good night Vienna. Time the jump wrong and you just hit the floor and die. We looked at what experts said about this, and they agreed that the last second jump would be about as effective as spitting on yourself while trapped in a raging house fire. However, one person did say that there would be more of a chance of survival if you laid down and spread your body over the floor of the cabin. Still, in a busy elevator, you might have to fight for floor rights. That will have to be a very short debate. Even if you win, you'll still likely die, maybe with the bones of the person you just argued with sticking to your face. Just to give you an example, we'll tell you about a couple of fatal free-fall accidents we found that didn't involve a mine or a construction site. One happened in Spain in 1989. A newspaper headline translated into English read, "7 dead in a Barcelona hospital when the elevator in which they were traveling fell into space." The story said the elevator plunged 7 floors at the Príncipes de España Hotel in Barcelona. In this case, the safety brake didn't work due to a malfunction. Witnesses heard the thing go into free fall, with one of them saying it sounded like the noise of a train at full speed and subsequent explosion. 6 people died on impact and 1 person died later in the hospital from her injuries. Maybe she was the one that got the floor space, but this scenario is highly unlikely. In 2019, 6 people died in India when they got into an elevator after attending a New Year's Eve party. Indian news media said a belt broke and the cabin plunged 100 feet. The accident happened in one of the towers at a farmhouse of a wealthy businessman. He and 5 of his family were killed. While free falling in an elevator is about as likely as a piano falling on your head, it has happened. That should make some of you sleep better at night, but this won't. We mentioned rockets earlier, but rockets generally go upward at high speeds, not downward. In Chile, in 2014, a man got the real rocket experience. He got in an apartment elevator and the thing just started flying upwards. CCTV shows him getting into the cabin with a bunch of shopping bags. Everything looks fine. But when the doors close, the elevator shoots up. He starts frantically pressing buttons in what would be comical if it didn't end so badly. He ascended 30 floors in just 15 seconds, after which the elevator smashed through the roof, but perhaps not as graceful as Willy Wonka's glass elevator. The man suffered some injuries to his head and legs, but reports said he would live to see another day. Plus, he has the best story ever. Now for another accident you would just never imagine could happen. In 2020, a young couple died in Tel Aviv in an elevator. During heavy rainfall, the elevator they were in malfunctioned and they were unable to open the doors. Little by little, the thing started to fill with water. Rescue services tried their best to get them out, but they both drowned. As for these folks in Chicago that we talked about at the start, the elevator plunged all the way from the 95th floor to the 11th floor, but stopped there. One of the occupants later said she was sure she and her fellow passengers, some Northwestern law students and a couple of tourists from Mexico, were all going to die. It was a bit of a bad trip for everyone involved, but they were saved because only one of the cables snapped. No one was even hurt, although a guy was so shaken up he had to be treated for anxiety. It took 3 hours for firefighters to get them out, and all the time they weren't sure that the thing wasn't going to plunge again. As we've shown you today, the risk of free falling is so small you probably have a higher chance of being killed in an elevator by a serial killer. In fact, statistically, driving is way more dangerous than riding in elevators. As for escalators, they're veritable death traps. Maybe one day we'll tell you about the girl whose hair got stuck in an escalator, or the woman who was eaten alive by one. But for now, we'll leave you in peace. Asia, home to the 2 biggest countries in the world with over half the world's population. And among those billions, there are some people without the sense or luck needed to avoid an unfortunate death. Here are some of the dumbest ways people died in Asia. Sometimes all it takes to get killed is being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Like happened to Agus Sayakfu Rockmand. The 58-year-old man was out for a walk in his village in East Java and stopped for some exercise. At the same time, an elementary school boy was playing with a kite not too far away. The kite got jammed, the boy yanked on it, and it went flying, along with the block of wood it was attached to. The block of wood came to a hard stop upside the unfortunate Mr. Rockman's head, killing him instantly from blunt force trauma. But how does someone get killed by an office chair? Across China, there were disturbing reports in 2009 of office chairs suddenly exploding. The famous spinning chairs use a pneumatic gas cylinder to control their elevation, but the pressure was apparently building up too much. Several people were injured by the explosions, and one unfortunate teenager was hit with chair shrapnel when the chair exploded, fatally wounding him. An investigation began into the construction of these chairs in China, and it was enough to make office workers everywhere think about bringing their own beanbag chair to the office. Sometimes the cure is worse than the disease. It was 2013 when Japanese man Takuya Nagaya began acting very oddly. The 23-year-old began crawling on the floor and insisting that he was a snake, and obviously his parents were very concerned. But Nagaya's father didn't take the sensible step of calling for mental health help. Instead, he decided his son was possessed by a snake and he had to get it out of him. His methods involved repeatedly biting and headbutting his son. This led to 2 days of a bizarre exorcism ritual that eventually left Nagaya dead and his father under arrest. But prosecutors will have to ask the question, who is truly the mentally ill one here? To avoid death, sometimes the key is location, location, location. A festival was approaching and a Turkish man brought a sacrificial goat to slaughter with his family. But he didn't have the land needed to corral the goat on the ground, nor was there room to keep it in his apartment. So he came up with an unconventional solution. He built a small fence on the roof of his apartment building and penned the goat there. But this fence wasn't high enough for a determined goat. and it promptly leaped the fence, fell off the sixth-floor apartment building, and landed directly on the goat owner's son, killing him. The lesson of this next story: don't tempt fate. Mount Fuji is a dangerous climb in the best of times, which is why Japan only allows it to be climbed to its peak between July and September, when the climate is at its least harsh. Other times, the trails and huts are closed. But that doesn't stop daring climbers like Tetsu Shiohara, who not only climbed it in October but live-streamed it. And viewers got a show at the top of the mountain as he admitted he was in rough shape and the trail was slipperier than he expected. Then viewers watched in horror as he started tumbling down a slope feet first, his live stream coming to an abrupt stop and his fate unknown until his body was found weeks later. Social media can be dangerous in more ways than one. Miss Ya was quickly becoming a social media sensation in 2019 as her unconventional cooking videos won fans among office workers. She showed hacks for how to cook using everyday tools without a kitchen, including one of her most famous videos cooking popcorn in a tin soda can. But unfortunately, some people did more than watch. Two girls decided to try the stunt out for themselves and put alcohol directly in the tin can. The can exploded in their face, killing one and burning the other. While Miss Ya denied responsibility, she eventually paid out a settlement to the two families. Social media deaths may be a modern concern, but not even historical figures are immune to dumb deaths, nor are royalty. Qin Shi Huang was a powerful man. Not only was he the founder of the Qin dynasty, but he was the first emperor to rule over a united China. He fended off assassination attempts and embarked on elaborate tours of China. But there was one thing he feared he couldn't conquer: death. Even the most powerful die, and the emperor was desperate to prolong his life. He visited shady mystics promising to extend his life with elixirs, but some of those magical cures may have ended his life. He had reportedly taken mercury pills made by his court alchemists, and his death may have been caused by mercury poisoning. He wasn't the only emperor to fall prey to too much of a good thing. Shah Safi of Persia was the sixth Safavid king of Persia, and he was known for being a ruthless ruler who eliminated anyone who was a threat to his reign. His run was chaotic, but he successfully expanded trade to Persia and invited diplomats from Europe to his kingdom. And one of those might have been his undoing. He loved to drink, and one of his honored guests was Sidan Selais, a famous Georgian drinking champion. Shah Safi decided to engage in a drinking contest with the champ and soon found out that royalty doesn't mean victory, as he died from alcohol poisoning. But in the modern day, there's one cause of dumb deaths more common than any other. Hey, want to take a selfie? Snapping pictures of yourself might be a fun activity, but there's a time and a place. And as one unfortunate Filipino vacationer found out in 2015, it's definitely not at the side of a busy highway. Lizel Waka was riding in a vehicle when she asked her driver to pull over and let her out near a scenic overlook. As she was snapping a picture, a speeding motorcycle raced down the road and hit her. She died at a nearby hospital, while the motorcycle driver barely survived the crash. But it doesn't take speeding bikes to create a fatal selfie experience. 5 engineering students decided that a water reservoir in Telangana, India would make a great place to take a group picture, but maybe they should have been a little better at swimming first. When trying to take a photo on a rock, one girl slipped and fell into the water. Another student jumped in to save her and started drowning as well. In a panic, all 5 students entered the water and all wound up drowning. Local authorities increased security around the reservoir and urged people to obey all the safety signs and maybe find a safer place to take their selfies. A safer place would not be at the top of a hotel. Malaysia is known for its tall buildings and luxurious hotels, and one restaurant worker decided that he would like to get to see that up close and personal. At a massive tower in Genting Highlands, the man decided to climb outside of the 16th floor of the hotel to get a unique vista of the city below. Unfortunately, he slipped and proceeded to plunge down 9 floors to the roof of the 7th floor, killing him instantly. Police ruled out foul play and confirmed it was a daredevil selfie attempt gone horribly wrong. But few selfie disasters were bigger than this one. Java Island is known for its beautiful sights, and a group of boat tourists wanted to get a picture as they toured a local reservoir. There was just one problem. They wanted to get everyone in on the picture, so all 20 passengers decided to move to one side of the boat to make it easier, and they proceeded to capsize the boat and dump the entire group into the water below. While rescue teams arrived on the scene and were able to rescue 11 of the 20, 7 were soon found dead, with 2 still missing. They say patience is a virtue, but sometimes it can be life-saving. Mr. Lee was a wheelchair user and relied on elevators to get around the shopping center in Daejeon, South Korea. As he was approaching an elevator, the woman on board rudely pushed the button to close the door rather than waiting for him. Mr. Lee became enraged and instead of waiting for the next lift, began slamming his scooter into the just closed doors. The first 2 slams made dents in the door, and as Mr. Lee reversed for one last assault on the door, it worked a little too well. The door opened, and the unfortunate Mr. Lee and his scooter plunged down an elevator shaft to his doom. Rage can lead to unfortunate ends, especially if time is not on your side. It was 1999 and there was progress in the long-standing Israeli-Palestinian conflict. A peace agreement had been signed, but the militants on both sides were furious. 4 Palestinians were angry enough to plan a series of car bombings in the cities of Tiberias and Haifa and set the bombs to go off at 6 p.m. There was just one problem. Israel's clocks changed earlier in the week, something that didn't happen in neighboring countries, and the bombers failed to account for the 1-hour change. Their timers went off an hour early, blowing up the group while they were en route to plant the bombs. Sometimes time isn't enough to keep you safe. Chef Peng Fan was known throughout Guangdong Province, China, for his daring cuisine. One of his most unique dishes, a soup made from the deadly Indo-Chinese spitting cobra. He deftly cut the venomous snake's head off and made its body into soup. Then 20 minutes later, he grabbed the head to throw it into the garbage, and the snake's head bit him. Apparently, snakeheads can still bite up to an hour after being decapitated, as Chef Peng found out the hard way. The venom acted quickly, and by the time help arrived, the chef had already gone the same way as the cobra. Speaking of cobras, they say the show must go on, but this is a bit much. Across Indonesia, Irma Buell was a fast-rising star. The pop singer was known for her offbeat stage performances, including ones featuring live venomous snakes. At a party, Buell was performing when she accidentally stepped on a king cobra. The snake hadn't been defanged and it bit her, prompting the handler to offer anti-venom, but Buell refused, not wanting to interrupt her performance. Unsurprisingly, as the performance went on, she got sicker and sicker. She soon started vomiting and having seizures. She was rushed to the hospital, but by then cobra venom had done too much damage and she died, bringing an end to a promising music career. How far would you go to get out of trouble with the law? 2 best friends went too far. Zafer Kuzu wasn't known for his good choices, and the Turkish man had just been sentenced to community service for injuring another man. He wanted to get out of his sentence, so he came up with a brilliant plan. He just needed to get hurt and wind up in the hospital. He asked 2 friends to shoot him with a shotgun while he had 2 pillows strapped to his back. But playing with guns is never a good idea, and when one of his friends shot him at close range, the buckshot penetrated the pillow and wounded him fatally. His 2 friends were placed under arrest, but hey, Zafer got out of community service permanently. But some deaths are a lot larger in scale. In Sri Lanka, elephants are a way of life. The gentle giants can be inconvenient, but as long as you don't disturb them, they're rarely aggressive. But that wasn't good enough for one man in 2019. Seeing a stray elephant coming toward their car in Katargama, the man jumped out of the vehicle and attempted to hypnotize the large animal with his hands. This worked about as well as you'd expect, as the startled elephant charged the man, knocked him to the ground, and stepped on him. Don't bother the elephants remains a good rule of thumb for staying alive. As one story goes, Peter the Apostle, one of the 12 apostles, is walking at a quick pace down the Roman road known as the Appian Way. The reason he's in a bit of a rush is the Romans want to crucify him, enough to make any man wear out the soles of his sandals. As he gets farther away from the city, he sees something and can't quite believe his eyes. It's Jesus walking toward him, carrying a wooden cross over his shoulder, the same cross that he died on. Jesus, with the woven crown of thorns still attached to his head, looks determined as he marches on. Peter almost falls back in shock at seeing him, but manages to get out the words, "Where are you going?" Jesus turns back to him for a moment and says, "I'm going to Rome to be crucified again." Peter then thinks, well, if he's going, so am I. Damn the Romans. I shall carry on teaching the good word. If that actually happened is up for debate, but it's been written this decision Peter made eventually led to his arrest and subsequent execution by crucifixion. But according to legend, he wasn't executed like Christ was. Indeed, he was crucified upside down. We'll come back to why that happened and how it went down later. First of all, we need to know a little bit about normal crucifixion. The reason the Romans did it was because, for one, it was dreadfully painful. The English word excruciating can be understood to mean something like torment coming from the cross. They weren't the first to do it, though. Alexander the Great executed thousands of his enemies by way of crucifixion, which kind of paved the way for the Romans. There were quite a few types of crucifixion throughout history, but the one you all know quite well consists of a person's arms spread wide against a horizontal beam and their body connected to a vertical beam. There are a few things you might not be familiar with in regard to crucifixion. crucifixion even if you've attended Bible class or watched movies about the life of Jesus Christ. Firstly, when the Romans stuck someone on a cross, they didn't think, "We better cover his genital area and show some decorum here." They were killing someone they deemed a threat to society. They didn't cover up the naughty bits. Far from it, crucifixion was supposed to be humiliating as well as painful. Hard to say how long a person would last up there. Another thing we tend not to think about is the number of things that can go wrong with the body when someone is strung up like that. Just think about how it would feel, the full weight of your body dangling up there, either nailed or tied to the wood. The most common question regarding crucifixion is, how did Jesus die? It's possible that if Jesus' hands were nailed to the cross, he had some kind of footrest. Otherwise, it's unlikely the nails driven through either palms or the wrists could have supported his full body weight. If so, death might have come later than if his feet were simply tied with rope or nails were driven through them. Nonetheless, there are numerous interpretations as to exactly how he was crucified, but scientists usually agree about the cause of death. It's generally thought that a person crucified with their arms spread would not last longer than a day. But if there was no footrest, it would be over in possibly a matter of minutes or perhaps a couple of hours, because the position the person was in would make it almost impossible to breathe. The Romans would sometimes break a person's legs if they wanted it to be over quickly. Without support from the legs and feet, the effort of straining upwards to draw breath would eventually be too much and the person would quickly die. What would eventually kill a victim of crucifixion would be heart failure, hypovolemic shock, acidosis, asphyxia, and arrhythmia. One scientist explained why these things would happen, saying the resultant lack of oxygen in the blood would cause damage to tissues and blood vessels, allowing fluid to diffuse out of the blood into tissues, including the lungs and the sac around the heart. That in itself is a worst way to die, even though the death was kind of fast-tracked. Still, we can't repeat enough that it all depended on how a person was positioned on the cross. For instance, one ancient historian wrote this: "They were first whipped and then tormented with all sorts of tortures before they died, and were crucified before the wall of the city. The soldiers, out of wrath and hatred they bore the Jews, nailed those that they caught to the crosses in different postures by way of jest." The great Roman Stoic philosopher Seneca, not a big fan of crucifixion, wrote this: "I see crosses there, not just of one kind, but made in many different ways. Some have their victims with their head down to the ground, some impale their private parts, others stretch out their arms." Seneca witnessed all kinds of terrible tortures some Romans seemed to enjoy, including watching a person being torn apart after being tied to two chariots that sped off in different directions. He said crucifixion was the worst of them all. He once wrote, "Anyone facing such a death would plead to die rather than mount the cross." Let's say a person didn't die in minutes, or a few hours from what they have already talked about. Maybe the person had a foothold and could breathe okay, but they still had other ways to die before dehydration got them. After being vigorously whipped and nails being hammered into them, they could die within hours from a blood infection that resulted in sepsis. Sepsis is when your body releases a torrent of chemicals to fight an infection, which leads to hyperinflammation. The person on the cross would first start to feel very faint, then develop a fever with confusion and breathing difficulties following. The end result would be organ failure. But let's say the person dodged that bullet too. Maybe they were even given a little seat to sit on while they were on the cross, which did happen from time to time, not as a treat, but to keep them alive longer. First of all, prior to going up there, they very likely had to carry the cross, which might have weighed as much as 300 pounds. Maybe that Scottish bloke who just won the world's strongest man could cope with that, but your average scrawny guy back in the day wouldn't have stood a chance. Still, they probably only carried the crossbeam, which weighed an estimated 100 pounds. To put things in perspective, that's about the weight of a mildly obese male German Shepherd dog. The Via Dolorosa, aka the Way of Suffering, is the route Jesus took with the cross on his back, on his way to be executed. It's said to be about 2,000 feet, although if he carried it all the way or got help from Simon of Cyrene has been debated. We can't say we know what happened, but historians agree that the Romans did make people carry their own beams. That almost certainly meant they were dehydrated when they got to the crucifixion site. Once they were up on the cross, they might last a couple of days before they died from dehydration. The hot sun would have been a killer, never mind the wild animals visiting what looked like a tasty injured piece of prey. That would have been awful, just as poet William Butler Yeats described in a poem about crucifixion. If it were hanging or bowstringing or stoning or beheading, it would be bad enough, but to have the birds pecking your eyes and the wolves eating your feet, that's why it was worse than any other execution the Romans had in their torture catalog. As the Roman statesman and philosopher Cicero said, it was a most cruel and disgusting punishment. Okay, we think we've hammered this point home now. That's another pun. We already know, thanks to Seneca, that some Roman pranksters would get a thrill from crucifying some people in various postures. This also brings us back to Peter the Apostle. One story has it that this former fisherman actually asked to be crucified upside down, but not because he thought it might be less painful. He requested this because he felt unworthy to go the same way his master had. If this was true, it's hard to say, because the story is said to be apocryphal Apocrypha. When we talk about Apocrypha, we mean religious writing that is not accepted as canon or scripture. There's also different takes on certain tales, such as maybe Peter wanted to die upside down not because he didn't want to die like Jesus, but because it symbolized how man's values were all upside down. The Acts of Peter is part of this Apocrypha, but it doesn't mean what's in stories is all fake news. Sure, the book talks about a flying man, curing cripples, and how he raised a fish, but an upside-down crucifixion is believable enough. According to the legend, the Romans granted Peter his wish. He was crucified, had some time to deliver a speech, and then died. Scholars have since questioned this, saying that there's little chance the Romans would have messed up an average day by hauling Peter's feet up by a rope and crucifying him this way, nor would they have nailed him to a cross while laid on the ground and gone to the effort of erecting it. Why would the punishers have been committing needless extra hard work? We've seen different representations of the crucifixion in the form of paintings. One painted by Caravaggio around the year 1600 has Peter nailed to an ordinary cross on the floor, and then the entire thing with him on it is lifted into a vertical position. His arms are nailed to the crossbeam and his ankles are nailed to the vertical beam, but the whole thing is upside down. A painting by the artist Masaccio, which was finished in 1426, shows a different way, with the cross being in the normal position but Peter's feet are splayed where the arms are usually stretched. Some people say both scenarios are unlikely. If the cross was upside down, it wouldn't have stood erect since the top of a cross wasn't usually very strong compared to the bottom. Still, if this is how it really happened, then we guess Peter's crucifixion was one of the speedy deaths we've already discussed. We don't know the exact age when he died, but it's thought he was in his mid-60s, which was pretty darn old back then. Hanging upside down for a while at the best of times can be dangerous, but as an aging man, Peter must have really felt that rush of blood to the head. All that pressure again would have made it hard to breathe, so asphyxiation likely came on pretty quickly, maybe even faster than regular crucifixion because of the extra weight on the lungs in the downward position. There are variations to the story as to how long Jesus survived on the cross. One story says after about 6 hours he was done, shouting out, "Father, into your hands I commit my spirit." But there's also an account from St. Matthew that seems to suggest 3 hours. From noon onward, darkness came over the whole land until 3 in the afternoon, and about 3 o'clock Jesus cried out in a loud voice, my God, why have you forsaken me?" Jesus cried out again in a loud voice and gave up his spirit. However long it was, it must have felt like an eternity. As for Peter, we would imagine he didn't get through 6 or even 3 hours of agony. It's very likely that all that blood going to his head would not only have led to huge migraines, but the blood would have started to pool in his nose and throat, making it very hard to breathe. His heart would have had to work especially hard, and given his age, a heart attack or stroke would have likely occurred. Even if someone much younger and fitter than Peter was crucified upside down, we very much doubt that the person would have lasted long enough to die from dehydration. If he did manage to last into the night, you can only imagine the distress he might have felt if a wolf pack or a pack of wild dogs approached while he was hanging upside down. There is every possibility that he could have had his face chewed off. So we're going to go out on a limb here and say that the upside down crucifixion was even worse than your run-of-the-mill execution. They hold hands as the carriage moves up the steep ascent, their heartbeats quickening to the chugging sound coming from below their feet. As the car reaches the summit, he squeezes her hand tightly, giving her some reassurance. He had to coax and beg her to get on this ride. She nervously smiles at him as the car moves along the top of the ride. The vast panorama of the amusement park lies in front of them. She tenses and he laughs. Whoosh, the car flies down. G-forces push their heads back. They're both screaming now. The car makes the second descent. Only on the upwards trajectory they both hear a loud bang. Before they know what's happened, they're hurtling through the air toward a nexus of steel bars. They look at each other for the last time. And that, dear viewers, has to be one of the worst ways to die. In the US alone, from 1987 to 2000, there were 4.5 ride deaths in amusement parks each year, which might not sound like much to you, but it's enough. You also have to consider that as far as safety goes, the US has pretty strict standards. The deaths weren't all on roller coasters, of course. Just to give you more variety of deaths, today will include other kinds of incidents that happened when people sat in a carriage and went for a ride at an amusement park. But before we look at the US, let's first swing by Europe, the continent where the precursor to the modern roller coaster was invented. We're actually going to start with something quite recent. No one died in the incident, but what happened will give you a good idea of how human bodies deal with hitting things on the track. The accident happened at a theme park called Alton Towers in England, one of the country's favorite places to go for a day out. The ride was the Smiler, but trust us, no one was smiling on that ride on June 2nd at about 1:50 p.m. An empty safety carriage first set off on the vast network of labyrinthine rails. The thing was, it just stopped on the track. That didn't bode well for the full carriage that was next to go. Luckily, it wasn't traveling at its top speed of 52 miles per hour when it made contact with the other carriage. In case you're wondering, some rides can go as fast as 149 miles per hour. The 16 riders hit the stationary carriage traveling at 20 miles per hour, but just think how it would have felt to have your legs hit a steel train at that speed. 5 people in the front were seriously injured, with 2 young women both losing a leg. The accident was partly blamed on strong winds that prevented the test carriage from completing its journey, but the park also was to blame and had to pay out about $6.8 million. We told you the story just to give you an idea of what happens when things go wrong. The downside to roller coasters is that when accidents do happen, people tend to hit things very hard going very fast. A roller coaster is really no place to fall, either, as you'll now discover in one of the world's worst tragedies of all time. The accident happened in England too, but way back in 1972. It was the kind of accident many of us have panic attacks over when we're in the queue about to get on a ride. The ride was called the Big Dipper, and the theme park was called the Battersea Park. There are survivors in this tale too, and some of them told the story of what happened on that fateful day. 31 people paid about 20 cents to ride the Dipper, advertised as the thrill-a-minute joyride where you pay to be scared. Most of those folks on the ride were just young teens, many of whom were on a school trip. As per usual, the cars climbed up the track, everyone was laughing and screaming, and some were trying not to pee their pants. It went up and up and up, and then the cars disconnected from the track. They were now in a free fall. Suffice to say, a few bladders broke. A survivor later recounted that just as the carriage disconnected, everything seemed to go in slow motion. And then whoosh, they flew back. People spilled out, hanging onto anything they hit. One survivor said they will never forget the panicked expression of one young girl as she lost her grip and fell to her death. The carriage was somehow stuck up there, but to say the least, it was on shaky ground. The woman said the girl screamed that she wanted to get off, but she leant on a wooden barrier and it collapsed. I tried to grab for her, but I saw her fall to the ground in front of me. I looked up, and next to the carriage, people were hanging all over the tracks. There was blood everywhere. 5 kids died that day from the trauma of hitting the ground or the ride. 13 others were injured. The park never paid anything out, but the ride was closed after that. As for the cause of death, when you fall, a doctor was once asked about it, and this was his reply. Most people who fall from a height die because they fracture their spine near the top and so transect the aorta, which carries blood out of the heart. It's usually a quick death, especially from a great height. But then the falling part must be a bit weird. Survivors of falls have said their only thoughts were, "Damn, I'm gonna die." One woman who survived a big fall said she didn't think about much at all and just listened to the whispering of the wind. Okay, so that's how you die when you free fall. We'll discuss later the nightmare of being flung from a carriage, which, let's face it, we've all worried about. But now let's look at a completely different way to die. You can tell us in the comments if you'd prefer your bones to be smashed or dying this way. It happened in Australia back in 1979, and to this day, it is the worst amusement park disaster the country has ever seen. You're all grown up now, so we expect if your friend asked you to go on the ghost train, you turn your nose up. Ghost trains aren't very scary, and they're not usually thought of as being dangerous. Well, the one in Sydney's Luna Park was on one particular day. You don't want to be riding a ghost train when there's a fire, for the simple reason that being that these sorts of rides are generally in covered tunnels. So when a blaze got going on this ride in the morning of June 9th, the tunnel filled with thick smoke. The carriages actually kept moving, but it seems some people got off and tried to get out as fast as they could since they were choking. Of the 35 people on the ride, 28 of them came out of the tunnel crying and coughing. Nonetheless, a father and his 2 kids died in there, as did 4 other kids. Most of them died from smoke inhalation, although some of them were burned to death. As for how that must have felt, you all know very well that burning hurts like hell. Until your nerves are burnt through, you'll feel the most excruciating pain you've ever felt. Dying from smoke inhalation would be better because once there's no oxygen, you pass out before the flames get you. This is really a living nightmare, being trapped in a fiery tunnel. As for how it happened, electricity was blamed and a cigarette was blamed, but it was most likely arson committed by an organized crime group. Apparently, it was related to one gangster wanting to take over the park. As you'll now see, even out in the open, floating on water can be deadly. You've all seen those rides that consist of people sitting on a round raft and traveling down some rapids. You don't generally have many concerns about getting on such rides. That's because they're usually safe as houses. But on October 2016, in Australia's Dreamworld amusement park, things went wrong on Thunder River Rapids ride. Basically, a pump failed, and that meant a sudden drop in the water level. This led to one of the empty rafts getting stuck on the conveyor that moves the rafts. The raft behind that, carrying 6 people, hit it at speed. What happened next was awful. The raft with the people in it was pushed into a vertical position, causing its occupants to fall out. Worse, some of them were pulled down into the moving components of the ride. 4 adults died and 2 kids survived. Paramedics later said that the best doctors in the world couldn't have helped the victims. While those kids were thrown into the open water, the adults were trapped in the components under the water. We can't find the cause of death, but it was either on impact with the machinery or drowning, none of which are pleasant. The park was at fault and had to pay out $3 million. Is drowning the worst way to die? One person that drowned and was later resuscitated said, "I was terrified out of my mind. I didn't have any air to breathe." She then said at one point she accepted her death. She added, "I tried kicking my legs and then everything went black." Basically, at some point your brain will just make you take a breath. It's actually called the break point. Water then floods the lungs and the person still alive can't fight due to the lack of oxygen in their blood. Some people have described this as torture, although one survivor said, "I just let go and my flaccid body just floated in the water for a few seconds. My lungs had more or less given out and there was no pain, just comfort." Okay, now for something you never expect to happen in a million years. It happened in 2019 on a pendulum ride at Kankaria Amusement Park in Ahmedabad, India. A round carriage rotated as a pendulum moved the carriage up and down. It started off quite slow, with as many as 30 occupants looking like they were not scared at all. But when the pendulum started swinging really high, people started screaming. For a good reason too, because the pendulum arm snapped and the carriage bashed into the ride's triangular frame. Looking at it, you would expect that many people died, and even if they didn't, you'd think a lot of those folks would have suffered some very serious injuries, similar to how a fly might end up after you've hit it with a newspaper. Fortunately for some people, their side of the carriage didn't make an impact and they were kept safely in their seats and didn't suffer any serious physical injuries. But 2 people died whose side of the carriage did make an impact. They were basically crushed to death, while many others were critically injured. As for how the ride's main arm could just break like that, one expert had this to say about the tragedy. India has a long-standing problem which allows the use of inferior unauthorized copies of rides made by either local companies or rides sourced from other countries, often with fatal results. Again, no one really expects that kind of thing to happen, but there's one thing we all fear when we get on a fast ride, and that is being flung out of the carriage. But does that really happen? The answer is yes, and it's happened quite a few times. But seeing as we're doing a round-the-world trip today, we'll now head over to China. In 2017, a girl was strapped into the Travel Through Space ride at Chaohua Park, close to the city of Chongqing. Information is scant, but it seems as the ride was in full flight when she went into full flight, except not in the direction the other passengers were going. She was flung into metal railings and died later in a hospital. What's shocking is that her seatbelt had not been working and the bars supposed to hold her in were not tight enough. How it would feel to die this way is hard to say, because once she made the impact, she was very likely knocked out. Perhaps the worst part of the death was the few seconds flying through the air. We're gonna stay with China, just because this next accident was totally insane. It happened in 2010 at an amusement park in Shenzhen. The ride was called Space Journey, and it was supposed to simulate what it's like taking off in a rocket. Basically, a circular carriage was lifted up in the air and spun at a high velocity, giving the people the feeling of experiencing double gravity. That was all well and good until one of the carriages disconnected and went flying into the other carriages. It fell to the ground in flames, looking like a real space rocket when things go terribly wrong. No one cause of death was given, but we expect the 50-foot fall might have led to serious trauma. On top of that, the carriage was in flames when it landed. They didn't stand a chance. They might not have had much time to think, but this next victim certainly did. He was an operator at a ride in Naudière theme park in Sautron, France. The ride was actually one of those kids' rides that you see going very slowly, often made to look like a big caterpillar. This kind of ride should be very safe, indeed. But the operator decided to get out of his booth while the carriages were still slowly moving by. He then slipped in the gap between 2 of the carriages and his legs fell through the holes in the track. Since the ride was still going, you can only imagine the pain as his body was pushed by the carriage. Someone managed to turn the ride off, but the man was so badly hurt that to save his life, doctors had to amputate both legs at the scene. The guy still didn't survive. He wasn't actually trained to control that ride, so the park owner spent 6 months in prison. As for how it'd feel to die this way, it certainly deserves to be on the worst ways to die list. We're not sure how long the guy was conscious for, but we guess he had some time to think about what was happening. The cause of death was likely due to being crushed, which can lead to what are called lysis, ischemia, and vascular compromise. In layman's terms, cells die when a part of the body is crushed. Lactic acid is released and blood vessels are compressed, and that can cause death. Prior to this, if the person is conscious, the injury of course is about as mentally traumatic as you can get. Strange thing is, there is something called reperfusion syndrome. This is where the person is released from the thing crushing them, then suddenly gets lots of oxygen to the tissues, and that can have a paradoxical effect that puts the person in a rather good mood. Soon after, they usually drop dead, and that's why it's sometimes called smiling death. Let's hope the French dude had the last laugh. Now let's head over to the US, where either the most accidents happen at amusement parks, or there are just more reports available for our researchers to find. It's hard to say what the worst disaster in the US was, but the haunted castle disaster at Six Flags Great Adventure Park in 1984 has to be up there. In short, a 14-year-old lit a cigarette for some light after a bulb went out. The place got fire, a little too easily we should say, and 8 teens lost their lives. We've already covered fire though, so we'll add another US tragedy to this story, something a bit more unique. It's unique, sad, and shocking, that's for sure. In 2016, a group of people set off from the top of a ride called the highest water slide in the world, and man, it looked scary. It was called the Verrückt, which can be translated as insane in German. It was located at the Schlitterbahn Kansas City amusement park, and since its opening in 2014, it had attracted a lot of attention from enthusiasts of extreme sports. Of the 3 people that rode it that day, one of them was Caleb Schwab, the 10-year-old son of Kansas State Representative Scott Schwab. The others were 2 women. They went on their downward trajectory from a height of 168 feet 7 inches, traveling around 70 miles per hour, which is really insane for a water slide. Literally insane. Given a lifeguard at the park had noticed how dangerous it was, once saying, "I told my friends and family it was only a matter of time until someone died on Verrückt." Prior to the fatality, there were at least 13 pretty serious accidents, mostly down to sheer speed people traveled at. Some folks got off and had to be treated for facial injuries, concussions, or slipped discs. What happened is they were thrown at high speed into the netting around the ride. That happened to Caleb and the women with him after the raft went airborne on the second hill. One woman hit the net and some metal rings broke her jaw. The other woman ended up with a fractured face and cuts that needed stitching. But Caleb hit the support of the netting and he was decapitated. The raft should not have gone airborne like that. It was speculated that the reason it did was that the little boy, light in weight, sat in the front. The women were on the heavy side, weighing 275 pounds and 197 pounds. That apparently was the problem, as was the entire setup of this dangerous ride. We're not blaming the victims, of course, just pointing out what happened. The ride was closed down in 2018 and the Schwab family settled for $20 million. No one went to prison, although they almost did. As for this being on the list of worst ways to die, that depends on how you look at it. For the family, it had to be one of the most traumatic experiences a human could face, more so when they were asked to view the body of the deceased. The death itself must have been painless for the victim, but with oxygen still in the brain, it's likely that a person who has lost their head remains conscious for a little while. For how long, we don't know. Scientists have talked about this and no fixed time has been stated. It's possible that the young boy's last thoughts when he were hurtling through the air was, "What's going on?" That makes it at least a very weird way to die. Compared to their American cousins, the United Kingdom can seem like a sleepy place. But that doesn't mean some UK citizens haven't done ridiculous things with deadly consequences. It's Dumb Ways to Die, UK edition. No one here has been eaten by Nessie though, that we know of. Is there any less threatening activity than relaxing with a nice cool drink on a hot summer day? Well, for one woman in Dorset, it turned out to be fatal. Retired jockey Elena Struthers Gardner was carrying a mason jar drinking glass with a screwed-on top, and she had a metal straw attached. When the 60-year-old woman, who had histories of falls and injuries, suddenly collapsed, the angle of the hard metal straw impaled her through the eye and caused a fatal brain injury. The authorities ruled out any intoxication and issued a warning that metal straws can come with the side of death instead of refreshment. This next unfortunate Brit found out that danger lurks everywhere, even the countryside. Mike Edwards was a minor celebrity, an acclaimed cellist, music teacher, and former member of the Electric Light Orchestra. At 62, he didn't seem to be slowing down anytime soon, but nature had other plans. While he was driving down the road near his home in Devon, something began rolling down a nearby hill. It was a massive hay bale, weighing at least 1,300 pounds. It crashed into the van, killing him instantly. The people responsible for the hay bale went on trial and were found not guilty, but many of Edwards' fans were less forgiving. At least this next guy went out on a high. It was the 1970s and the TV show The Goodies had everyone in stitches, but one man enjoyed it a little too much. Alex Mitchell of Norfolk burst out in hysterical laughter while watching and then proceeded to keel over from a massive heart attack. While no cause of death was determined, his wife was philosophical, thanking the TV program for giving her husband so much joy in his last minutes. But a key to his death came decades later, when his granddaughter died of a similar heart attack, pointing to an undiagnosed heart condition as the cause, meaning Mitchell's heart may have been a ticking time bomb. This next man probably should have listened to his mom. Chew your food, eat slowly. We've all heard that from mom. But 51-year-old Darren Hickey didn't listen. When the wedding planner sampled a fish cake, he gulped it down quickly, only for the scalding hot fried morsel to burn his throat. He was in massive pain and he went to the hospital. They sent him home with painkillers. While relaxing at home, his throat began to swell up and he couldn't breathe. His partner rushed him to the hospital, but he died soon after from lack of oxygen. And fish cake was probably not on that menu. But he wasn't the only person killed by an unassuming piece of food. It was the late 1800s, and Sir William Payne Galway was a powerful man. A retired member of Parliament and a baronet, he was looking forward to enjoying his retirement. He particularly liked to hunt and was able to snipe animals from afar without being endangered by them. But his undoing would come from something much more harmless, a turnip. While out hunting one day, he tripped and the pointed turnip at his feet hit him in the wrong location. He died a short time later from severe internal injuries at the age of 74. A bizarre end to a successful life. This next man probably should have just gotten a new phone. It was 2018 and Atif Rafiq just wanted to see a movie. But while he was watching, his phone slipped out of his hand and became wedged under the electric footrest of his chair. That's why the dancing popcorn tells you to silence your phones, people. Rafiq probably could have sought help from a theater worker. Instead, he tried to stick his head under the footrest, and the electronic seat trapped his head. The authorities had to break the seat to get Rafiq free, and by then the unfortunate cinephile had died of cardiac arrest. This next man was an innovator, but it didn't work out too well for him. Robert Cocking made his name as a watercolor artist, but he was also an amateur scientist and tinkerer. And in 1837 he was working on an improved version of the parachute. He intended to demonstrate his new design using a cone-shaped chute at a festival in Vauxhall Gardens. A large crowd watched as Cocking jumped from 5,000 feet in a hot air balloon. But Cocking had miscalculated the weight of the parachute and he fell far too fast. The parachute turned inside out and Cocking crashed and was killed instantly. Well, every experiment has its trial and error, but some can only go wrong once. This next man died in the most mundane way possible. Or did he? George Herbert, the 5th Earl of Carnarvon, was a prominent aristocrat with an adventurous spirit. He liked to fund expeditions to Egypt, most famously the search for the tomb of King Tut. It was there in Cairo where he met his end. He received a nasty mosquito bite on March 19, 1923, and then made the mistake of cutting it open while shaving. It became infected and he died soon afterward of blood poisoning. An unfortunate end, but this and many other deaths surrounding King Tut expeditions have led people to wonder if those who entered the ancient tomb were cursed. Strange deaths didn't just start in the Victorian era either. Corpus Christi College in Cambridge was a well-regarded school, and in 1667 it was under the strict eye of Master John Spencer. He kept a tight leash on his students, including his daughter Elizabeth. But Elizabeth was rebellious and had gotten into the habit of sneaking her paramour, John Betts, into her room. When John Spencer suddenly entered his daughter's room, she shoved John Betts into a cupboard and was then hurried away by her father. By the time she had returned, the unfortunate John Betts had asphyxiated in the wardrobe, leading to rumors that he and Elizabeth haunt the college to this day. In the 13th century, one unfortunate king discovered that the bigger they are, the harder they fall. Griffith ap Llewellyn ap Iorwerth was heir to the Welsh throne, but this time was full of upheaval. He had been taken hostage by King John of England until he was released by the signing of the Magna Carta. Upon his return, he had been replaced in the line of succession by his younger half-brother. He was imprisoned in the Tower of London, and in 1244 he decided to escape. He attempted to use a rope made of sheets and other garments to descend the tower, but he was a heavy man, not helped by years of imprisonment, and the rope soon snapped, getting him down from the tower in record speed, with a very abrupt stop at the end. At least this next guy died in the right place. It was 1872 and Henry Taylor was serving as a pallbearer at a funeral. The church service was finished and it was time to bring the coffin to the grave. But the day was rather wet and humid and the pallbearers had to navigate down a narrow and rocky path to the gravesite. At some point, Taylor tripped on a stone, losing control of the coffin. The other pallbearers were forced to let go as it twisted out of their hands, and it landed with full force on Taylor's chest and face. He died of his injuries, and the incident led to an investigation with recommendations for how to improve funeral safety. This man's quiet hobby led to a fiery end. John Lewis lived a quiet life in Gloucestershire with his wife Patricia and was an avid gardener. But one day he mysteriously disappeared. A worried Patricia called the authorities after finding a burned lawnmower, but it was 2 weeks before John's body would be found. Forensic evidence pieced together the unfortunate story. John had been trying to light a bonfire and decided to hurry it up by pouring some gas. It worked. A little too well. The raging fire spread to his clothes and John tried to put it out by jumping in the river. Injured, he was likely swept away to his death. Sometimes a good thing can be a bad thing if you take it too far. Basil Brown was a popular English health food buff in the 70s, but he took things to the extreme. He was a strong advocate of vitamin A and beta-carotene as health supplements, and was known to drink extreme amounts of carrot juice. When his skin started turning yellow, it should have been a warning sign, but he didn't heed it and was dead at the end of 10 days from liver failure. This led to many people worrying if carrot juice could be too dangerous, but evidence shows that the culprit was the vitamin A supplements he took, 10,000 times the recommended dose. This hunter was in search of prey, but he met an unfortunate end. Stephen Winfrey was a veteran rabbit hunter using dogs and ferrets to drag the little critters out of their holes. But he was also a stubborn man and hated to see a good catch get away. He went off for a New Year's Day hunt near Doncaster and didn't return. When a search party was summoned, they found Winfrey in an awkward position with his head stuck in a rabbit hole, dead. Likely trying to get a tricky rabbit out of the hole, Winfrey got into a tight squeeze, and these holes aren't meant for a human head. Fashion and cleanliness is good, but not when taken to extremes. Jonathan Capewell was a lad obsessed with hygiene and was rarely seen without a deodorant spray. He was determined to eliminate any trace of body odor, using the sprays countless times a day. He was a teenager in good health, which is why it was a complete shock when he suddenly dropped dead of a heart attack. There was no obvious cause of death until the blood work came in. Turned out his blood had a massive buildup of butane and propane in it from the sprays, enough to stop his heart cold. A businessman should stand behind his own product, but that led to an unexpected end for one English millionaire. Jimmy Heselden became a household name in the early 2000s when he purchased the Segway Company. He was a huge fan of those famous scooters, and he used his fortune from developing flood control and military barriers to grow the company. But he wouldn't have much time to develop it. Only 9 months after buying the company, he was out riding a Segway when he tried to get it out of the way of a man walking his dog. He had trouble stopping, and his Segway zoomed directly off a cliff. A tragedy and terrible publicity for the company he owned. Some deaths are just bizarre tragedies, but this guy was really testing fate. Nicholas Comper was a pioneer of English aviation, the founder of one of the biggest early aircraft companies in the years after World War I. But he was also a man with a temper and a sharp wit, and that came back to haunt him. A prankster, Comper was lighting fireworks in a pub in 1939. A passerby asked why he was doing it, and Comper jokingly announced he was an IRA bomber. With the conflict with the Irish no laughing matter for the English, the bystander acted swiftly, punching Comper thinking he was taking out a threat. Comper hit his head and died soon after of a hemorrhage. But how could someone die from sleeping? Mark Gleason of Hampshire had a happy life and a great relationship with his girlfriend Tracy. But there was just one problem. His horrible snoring was ruining both of their nights. The couple was at a loss for how to stop it, and one night they hatched a not-so-great idea. Mark took some wine with sleeping pills, and the groggy snorer came up with the idea to use some of Tracy's tampons to plug his nose. Unfortunately, the combination of sleeping pills and the obstructed sinuses led to Gleason asphyxiating in his sleep, a tragic and permanent end to his snoring. Let's be honest, Americans aren't the most cautious people. Just ask Florida Man when he calls you for bail money. But some risks and bad decisions don't work out too well. Some end with people going down in history in the obituaries. Here are some of the dumbest ways Americans have managed to get themselves killed. Robert Dreyer maybe shouldn't have been driving anymore. The Florida man had just turned 89 in 2017, but was reluctant to surrender his license. Sure enough, while out for a drive, he crashed into a fire hydrant. A routine accident, except that the crash also managed to break the water line connected to the hydrant. This created a massive burst of water pressure, and when Dreyer stepped out of the vehicle to check the damage, the old man was pulled into a massive sinkhole and disappeared into the ground. Witnesses tried to help, but were unable to get past the surging water, and Dreyer drowned in a freak deadly fender bender. He wasn't the only Florida man to meet an unexpected end. Salvatore Disi was trying to service a helicopter in Hernando County, Florida in 2019. The stubborn aircraft needed to be jump-started, and Disi needed a boost to reach the parts. He decided to use a power cart to reach it, a ground support device used by those loading airplanes and getting them ready for deplaning. His strategy worked, and he was able to get the helicopter working, only for the rotors to move up and down unexpectedly just as he reached them, knocking Disi's head clean off and bringing a sudden end to the 61-year-old airport worker's career and life. This next plane-related death was even more unusual. It was a packed football game between the Jets and the Patriots in New York Shea Stadium in 1979, and the halftime show had an unexpected surprise for fans. The Electronic Eagles, a radio-controlled plane group, was putting on a show of pilotless model planes that could engage in dogfights. But this day, the planes seemed to be getting unusually close to fans. People started getting nervous when one of the planes crashed into the field, but the show went on, until one man controlling a model plane shaped like a lawnmower lost control. The model plane spiraled, crashed into the crowd, and seriously injured the unfortunate John Bowen, who died 4 days later. While it was ruled an accident, it cast a permanent shadow over the electronic Eagles. But sometimes a car will do just as well as a plane. John Hutcherson and Francis Brome were two friends who loved to get drunk. After a night of partying, Brome was 2 sheets to the wind, so Hutcherson drove them home. The only problem was he was drunk too. During the fatal 2004 ride, Brome stuck his head out the window and promptly hit a telephone wire, decapitating him. But Hutcherson was too drunk to notice and continued driving home for 12 miles before falling asleep and leaving Brome's body in the car. It was found the next morning by a neighbor, and Hutcherson claimed to never notice. Brome's family seemed to believe him, asking a judge for mercy for the drunk driver. This next unfortunate victim was killed by lava, in a sense. Who doesn't love a lava lamp? Those retro home decorations with those hypnotic blobs bouncing up and down still have their fans, and they're much safer than actual lava, if they're handled properly. They're supposed to be heated by a bulb in the base, but Philip Quinn of Kent, Washington had an idea for how to speed it up in 2004. He decided to put the lamp on the stove and heat it. It worked, a little too well. The lava lamp overheated, the glass exploded, and Mr. Quinn took a shard of glass directly to the heart and died soon afterwards. Not exactly the eruption of Pompeii. Sports injuries aren't the most common cause of death, but this one was especially painful. Dick Wertheim was a tennis lineman who would become famous in 1983, when his name became unfortunately prophetic. He was working as an officiant when Swedish tennis phenom Stefan Edberg sent a serve in the wrong direction and hit Wertheim directly in the groin. Wertheim recoiled in pain, fell backwards out of his chair, and hit his head on the hard ground. He was taken to the hospital unconscious and died 5 years later. Wertheim wasn't a healthy man, and there were extended legal battles over what killed him, but the International Tennis Foundation made one big change. No more linesmen sitting down during matches. This next daredevil failed a spot check in the most shocking way. Ivan Lester McGuire was a veteran skydiver, and he had gone to his next mission, working with other parachutists in North Carolina. For part of a mass dive in 1988, McGuire decided he would film the other divers as they descended to Earth. Once the others had gone, he made sure his camera was set for recording, got into position, and jumped out of the plane. He had just forgotten one little detail: to put on his parachute. Instead of capturing the other divers as they approached the ground, he managed to capture the fast-approaching ground as he free fell toward a fatal impact. A shocking end for a man who made over 800 jumps. One of the most common ways to die? Getting on the wrong side of the wrong animal. Jose Luis Ochoa wasn't exactly a friend to the animals. He liked to attend illegal cockfights in California, and he'd been cited before for training roosters to fight. But in 2011, he had a way to make the cockfights even more exciting, strapping blades to the limbs of the birds to make it easier for them to kill each other. Well, karma got the bird-brained crook. While trying to wrangle one of those birds, it managed to stab him in the calf and he began to bleed profusely. He waited 2 hours to get medical treatment, likely trying to come up with another explanation for his injury, and died soon after arriving. This next death was also caused by cruelty to animals, but these animals were a lot smaller. Edward Archbold was determined to live up to his Florida Man title, and what better way than to win a cockroach eating contest? The challenge, hosted by a lizard store in 2012, offered a grand prize of an expensive python, a deadly animal in its own right. But Archbold was done in by much smaller animals. After eating a large number of roaches and worms, he started choking and vomiting. Unable to clear his airway, he collapsed and died outside the store. While his cause of death was never conclusively determined, most believe that the hard, dry shells and the legs of the cockroaches could have easily gotten stuck in his throat. But you don't always have to kill animals to get killed by them. Erica Marshall might have been a Florida woman, but she was a friend to the animals. She was an experienced veterinarian who specialized in treating horses and was working with the hyperbaric oxygen chamber, commonly used for wound care. But several things were overlooked. The horse apparently hadn't been sedated before being led into the chamber, and its metal shoes hadn't been taped over. That, combined with the high oxygen pressure, was a deadly combination. The horse started kicking, causing sparks, which led to a fire, followed by a massive explosion that could be heard 30 miles away and killed both Marshall and the horse. But one man managed to get killed not by an animal, but by a plant. It was 1982 and David Grundman was out for some target practice. The Arizona man was using his shotgun to shoot some signs, and he then turned his attention to another target, the massive saguaro cacti growing in the desert. These cacti aren't the ones you get in a pot at the garden shop. They can be over 20 feet high and live to be over 100 years old. That didn't stop Grundman from shooting at one, and before he knew what happened, the massive spiny limb from the plant landed on him and crushed him. This death became so famous it was immortalized in a song by the Austin Lounge Lizards. The next fatal stunt proved that more isn't always a good thing. It was 1997 and a group of teenagers from Napa High School were enjoying a senior trip to a local water park. A group came up with the idea to just see how many people could fit in one water slide at a time, and the answer was apparently fewer than they hoped. No one knows exactly how many teenagers crammed themselves into that slide, but a portion of the slide opened up due to the weight, dropping the passengers 40 feet. The accident injured 32 people, including 18-year-old Quimby Galati, who died of her injuries. This next man might have valued his cell phone a little too much. Roger Miro had lost his phone. The 56-year-old Chicago man had a suspicion that it might have been thrown out, so he decided to dig through the apartment building's garbage disposal. Unfortunately, he didn't check exactly how the trash was handled in the building. The man went missing, and no one knew what had happened until his wife reported the absence later that day. An investigation found him crushed to death by the industrial-strength trash compactors in the garbage. While his death was ruled a tragic accident, many residents called for better warning signs around the trash chute in the future. But not even the most famous are immune to the most ridiculous deaths. Governor Morris was a founding father and one of the Constitutional Convention's most ardent opponents of slavery, as well as a senator from New York. But in 1816, his wisdom in matters of politics didn't extend to wisdom in self-medicating. He had been plagued by a painful blockage in his urinary tract and decided to clear it out himself with a piece of whalebone he used as a catheter. Naturally, this only made things worse, and Morris soon died from internal injuries and infection, which must have led to an interesting day at the medical examiners. This next case took defending his client a little too far. Clement Vallandigham had a controversial life, being an Ohio congressman who was arrested and expelled from Congress for his opposition to the Civil War. He brought that same reckless spirit to his later career as an attorney. In 1871, he was defending Thomas McGeehan, who was accused of murder in a barroom brawl. Vallandigham's argument was that the victim had likely shot himself while trying to pull out his pistol, and decided to demonstrate that this could result in an accidental shooting. It worked, a little too well, as Vallandigham fatally shot himself in front of the entire courtroom. While he died the next day, his mission was accomplished. McGeehan was acquitted of murder. This next man could escape anything except a ridiculous death. Harry Houdini was the king of escapes, pulling off daring feats of survival like escaping from water tanks while in straitjackets or being buried alive. But his undoing was a lesser-known stunt of his. Houdini would frequently dare onlookers on stage to punch him in the stomach, protecting himself with a special suit. But one day, a man named Jocelyn Gordon Whitehead approached Houdini in his dressing room to test his ability. He punched Houdini several times in the stomach, causing internal damage. Houdini died several days later of a ruptured appendix, which may or may not have been caused by the punches, but many suspect Houdini would have been aware he had appendicitis if he hadn't already been in pain. Another woman traveled the world until she came to a sudden and shocking stop. Isadora Duncan dazzled the world as a dancer and traveled around much of Europe far from her San Franciscan home in the early 1900s. She performed up to age 50 when she boarded a luxury French car while wearing a long silk scarf. The scarf was a hand-designed gift by a Russian artist, and while her friends urged her to wear a coat instead, Duncan wanted to show off the wrap. While she was riding, the flowing scarf became entangled in the wheels and axle and yanked her back harshly. Her neck was broken and she died instantly. One of the few people to die in a car accident that didn't involve a crash. In 1984, an American matinee idol met a disturbing end. John Eric Hexum was a fast-rising action star who had just won the lead role on the new CBS drama Cover Up, playing a CIA handler. He may have taken his role as a daredevil hero a little too far. While filming a scene with a real handgun, Hexum was frustrated by a delay in filming. He decided to play Russian roulette with the unloaded gun, which had one blank round in it. But the blank used paper wadding and was shot out from the gun with such force when Hexum pulled the trigger that it shattered part of his skull, causing a fatal brain hemorrhage, ending his promising career and dooming the series as it barely begun. But some ordinary people died in such dramatic ways that they became celebrities. Michael Godwin was awaiting execution for murder when he got a lucky break. His attorney was able to get his sentence reduced to life in prison, but the convict was getting a little stir-crazy and decided to do a little do-it-yourself repair. He wanted to watch some television, but his earphones were broken. While trying to repair them, he bit into a wire while sitting on the toilet and wound up electrocuting himself as the metal toilet and water hit him with a fatal shock. Looks like he wound up getting the electric chair after all. Let's hope this next case won't start a trend. Gender reveal parties are the hottest new trend, and some people are going well beyond a cake with pink or blue center. Pamela Cremeyer was attending a celebration in 2019 when her family members unveiled the centerpiece, an umbrella filled with gunpowder that would create a shower of sparks in the color of the gender reveal. But the rookie gender reveal engineers miscalculated and the umbrella went off like a pipe bomb instead, hitting the 56-year-old Cremeyer in the head with a piece of metal and killing her instantly. Spending time in the sauna can be relaxing after a long day, but what would happen if you couldn't get out? What if you went to open the door and it was locked, trapping you in the intense heat indefinitely? If you weren't already sweating, you sure would be then. You're about to find out why being locked in the sauna is the worst way to die. The typical sauna reaches temperatures as high as 185 degrees Fahrenheit. This is nearing the point at which water boils. In fact, the high humidity in the air of a sauna is caused by the rapid evaporation of water, so it should come as no surprise that at this temperature your body slowly begins to cook. This wouldn't be a problem as long as you leave the intense environment before any damage is done. But when locked in a sauna against your will, you don't really have that option. Oftentimes, spending time in a sauna is cited as having benefits for cardiac health and detoxification. However, once you realize you're stuck in that hot room with no way out, your heart rate skyrockets from panic. The high temperatures in the sauna already increase your heart rate, so at this point the heart will be beating as if you had just completed an intense workout. The heart's working overtime to pump blood throughout your body, yet it cannot keep this pace up forever. If you can't calm yourself down, your heart will continually pump blood at an increased rate. Although your heart probably won't explode, your blood pressure and pulse will be elevated to unsustainable levels. Eventually, your heart, like all muscles in your body, will get tired. It'll slow down until it stops, or it may just give up all at once. Either way, the result is the same. You go into cardiac arrest and die from a heart attack. As you fall to the floor, your vision blurs, and the last thing you'll see is your outstretched hand reaching for the locked door of your sauna crypt. As you'll come to find out, having your heart nearly explode or stop beating completely is one of the more merciful deaths that can occur from being locked in a sauna. What is to come is so much worse. A slower and more painful death can happen from dehydration. When stepping into a sauna, you're prepared to sweat. Many people use the sauna to sweat out toxins or the alcohol from a rager the night before. But what happens when your body doesn't stop sweating? The short answer is things start to get really uncomfortable. As your body tries to cool itself off, blood vessels and skin cells expand to release heat. Water is excreted from the body to act as a cooling agent. However, your mouth will quickly dry out as all available water is being ejected to cool the skin. Your internal organs will also stop getting the fluid they need, quickly causing you to suffer from dehydration. With not enough water circulating around the body, cells begin to die, tissues begin to crack, and the result is a massive amount of strain on vital organs. Increased body temperature with a lack of water circulating around your internal systems can lead to rupturing of veins and arteries. Your body begins to hemorrhage internally. This means that blood begins seeping out of the circulatory system and into other parts of the body. In particular, this can occur in the stomach, causing massive amounts of abdominal pain as the sauna slowly dehydrates you to death. On top of internal hemorrhaging, your skin will eventually dry out as your sweat quickly evaporates. This causes the epidermis tissue to crack and bleed. You're losing blood both inside and outside your body, and once the blood is exposed to high temperatures in the sauna, any of the water left in the blood vessels will evaporate, leaving rust-colored flakes crusted on your withered body. Again, this is not a pleasant way to go, but it could be so much worse. You might be wondering, what could be worse than having all of the water evaporate from your body and ending up a dried-out husk of yourself? Well, you're about to find out. In a sauna, your temperature increases. Although you sweat to try and regulate your body temperature, eventually the hot, humid environment of the sauna will win out. Your skin can increase in temperature to around 104 degrees Fahrenheit within just a few minutes. As you're stuck in the sauna for longer and longer, the temperature of your skin goes up and up. If you don't die from heart attack or internal bleeding, you'll have the rare opportunity of being cooked alive. Think of the sauna as a slow cooker oven. If you've had slow-cooked barbecue, get ready to be a little grossed out. If you haven't had slow-cooked barbecue, get ready to be grossed out anyway. Your muscles and skin are the same as any other mammal, such as cows and pigs. This means your body will react the same way to being slow-cooked as those animals. Hot air burns to the skin can occur between 20 and 60 minutes after being locked in the sauna, especially if the temperature is in the high 100s. However, there have been cases where burns begin at around 10 minutes. Regardless of when the burning begins, your body is being cooked alive. A few things will happen at this point. The heat will slowly peel away the skin from your muscles. Whole sections of skin can slough off and end up laying next to you on the damp floor. One of the reasons this happens is because cells, ligaments, and bonds between molecules such as proteins begin to break apart or denature at high temperatures. As the skin begins to fall off, muscle tissue and fat becomes exposed to open air. At this point, there's somewhat of a feedback loop occurring. This new exposed layer may contain remnants of water which evaporates, causing you to cook even quicker. The tissues become softer as they're cooked, and even muscle can begin sliding off the bones. There's no chance that you'll actually catch on fire due to the high humidity in the air. unless you spontaneously combust. And although there have been accounts of spontaneous human combustion before, they all had scientific explanations, such as chemicals on the clothing or external sources of ignition, like a match or an electric spark. Since you won't be wearing much clothing in the sauna and the water vapor in the air reduces the chances of lighting anything on fire, you probably don't have to worry about this. However, if somehow you do catch fire, the exposed fat layer burns incredibly well and the oils from your fat and muscles will feed the fire long after you're dead. If you're alive at this point and your body temperature is still increasing, your internal organs have now begun to simmer. Everything begins to fail as you wish you had just stayed in the safety of your air-conditioned home in the first place. You wonder who thought this death trap was a good idea, and you wish you could lock them in the sauna. To be clear, saunas are not a new invention. In fact, there are accounts of saunas throughout history and around the world. There's evidence that sauna-like rooms existed in the lands of the ancient Maya 3,000 years ago. Finland has also had saunas for thousands of years, which brings us to something crazy you probably didn't know. There was, up until relatively recently, a World Sauna Championship. That's right, there were competitions where people sat in a sauna, and whoever lasted the longest and could walk out on their own was declared the sauna champion of the world. The championships were held in Heinola, Finland from 1999 until 2010. After learning about the effects staying in sauna for a long period of time can have on your body from this video, you can probably figure out what happens next. In 2010, tragedy struck when one of the competitors died. He was sitting in a sauna that had its temperature jacked up to 230 degrees. The sauna athlete lasted a few minutes in this intense heat before his body gave up. The competition actually started at this insane temperature, and every 30 seconds water was poured on the stove to increase the humidity. It was concluded that at the 2010 competition, the cause of death was most likely cardiac failure. Needless to say, Finland banned the competition from ever happening again. It's not clear why there ever needed to be a sauna sitting competition in the first place, but humans are pretty stupid. Now let's get back to what happens to your body if you were locked in a sauna. We know there are a number of ways you could die. However, one thing is certain. The longer you last in the sauna, the more painful things will get. And even if you die from cardiac arrest or dehydration, your body still continues to cook for as long as you're inside that high-temperature room. For example, take the story of the man who got locked in a faulty sauna in Florida. He told his family he was going into the sauna in their apartment complex, and when he did not return after a few hours, they went to check on him. The man had died a long time before being discovered, but his body kept cooking even after he passed away. When he was found, his body had been charred and chunks of skin had fallen off his bones. There were also accounts of the horrible smell of burnt hair and flesh coming from the sauna. Dying in a sauna will never be a pleasant experience no matter what ultimately kills you, but some scenarios are definitely worse than others. If you ever decide to step foot in a sauna again, perhaps check to make sure the door opens and closes properly before settling in, because death by sauna is a terrible way to go. It's the summer of 1864 and a 14-year-old orphan boy has been denied work at Fort Leavenworth in Kansas. It's a blow for him, but he soon finds a job as a teamster in a caravan, taking flour to Fort Union in New Mexico territory. The journey, he's aware, is one fraught with danger. On July 1st, with the wagons loaded, the caravan sets off down the perilous Santa Fe Trail. As the days pass, they run into bands of Indians, but as pioneers armed to the teeth, they don't lose one single man. After 18 days close to the fort, they set up camp at Walnut Creek. The atmosphere is tense, but there's excitement among the men. A big payday is soon to come. The military isn't too far away, so the men settle down for dinner and don't think too much about security. Suddenly, war cries fill the air. Shots are fired as the painted faces of the Brule Sioux Indians rush around them. The swishing sound of arrows surround the boy's head. He watches in horror as men drop one by one. Little Turtle, the leader, victoriously holds his arms aloft as he takes pride in looking at the blood-stained buffalo grass. The Indians have no use for the flour. They burn all the wagons, they steal the horses, but they want something else to take back with them. They want scalps, and scalps they get. Some men are grievously injured after being hit with arrows, but it's the act of scalping that finishes them off. Not 2 hours after, a commanding officer and his men from Fort Larned arrive at the scene. Bodies are strewn everywhere, with the men noting their crooked postures, as if they died the most painful death a person could experience. The commander suddenly sees movement. He walks past the mutilated corpses to find 2 boys, one of them the orphan. They've been shot, they've been mutilated, they've been scalped, but somehow they're alive. Well, one of them lasts only a few hours after they reach the fort, but the other boy, a boy named Robert McGee, survives to tell the tale. As for his appearance, let's just say he'll turn heads throughout the rest of his days. It took some time for him to be well enough to talk about what happened, but when he was able, he described how he'd watched the Indians take the scalps from the men of his caravan. He said when it came to him, Little Turtle seemed to tell his tribe that he'd kill the boy himself. He then took out his gun and shot him and fired 2 arrows into him. McGee, still conscious, recalled how Little Turtle pulled out a large knife, stood over him, and the last thing he could remember was the force of the blade on his skull. So that bit of violence is a true story. Well, we say true, but there are different versions of it. The boy's fate became legend, and then, as things tend to happen, legends mutate. The kid definitely got scalped, and that massacre definitely happened, but there are different slants to the tale. Just to be clear, some of the stories say the army watched from a distance as the massacre happened. That likely happened, since the 15th Kansas Volunteer Cavalry commander was charged with cowardice. We found a news clipping from the Great Bend Weekly Tribune, dated 1906, which states 15 white men and 2 Negroes were butchered, but the latter 2 guys didn't lose their scalps. It also says this: because he had no hair to lift, his head was virtually skinned, the entire scalp being torn off after an incision had been made in the forehead, around over the ears and back to the nape of the neck. Looking at the history books, it seems it was the Scythians who took to scalping first. Their first kingdom popped up in the 7th century BC, and they could be found in present-day Russia, Ukraine, Mongolia, and some of the stands, a bit of China, and part of Eastern Europe. In the 5th and 4th century BC, they started trading with the Greeks, and so it's through the Greek historian named Herodotus that we know a bit about their proclivity to skin a person's head. According to Herodotus, a Scythian warrior would kill a man in battle and then keep the head. That was proof of a kill, which gained him some status. But there was more to it than that. He would cut around the skin so that when he shook the head, the skull would be released. It would still have bits of flesh stuck to the skin, so the guy would give it a good old scraping with the rib of an ox. When the skin was cleared, he might use it as a handkerchief or just tie it on his horse as an adornment, which showed others he was a mighty warrior, especially if he had a lot of them. As you'll see later, drying out scalps and keeping them as a badge of honor happened many years later in other places. We know others were scalped in Europe as far back as the 3rd century. One skull that was excavated showed that a woman in Germany back then was hit 3 times on the head and then someone cut off her scalp. Why? No one knows. Now let's go to England in the 11th century and the Anglo-Saxons that ruled there. Harold II was the last of the Anglo-Saxon kings because in 1066 those formidable Norman conquerors came over and took him out with an arrow to the eye. That's the legend anyway. His father, Earl Godwin, was apparently good with a knife and was a keen proponent of scalping. Sometimes he'd blind his enemies, sometimes he made sure they'd never walk again, but occasionally he took their scalp. An ancient manuscript proves that it should be included in the worst ways to die. Bearing in mind that what we just said about blinding and maiming, that very odd chronicle said about scalping. No more horrible deed was done in this country. The son of Ethelred the Unready, Alfred Etheling, was always caught up in power struggles. According to the manuscripts, he was captured by Earl Godwin. He was put in a boat and sent to an island, but then when he got there, they tore out his eyes and some say he was scalped. Some monks took pity on him, but he died not long after. That's the thing with scalping injuries. If the initial injury doesn't kill you, the blood loss or ensuing infection will. As for Etheling's men, this was written about them in the Chronicle of Florence of Worcester. Some he put in fetters and afterwards blinded. Some he tortured by scalping and punished by cutting off their hands and feet. Many also he ordered to be sold, and he killed by various and miserable deaths 600 men at Guildford. Before we get back to North America, let's talk a bit more about scalping in general. One of the reasons people took scalps was because heads were bulky. You can hardly take back 11 heads just to show off how well you've done on the battlefield. Logistically, on horseback, 11 heads just doesn't work out. As for how scalping was done, well, it wasn't always an exact science, and it depended on how much of the scalp a person wanted. It also depended on how long the person's hair was. After someone had cut the skin with a knife or another tool, they used the hair to pull off the scalp. It would have been hard scalping a bald man. With a sharp enough knife and a good bit of hair to grab hold of, the scalp would have come right off. In the old world, they sometimes had to use seashells for cutting, or flint or sharp stones. Fortunately for the victims, scalping often happened when they were already dead or very close to it. So now let's talk about the long history of American scalping. It's been said before that Europeans brought scalping to North America, which is not true in the slightest. You already know that scalping in Europe happened many centuries ago, but Native Americans were also scalping back then. We can look at something called the Crow Creek Massacre that happened in 1325 or thereabouts, somewhere close to the Missouri River. Groups belonging to the initial coalescent culture had already been fighting there for some time. Anyway, an excavation there discovered the remains of almost 500 people. These were villagers and included men, women, and children. Some people had their limbs cut off, tongues cut out, or were beheaded. 90% of them had been scalped, although the children's heads were cut higher than the men's and women's. When the first explorers from Europe arrived in the 16th century, they talked about the Indians scalping Indians in parts of present-day Mexico, what's now Florida, and also in Canada. In 1535, Jacques Cartier talked about how he'd been introduced to a tribe in what's now called Montreal. He said he was shown scalps of their enemies drying out in the sun. In 1540, the first European expeditioner lost his scalp near Appalachian Bay. His name was Simon Rodriguez. Then, when the first British colonists arrived in the early 17th century, they started paying native tribes to kill other tribes that were hostile to them. Proof of a kill was a scalp. Some of the tribes had aligned with the colonists and were doing trade with them, while others, notably the Pequot, were not aligned. This led to the Pequot War. Then there's the famous story of a woman named Hannah Dustin, aka the mother of the American tradition of scalp hunting. On March 15, 1697, her town in Massachusetts was raided by around 30 men from the Abenaki tribe. 27 of those townspeople, mostly just kids, were killed. Dustin was taken captive along with her newborn child. The tribe swung that child by the legs against a tree and made her watch. After that, Dustin and other captives were being held by another tribe, and you could say not treated very well. One night, while their captors were sleeping, Dustin and others attacked the tribe's members. Dustin herself used a hatchet to kill 2 men, 2 women, and 6 children. She also took their scalps as proof, and after returning to friendly territory, she received 25 pounds in bounty money. Suffice to say, there was a lot of scalping going on back then. Sometimes the colonists would do the scalping themselves, and sometimes they'd pay native tribes to do the scalping for them. When the British and French were fighting over parts of North America, they both paid natives for scalps of anyone allied to the opposite sides. Acts were even introduced in both countries, which made it law that bounties could be given for scalps. Meanwhile, the colonists were still fighting the natives. In 1756, Lieutenant Governor Robert Morris of Pennsylvania wrote in a declaration, 130 pieces of 8 for the scalp of every male Indian enemy above the age of 12 years, 50 pieces of 8 for the scalp of every Indian woman, produced as evidence of their being killed. Paying money for scalps, of course, got some entrepreneurial people thinking. Some of them robbed newly dug graves and scalped the deceased, hoping to get a bounty. There's also evidence of the Church of Ministers putting together scalping gangs. In an article published in the American Historical Review, it was written policymakers offered bounties for Native American heads or scalps in at least 23 states of their colonial, territorial, or Mexican antecedents. In 1763, the Scots-Irish frontiersmen called the Paxton Boys committed an atrocity that's gone down in history. They brutally slaughtered 20 Susquehannock men, women, and children and took their scalps, and it was the sermons of a holy man that ignited the violence. The people who were killed had not provoked any of the settlers at all, and they'd lived peacefully with settlers in the past. In the 1800s, the mercenary John Glanton scalped 500 Indians in Mexico and made a lot of money from it. He was also scalped and killed himself a bit later by a native tribe he'd been in a rivalry with. During the American Civil War, Bloody Bill Anderson mutilated and scalped Union troops, at least one time under the watch of a young Jesse James. Entire families were sometimes scalped. In the 19th century, 1 woman and 6 children were scalped by Indians in Madison County, Illinois. It's now known as the Wood River Massacre. This was horrific, but you have to remember that during the early to mid-19th century, American troops and gangs killed and scalped hundreds upon hundreds of natives. In 1867, the New York Times wrote that the settlers in Colorado were offering this, $25 each to be paid for scalps with the ears on. When did the scalping stop in this bloody era of North American history? Well, we're not exactly sure, but as late as 1864, one of the worst atrocities against Native Americans happened. This was the Sand Creek Massacre in Colorado. 675 men from the 3rd Colorado Cavalry rode into a Cheyenne and Arapaho village and killed at least 150 people, most of them women and children and the elderly. They mutilated the bodies and took the scalps as trophies. We'll finish with an English railroad worker named William Thompson. In 1867, he and others were on a train going to Nebraska. His job there was to fix a broken telegraph wire. On the way, a group of about 30 Cheyenne attacked them. The train derailed, and he and the rest in that car were attacked. Thompson was shot in the shoulder and lost his scalp, but he survived. Legend has it, the pain was so much he fainted, but when he came around, he saw his scalp next to him. This was unusual given that the scalps were usually used as trophies. When help came, he was taken to a doctor who unsuccessfully tried to reattach the scalp. By this time, his head was already dangerously infected. He ended up taking the scalp back to England with him, but it didn't garner much interest. Because of that, he sent it back to the US where it stayed. It's now in a special box at the W. Dale Clark Library in Omaha. It's probably the last surviving scalped scalp. It's the end of June 1462, and the Ottoman army is met with an eerie silence as it marches into the town of Târgoviște in Romania. Someone has been here before them. His name is Vlad Dracula. The Ottomans move cautiously through the streets, wondering all the time where the people are. There are no kids playing, no men hard at work, just empty houses, and the odd wandering dog. And then they see it. a sight so chilling it almost brings them to their knees. Before them stands a forest of the impaled. For hundreds of feet, around 20,000 people are impaled on stakes. Not only the men, but also the women and children too. One man has to look away as he sees a woman and her infant impaled on the same stake. A bird has made a nest where their guts used to be. This is unforgivable. What we just described to you was written by the Byzantine Greek chronicler Laonikos Chalkokondylis and was part of the 10 books he wrote known as the Histories. It described the diabolical nature of the man we know today as Vlad the Impaler. Certainly not the only man in history fond of impaling his enemies, but perhaps the best known for this hideous form of execution. Today we'll talk about impaling throughout history, and we'll also explain how it was done and why it was done. The why part might surprise you. You can read many old texts that were written in parts of Europe that describe Vlad's utter brutality, but historians tell us to be cautious in regard to what we believe because some stories may have been exaggerated. Still, not many people disagree that Vlad was described as a demented psychopath, a sadist, a gruesome murderer, and a masochist. He certainly tortured people and he certainly impaled people, but as some people point out, he did so to put the fear of God into his enemies and retain order among his people. He might not have actually nailed turbans to men's head or executed women for being lazy, and maybe not all the legends that are written about Vlad the Impaler are true, but there's no doubt he impaled a lot of people during his reign. He wasn't the first person to do it either, and people did it for a long time after Vlad took his last breath. In fact, folks were impaled not so long ago, but let's now go back in time to ancient history. If you look at something called the Code of Hammurabi, an ancient Babylonian law book that dates back to around 1772 BC, you'll see that impalement was the sentence handed down to a woman who'd killed a man for another man. Law number 153 states this: if a woman brings about the death of her husband for the sake of another man, they shall impale her. We found other texts relating to laws in the ancient Near East that talk about impaling, but it seems in some areas all the woman had to do was cheat on her husband and she could get impaled, while prisoners of war or people who were accused of certain sins could also face the same fate. Later in time, it happened during the Neo-Assyrian Empire. We know this from statues and carvings that depict impaling. There are some descriptions too. Over 800 years before Christ was born, a Neo-Assyrian king named King Ashurnasirpal II wrote about his handiwork. I cut off their hands, I burned them with fire. A pile of the living men and of heads over against the city gate I set up, men impaled on stakes, and the city I destroyed and devastated. I turned it into mounds and ruin heaps, the young men and the maidens in the fire I burned. The reason a king might do this, of course, was to instill terror in people. Seeing a bunch of people being impaled on stakes acted as a deterrent to anyone else thinking about becoming a rebel. Centuries later, Darius the Great, the king of Persia, was said to have impaled 3,000 Babylonians when he conquered Babylon. In an inscription, this is how he explained what he did to a rebel. I cut off his nose and ears and tongue and put out one eye. He was kept bound at my palace entrance. All the people saw him. Afterward, I impaled him at Ecbatana, and the men who were his foremost followers, those at Ecbatana within the fortress, I flayed and hung out their hides stuffed with straw. Okay, so it seems to have happened a lot in ancient times. It's also referenced in the Bible, although some translations use hanging and others use impalement, so there are disagreements there. As for those torture-loving ancient Romans, while they seem to derive enjoyment from the whole gamut of creative punishments, there's little written about impalement in the ancient Roman texts. It seems to have happened from time to time, but the Romans preferred crucifixion to impalement, a punishment that could last a lot longer. Let's remember, while impalement was horrific, once that stake was driven through the body, the victim will usually die very quickly. Well, in most cases. As you'll see, impalement could be a slow process at times. Now let's talk about transversal impalement, something we haven't touched on yet. There are quite a few mentions of this in the old German texts from the late Middle Ages. Similar to some Assyrian laws from ancient times, it seems as if women in parts of Germany were accused of killing her own child, she could be impaled. What was different from the Assyrian way of doing it is rather than the person being mounted on a stake, the stake was driven through the victim. There's evidence dating back to the 14th century that tells us a woman and a man accused of adultery could be impaled this way. They would be tied together and placed on the ground or in a grave, and a stake would be driven through the both of them, a kind of symbolic execution as it meant the cheaters would stay together forever. In 1340, there exists a German law code that said the husband of the woman who has cheated on him with another man can make a choice, that is, collect some cash as compensation or have the couple tied down. He is then handed the hammer with which he'll drive the stake through his wife and her lover. Staying with Germany, laws were written in the 1500s that stated if a woman killed her own child, the usual punishment would be drowning, but in some cases she might be buried alive and a stake would be driven right through her heart. It seemed around that same time this punishment was also sometimes reserved for women accused of being witches. Transversal impalement was certainly no walk in the park for the victim, but we think longitudinal impalement was worse. As described, the former is having a stake pushed through a person's middle, mostly their chest. The latter is having the stake pushed through the length of the person's body. How exact this was we can't be sure, but in some cases the perfect longitudinal impalement would be if the stake entered the anus and came out through the chest. Yeah, a stake through the heart would beat that any day of the week. As you know, this punishment often happened to rebels or prisoners of war. It was a statement used by Vlad the Impaler more than anyone else, but it happened all across Europe. One thing it was used for was when a person defected to another army or collaborated with the enemy, possibly the worst crime in the eyes of the country you were fighting for. There are instances of it happening a few times when local people just provided food for soldiers. Those locals were captured by the other side and then accused of helping the enemy. Only the most extreme punishment was handed down to them. In Western Europe, it seemed to be the Germans that were particularly fixated on this form of punishment. Not only did they do it to rebels, but they also impaled people who'd been accused of robbery. One book it's mentioned in doesn't state what kind of robbery, but it's likely the victims had been accused of stealing from the state. Impalement might also happen to people who'd been accused of committing the very worst kind of crimes against one's own community. Let's take murderers, for instance. They might have been beheaded or even had their bodies broken on the wheel, but some lawmakers saw this as getting off lightly, especially when they were serial killers. We might take the case of a man named Pavel Vashansky. He was a prolific highway robber in the 1500s who worked in today's Czech Republic. He not only stole cash and valuables from the people he robbed, but he often killed them in the process. When he was arrested, he confessed to 124 murders, which made him a very active killer. His punishment was definitely commensurate to the crime, if he actually committed those crimes. Police work back then was somewhat sketchy. First, they cut off his limbs. Then, while he was still breathing, they took a pair of red-hot pincers and removed his nipples. Only then was he impaled on a stake. For good measure, they set him on fire. We should say that in those days when you admitted to a number of murders, you weren't doing so in the name of a plea deal. You were more often than not tortured before you admitted your guilt. We found another case, this time in Germany, that involved a man that went by the name of Pushpeter. He killed 30 people, and some of those were pregnant women. He'd done this because he wanted the unborn babies. He thought if he ate them, he would gain the power of invisibility. Such were the times. People were quite superstitious. We guess Pushpeter found out the hard way that his invisibility medicine didn't quite work. There's a legend about this man which involves him telling off his executioner for not doing the impalement correctly. According to this legend, he told the executioner to take him down and do it again, this time hitting the right spot. Is that true? According to the book History of the German People at the close of the Middle Ages, they first took off one of his hands with red-hot pincers, then dragged him through the town, but there's no mention of the botched execution. What's interesting in this book is that it recounts many crimes and punishments in Germany in the mid to late 1500s, and it seems a lot of people were executed for civil crimes, but they were usually beheaded or hanged. The book explains that the authorities only tortured people who'd been accused of the worst kind of crimes. The torture itself was weighted against the strength of a person. If the person looked tough, the torture was more brutal. The torture was not recorded, but the confession was. After that, the torture stopped. The accused was never asked again about the torture and only had to confirm in court his confession. We told you, police work was sketchy in those days. Okay, back to impalement and the last times it was employed as a punishment. During the 17th and 18th centuries, people were impaled throughout the Ottoman Empire. The punishment was again seen as the worst of the worst and only reserved for the worst kind of criminal. It didn't happen often, but when it did, it was usually highway robbers who were laid on the stake. Apparently, the last time the Ottomans impaled highway robbers was in the late 1830s, so when you consider it was happening in 1772 BC, impalement was punishment with legs. It also happened to Christians who'd been accused of speaking against Islam or having a love affair with a Muslim woman. According to the writer Jean de Thévenot, the man could convert to Islam and get out of the impalement. In the early 19th century, the Ottoman government also did this to Greek bandits that had become rebels. They'd be taken to a place where the entire village or town could see and be impaled there as a message to anyone else thinking about rebelling. Even if you were accused of giving food to a rebel or offering one shelter, you might also get impaled. And it gets worse. Sometimes those rebels would have parts chopped off them before being impaled. They might also be flayed beforehand. On occasion, the person would be impaled and then held over a fire and roasted to death. The Greek War of Independence then broke out in 1821, and during that war, a lot of Greeks found themselves on the wrong end of the stake. Around 65 Greeks were impaled during the Constantinople massacre, something which was a retaliation for the war breaking out. It happened to 30 more Greeks on the island of Zakynthos. In various parts of Greece, even women, older people, and monks were impaled from time to time during this bloody war. We've talked about this next method of impalement before, so we'll make it short. This is a method known as bamboo torture, and it's simple. Bamboo is hard as hell and grows very, very fast. Tie a man over a chute and he will slowly be impaled on it. There are records of this happening in Thailand, India, and where the Japanese held prisoners of war in the Pacific. This might not seem so brutal, but what would be better? Being thrown onto the stake or having one slowly work its way through your body? Two other slow methods of impalement, both around the 18th century, involved the use of hooks. One of them, sometimes called sengala, was very slow and very painful. A man would be fastened to a hook that was placed right below his rib cage. The hook would then be pulled up until it pulled open his chest. This was used by the Ottomans, and it was also a punishment for rebel slaves in Dutch Suriname. A name for this punishment is hanged by the ribs. Yet another form of impalement happened from time to time in Algeria in the 18th century. It was simple, painful, and slow. Hooks were fixed into city walls and men were thrust upon these hooks, howling out in pain for everyone to see. Almost 2 in the morning on the 26th of April, 1986. 25-year-old firefighter Vasily Ignatenko is part of the first response team tasked with putting out a fire at the Chernobyl nuclear power station. Chunks of highly radioactive graphite lie around the site. The men pick up bits and kick them around, not knowing that they're sealing their fate. They do a commendable job, a heroic job. But Ignatenko and others on that team are just hours away from falling gravely ill. One of the firemen jokes, "There must be an incredible amount of radiation here. We'll be lucky if we're all still alive in the morning." Days later, an Ignatenko's pregnant wife has to bribe hospital staff so she can see her dying husband. He's just too radioactive to be close to. His skin is almost white, translucent. He's unrecognizable. He's been eaten from the inside. Months later, after he's passed, his daughter is born. Her heart is malformed. She has cirrhosis of the liver. She dies just hours after childbirth. What you just heard is an abridged version of one of the worst ways to die. One of the most painful, most brutal ways to leave this blue planet of ours. You could call Ignatenko's downfall extreme. He was a first responder to the worst nuclear plant disaster the world has ever seen. But death by radiation comes in many forms. Its horror manifests itself in myriad ways. It can be fast. Well, a few days won't seem to pass so fast when your body is eating itself. But it can also be slow. Very, very slow. Let's stay with the story of Ignatenko for now. When he and the other firemen turned up at the power plant on that fateful early morning, they didn't know what was really going on. It's true that one of the firemen joked about there being a possibility that they were exposed to high levels of radiation, but it was just that, a joke. It soon became a reality though. 27 firefighters died from what's called acute radiation sickness, aka ARS. In simple terms, that's the sickness you get when you're exposed to massive amounts of radiation. The number of actual radiation-related deaths was more than 4,000, but many of those deaths were of the slow kind. There were other deaths too, such as the fireman that died from external and internal radiation burns, as well as, get this, a blistered heart. Let's hope you never have to hear those two words together for the rest of your life. Let's now talk you through ARS. There are usually 4 stages, starting with what the medical profession calls the prodromal stage. This happens soon after the exposure, and it involves a lot of throwing up and leaking from the rear end. In the case of Ignatenko, he was excreting bloody, loose stools around 25 times a day. If that wasn't bad enough, at times he threw up bits of his internal organs. We told you this was bad, and it gets worse. His wife, Lyudmila, watched on as her husband slowly fell apart. She actually risked her own life being near him because the father of that fetus in her womb was radioactive himself. She watched helplessly as staff struggled to put slippers on his swollen feet, another of the symptoms. She witnessed staff not being able to clothe him in a hospital gown. His body, she said, had transformed. He was taking on different shapes. In her own words, she said, "Every day I met a brand new person." The burns started to come to the surface. The lesions on his body spread, making his skin look like a glossy white film. This came as a surprise to her because at one point he seemed to get better. It was as if the sickness was abating. It wasn't. What was happening is that he was experiencing stage 2 of ARS, the latent stage. This can last hours or weeks. Some people can recover after ARS, but those that don't are going to experience literal hell on earth. The radiation will destroy the bone marrow in the body, which can lead to deadly infections and hemorrhage. The GI tract can be destroyed, as can the cardiovascular and central nervous system. You don't have much chance of survival after that. It all depends on how much radiation a person is exposed to. Some folks might be kept alive with the help of medical staff. Antibiotics can fight infections. Blood transfusions can supply much-needed white blood cells. But the fact is, even if the person gets through the month, there can be many complications. Let's now talk about the skin. If a person's poisoned by radiation, what often happens at first is their skin will become reddened and may feel itchy. This can lead to blisters, which may scar and in worst cases may even kill the skin cells, something called necrosis. As for poor Ignatenko, he suffered from something called desquamation, which basically means his skin started to peel off. The blood vessels in his skin failed to work, and so he lost tissue at deeper levels. And this is why his wife said he barely looked human at that point. We should say that hair loss is almost guaranteed, but that's hardly a concern when your skin is falling off. Stranger things can happen months after radiation exposure. Listen to this. It's what one guy said about a friend of his who was at the disaster site. My neighbor, he was also there. He worked a crane. He got black like coal and shrunk so that he was wearing kids' clothes. What the hell? You see, we've only explained to you some of the horrors that happened to the people who died just days or weeks after exposure. There were many others who would succumb in months or years. Sasha Yevchenko could tell you about the prolonged agony. On the night of the disaster, he held a heavy reactor hall door open so men could get through. The 3 guys that went in died within 2 weeks. He survived, but that part of his body that held the door was exposed to massive amounts of radiation. About an hour later, he was vomiting. He had a searing pain in his throat. More time passed and he couldn't stand up. At the hospital, the staff measured the amount of radiation in his body, and he was given a 50-50 chance of surviving. He was sent to Moscow with other men who'd been exposed. 5 of them died quite quickly, something Yevchenko would later say was a blessing. In a matter of days, all his hair had fallen out, not just on his head, but on his entire body. He said most men suffered from skin rashes, huge, ugly rashes that burned. Some were given bone marrow transplants, and all the men received multiple blood transfusions. He experienced that latent stage when the sickness seemed to calm down, but it came back with a vengeance. One day, he pulled back the sheets on his bed only to see piles of black, dead skin. The part of his body that had held the door had become horribly swollen. The skin died around his shoulder and arm, and it was just plain luck that he managed to keep it. Years later, it would almost be half the size of his good arm. For many years, the affected body parts would just break out in ulcerations, which meant for much of his life he was covered in bandages after having operations. He actually felt like one of the fortunate ones because he witnessed his friends losing their eyesight or succumbing after bone marrow transplants. You see, the radiation destroys bone marrow cells, and when they go, the victim doesn't have the white blood cells that fight infections. They're vulnerable, sitting ducks. For those who survived, like Yevchenko, their lives were forever changed. They were likely infertile, but they were told not to bother having kids anyway. There was a likelihood that the kids would be born malformed or would develop leukemia. Worse still, the survivors became pariahs. People looked at them like they were the living dead, dangerous carriers of radiation, and so people would cross the street when they saw them coming. Then there were the ones that died of radiation-related cancers. No one can say exactly how many people that was, but it's thought that maybe as many as 270,000 people in Ukraine, Russia, and Belarus developed cancers because of the disaster. It's estimated that around 93,000 of them died, a lot of them just children. Many women were exposed to high levels of radiation, but because they never suffered the more extreme symptoms of radiation poisoning, they didn't think too much about it. Then they had kids, sick kids. It should also be said that many people drank milk from cows that grazed on contaminated land. Some of those kids developed cancer early on in life, but others suffered from very strange and macabre-sounding birth defects. The human embryo and fetus are very sensitive to radiation, so while mom might look fine, it doesn't mean her newborn will be. Some kids whose parents had been exposed to high levels of radiation were born with a club foot or a cleft palate or a cleft lip. Some had an extra finger or an extra toe, while others had digits on their hands or feet that were fused together. Believe it or not, in 1993 there were reports of a two-headed baby being born in the former Soviet Republic of Moldova. She had not only 2 heads, but also had 2 hearts, 2 sets of lungs, and 2 spinal cords. Radiation was to blame. We've concentrated largely on the Chernobyl disaster, but death from radiation has taken out a lot of people. Some of them well-known figures. Take for instance Marie Curie, the Nobel Prize-winning physicist who discovered polonium and radium. She used to love the blue-green glow of her test tubes that contained radioactive isotopes. She'd walk around with them in her pockets. This would lead to her downfall. She became almost blind, severely ill, and eventually died because of her ignorance. Then there was the wealthy American socialite named Eben Byers. In the 1920s, he was a huge fan of drinking radium dissolved in water. "A glass a day keeps the doctor away," he told his friends in the public, only to gradually become sick, lose weight, lose his teeth, and the best part of his jaw. When he died, there were holes in his skull. A similar thing happened to who we now call the Radium Girls. These young women were employed to paint watch faces with radium-infused glowing ink, something which was great for soldiers and that took off as a fashion. Little did they know that when they sharpened their paintbrushes by putting the bristles in their mouth, they were ingesting radium. Many of them lost teeth, their jaw, and some died painfully and slowly. Let's not forget the former KGB agent Alexander Litvinenko. After gaining political asylum in the UK in 2006, his cup of tea was dosed with polonium-210. Within weeks, he was a dead man. Some believe that this kind of hit was a big statement and a warning to anyone that dared defy the almighty Putin. The poison wasn't designed to kill Litvinenko quickly, but to make him suffer as much as possible. A boy and a girl, no older than 10, are paraded in front of the statues of the gods. Their faces look almost serene, their skin is unblemished. Their clothes are of the finest cloth, emblazoned with gold, silver, and gleaming seashells. The pair are laid down at the sacrificial site, splayed upon a large slab of stone, held by their shoulders and legs by the priests. Deep incisions are made in their chests. They howl out in pain, but the priests keep cutting until the children finally fall unconscious from blood loss and shock. Their hearts are taken out and held aloft to the gods. Witnesses dance and cheer as the priests smear the statues with the children's blood. Now that doesn't sound like a great way to go, huh? It's thought that this is what happened to quite a few children in the mid-1400s in what is now known as the country of Peru, back then the Chimu state. Archaeologists dug up 137 boys and girls in a mass grave, and what they discovered is that many of the bodies had been damaged in a way that looked like the kids had died healthy, but at the time of death had suffered horrendously. They'd been opened up and their ribs had been displaced, which led the experts to believe that their sacrifice involved their hearts being pulled out, Indiana Jones style. This kind of thing didn't just go on in Chimu State. There's plenty of evidence that human sacrifice happened in the Maya culture, the Aztec culture, the Inca culture, and other cultures that existed south of the US border. Let's take the Incas for example. Since they didn't write anything down, how do we know they slaughtered children in the name of their gods? Well, burial sites have been found, and the Spanish wrote something about sacrifices back in the day when they were expanding their empire. It's believed that in some cultures, children were chosen for their perfect looks. It made them seem untouched, pure. They might be a boy or a girl from the age of 6 to 15. For the months prior to their execution, they would be fed well and treated well because, hey, you don't give the gods damaged goods. Children were often chosen just for that reason. They had purity that adults didn't. That was the rationale anyway. For instance, if the Mayans sacrificed prisoners of war, they only did it with their high-ranking soldiers. Those from lower ranks became slaves, a much worse fate in the eyes of their captors. You didn't sacrifice just anyone when you were trying to placate those mighty and sometimes furious gods that you relied on to protect you. Before the children were sacrificed, they might meet the emperor and feasts would be held in their honor. They were treated like royalty and would be dressed in the finest clothes available at the time, while also having their bodies decorated with jewels and ornaments. Still, the ending was hardly a happy one. In the Inca culture, the children would be marched up a mountain in horrific conditions, fed coca leaves to keep them going, and then before they were killed, they'd be given some kind of drug that would at least take the edge off their fear and pain. One of the mummies that archaeologists found had his feet and hands tied, so we guess the cocktail didn't work too well that time. In the case of the Incas, the kids were usually then strangled or hit over the head. In other cultures, there was heart extraction, head removal, flaying of the skin, and it might end with the children being eaten, sometimes by their own parents. If we look at the Aztecs, for them being part of a sacrificial rite was supposed to be an honor. The gift to the gods had to look as though they were pleased about it, and if the victim screamed and cried, it was an insult to the gods. They'd still die, but would die in shame while being chastised. It couldn't have been easy trying to look like you were okay with the whole ceremony. Imagine being sacrificed to an Aztec god. First, a priest would take a sacrificial knife and sometimes drive it into the abdomen, and from there he'd cut through the diaphragm. The heart, which was thought of as part of the sun, would then be placed into a bowl that was held by something called an achmul, a statue sitting down looking to the side like it had just been interrupted while doing a sit-up. The dead body would then be ceremoniously thrown down the temple stairs. All while this was going on, there would be music, dancing, and a little bit of self-harm in the form of piercing. Blood would be flying all around as the merriment continued. Later, the body would be thrown to the animals and sometimes eaten by humans. Not the head though, no one got to eat the head. That would be kept on something called the zompantli, aka skull rack. We're being reductive here because this kind of thing went on in many places over hundreds of years, and the manner of sacrifice and the reason for the sacrifice could be very different. One thing for certain was that there would almost always be gods involved. If you could appease the gods were nice to you, and if they were kind, you got good harvests. It rained, it didn't flood, you won wars, you didn't suffer from climate change or disease. Back to the Maya and their rituals. What would often happen first was bloodletting. That would entail using a very sharp object such as a stingray spine. With that, part of the person's body would be pierced, maybe the fingers, maybe the ears, and maybe the male sex organ. That person would then be laid down at an altar and amateur surgery would take place, usually starting with something called a median sternotomy. That's not what the Mayans called it, of course, but that's the term we use today. It starts with an incision down the sternum, which is then cracked open so there's access to the heart. They would either get to the heart through the sternum or through the diaphragm down below the ribs, and it would be cut out. You're probably wondering at which point the person died. Well, they would very likely be alive and kicking during the initial incision, and that's how people survive open-heart surgery, but once their bodies were further exploited, that would be it. However long they lasted, we think human sacrifice deserves to be on the list of worst ways to die. But heart extraction was only one form of sacrifice in pre-Columbian America. There was much more. Sometimes a person would be buried in a tomb with the dead, which was a sign of respect. It wasn't bloody, but it very likely got lonely. The person would die of dehydration if they didn't die from suffocation. If there was famine or drought, the Mayans might throw people into what's known as a cenote, which is kind of a sinkhole. There's also evidence that the Mayans sometimes tied a person's head behind his neck and then disemboweled them. In ancient Mexico and Central America, there's some evidence that people were flayed and their skin would be used in a dancing ceremony, while at other times people would simply be burned. What about more modern human sacrifice? Well, there isn't much of it going on these days. In the 19th century, the Pawnee Native Americans had something called the Morning Star ceremony. This consisted of a captured young woman being tied to a scaffold. Her captors would then ride past her on horses while burning her armpits and groin with torches, after which she would be touched with war clubs by other men. A sacred arrow would be shot into her heart and she'd be hit over the head with the club. Her chest would be cut, but it was just a small cut to allow the blood to flow. Her heart would remain where it was. After all this, male members of the tribe would fill her body with arrows. This shooting of arrows was supposed to represent the men copulating with her, and the blood that dripped represented fertility for plants and animal life. The last time this happened was 1838. Archaeologists have discovered burial sites of the sacrificed in China, Rome, Greece, and Egypt, and there's some evidence that human sacrifices took place in the Middle East, Africa, and ancient and prehistoric Europe. In fact, from what we can see, human sacrifices might have taken place at one point in time all over the world. Scientists don't always agree, only because very old bones aren't always easy to understand. May 30th, 1431, Rouen, France. A girl of 19 is taken by soldiers to the stake, where she'll be burned alive. She's been accused of heresy, witchcraft, and, of all things, cross-dressing. The first two charges are bogus. Of the third offense, she is guilty and proud. She's tied to a pillar with logs stacked below her. Her bare, tender feet graze the planks. A Christian cross stands in front of her. The fire is lit. Smoke bellows into the young woman's face. The monstrous flames tickle her feet, flicking around her ankles like a serpent's tongue. In seconds, she's engulfed by an inferno. What are to her enemies the purifying flames. The skin melts from her face, and she's done. Her name was Joan of Arc, or Jeanne d'Arc to her friends. What you might be thinking now is, wow, that must have been one horrible way to die. After all, we guess most of you have gotten too close to a flame at one point in your life and howled out loud. Burning hurts, even if it's just your fingertip getting too close to a grill. We can tell you this, after today's show, you won't want to mess with fire again. But what about young Joan when she was standing in the middle of the conflagration? How much did that hurt? How long does it take to die from burning? How does it actually kill you? Just how burned do you have to be to die? Can you survive a full body burning? All will be answered shortly. Okay, so we should first tell you that Joan of Arc didn't die from being cooked to death. It was the smoke that killed her. The Cardinal of Winchester saw that parts of Joan still vaguely resembled her, so he ordered her to be burned again. After that, he noticed some of her organs were stubbornly hanging around, so he ordered a third fire. Only then was he content that she'd been purified. The whole trial was in fact a travesty of justice, but that's another story. Being burned to death as a form of execution goes back to ancient times. It has been in vogue at some point just about everywhere in the world. The Romans wrote that the Carthaginians burned very young people as a form of sacrifice, and that might seem like Roman fake news propaganda to put people off their enemy, but modern archaeologists have backed it up. It was the Romans that said the ancient Druids of Gaul had perhaps the worst sacrifice of all, maybe even matching their own brutality. Damn hypocrites. That was the use of the Wicker Man, a term you've likely heard before, but you might not have known its origins. This was a multi-story kind of sacrifice, an all-in-one execution consisting of a bunch of innocent people packed into a giant man made of wicker. Folks would be stuffed into the effigy's torso, legs, and arms, and then the entire thing would go up in flames to the sound of screaming. That's what the Romans said anyway. Some people think it might not have existed. There's no shortage of stories relating to human burning as an execution. In Europe during the witch trials, which spanned from 1450 to 1750, maybe around 40 to 50,000 women were killed, many of them burned at the stake. In England during the Middle Ages, a woman might have been burned to death for counterfeiting cash, killing her husband, or even getting in on the wrong side of her superior. Hordes of people would turn up for this day out so they could watch as the guilty gal screamed on the pyre. We should say it happened to men too, but not for high treason. For that, they were hanged, drawn, and quartered. The English thought it was bad manners to do this to a woman, so they politely burned her. Okay, you get the point. We have a lot to go on when we're talking about this as the worst way to die. It was common, if not absolutely brutal. Generally speaking, when the fire was lit, the condemned person had enough time to get a few words out before the flames were stoked by the fanning of the wind. Archbishop Thomas Cranmer, accused of treason and heresy, managed to say this before he bit the dust. "Lord Jesus, receive my spirit. I see the heavens open and Jesus standing at the right hand of God." Another accused English heretic, Richard Snell, went up in flames fast. His executioners piled straw around the pyre and added some gunpowder and tar. As the flames grew, he became engulfed in smoke and he shouted, "Christ help me!" A minute or two later, he could still be heard whimpering, and then there was silence. In 1726, Englishwoman Catherine Hayes was burned for being part of the murder of her husband. In her case, she was supposed to be strangled first, as often happened, but the fire was lit too early. It was said she filled the air with her cries and lamentations. In 1727, Scottish woman Janet Horne was burned at the stake for witchcraft. Her neighbors had accused her of turning her daughter into a flying horse so she could ride it to the devil. For that wicked transgression, she was arrested, covered in tar, paraded through the streets, and then burned. It was a horrible way to die, and many times the people weren't heretics or treasonous or even criminals. As for witches, they don't exist and have never existed, so thousands of women were burned when they were innocent. Some people thought it unfair that for regular crimes, not treason, men were usually hanged but women were burned. How's that okay, they said? Because the former is way worse than the latter. After a woman named Margaret Sullivan was burned in England in 1788 for counterfeiting coins, the Times newspaper wrote, "There's something so inhuman about burning a woman." No kidding. Another person wrote that it was a disgrace to the enlightened sense of this country. A year later, the last woman in England was burned. In the case of executions like this and how they went, you have to consider the size of the fire. If it was a very small fire, then the experience was absolutely horrendous. People don't generally die when the lower half of their body is on fire. The good thing is, if we can even say there's a good thing, is that once the nerves are destroyed, the pain goes in that area, but still, the flames keep crawling up the body. What would happen in most cases is the person would die from suffocation before they literally cooked to death. This might only take a few minutes. It sounds strange, but the best thing a person could hope for was a very smoky fire and lots of that smoke entering their lungs. Still, the initial flames on their skin must have been excruciatingly painful. Well, we know it is, but we'll get to the evidence soon. Say a person breathes in a lot of fumes and passes out and dies. What happens next? Well, the soft tissues of the body will contract. Skin tears, muscles and fat will shrink, as will the internal organs. All this shrinking and contracting will make the body's joints flex, and that's why people who've died from being engulfed in flames will often look like a charred person in a regular boxing stance. The term they use in forensics is the pugilistic stance. But as you know from the story of Joan of Arc, the body doesn't just turn to ashes. Some bones take longer than others to burn. and the fire has to be strong to burn everything. The body helps because it becomes fuel for the fire, but still, a total cremation will only happen under the most extreme heat. But what if a person is burned all over, almost to the point of death, but actually survives? In that case, a person might die a few days later after the deed is done. In 1969, Czech student Jan Palach set himself on fire in protest of the Soviet occupation of his country. He was taken from the public square where he performed the act and was rushed to the hospital. There, doctors said he could talk, he could think, but he could hardly breathe. He died after several days. The reason some burn survivors can't breathe is their lungs' alveoli fill with smoke and then they suffocate slowly. It's a terrible way to die, and you could argue a much worse way to die than going out on a pyre emitting 10-foot flames. To really know that this is the worst way to die, we can't really go on screams alone. What we have to do is listen to someone who came to the point of death but survived and was well enough to talk about the experience. Many people fall unconscious quickly when they're in a fire, but in 1999, after a young woman in the US was hit head-on by a drunk driver in Texas, the fire took its time to burn through the car where she was trapped. When a cop arrived, she said, "She was screaming and moaning and wailing, an almost inhuman sound that I never heard another person make. She screamed so much that he hoped God would take her and end her suffering." She survived, but the skin on much of her body melted away from third-degree burns. When they finally got her out, she was still moving and still moaning. She spent the next 10 months in a coma. After countless surgeries, she got her vision back, only to look at herself and think she was a monster. "I miss my body," she said in an interview. And while she felt stronger, she said she wasn't so keen on everyone staring at her. She died in 2019 of cancer. Sorry guys, this all sounds very grim, but it is a worst ways to die video. Then there was a kid from Texas who was burned over 80% of his body as a 2-year-old after a candle set fire to the blankets he was wrapped in. His case is unusual but not unique. We'll get back to him, but first you must know this. Some of you will know there are first, second, third, and fourth degree burns. You've likely all had a first-degree burn. You know, when you're scalded by hot water or maybe even sunburned. It hurts, but it's not much of a worry. Second-degree burns affect the lower layer of skin, so that might lead to blisters and swelling. Third-degree burns affect the deeper tissues and nerves. Fourth-degree burns go even deeper through the muscle, sinew, and bone, and that might lead to the person losing the affected body part. Third and fourth-degree burns are the most severe, but because the nerves are dead, they aren't the most painful. With less extreme burns, the nerve endings are exposed and very sensitive, but when burns are more serious, the pain will feel at first like a duller pain on the inside. Now we get back to the kid in Texas. His face was burned beyond recognition. The fire had burned right through parts of his body. The fact that he survived is a miracle. Because he suffered fourth-degree burns to parts of his body, he lost a number of appendages and his eyes. He survived though, and he hopes he'll get his vision. At age 16, he said, "I'm sharing my story to inspire people and show them that miracles do exist." He's hoping in the future to become an interpreter or even a motivational speaker. Still, his life is hard. That's the thing about being almost burned to death. The recovery is brutal. He was just a kid, according to his neighbors, that always had a friendly smile on his face. It seemed for a while that fate had dealt him a bad hand, a tumor on the brain, not something to be taken lightly. But as things turned out, that tumor was benign. It was removed by first-class surgeons in New York, and that was that. The boy was back on track and good to go. But as medical protocol demands, he had to return to the hospital for a scan, just a routine imaging procedure to check if all was well inside his skull. He laid down on the MRI machine platform and with the push of a button was delivered into the tube. In a flash of an eye, a super powerful magnetic field sent a metal oxygen tank flying across the room. The patient's skull was crushed. It was a bad way to die. Now you're probably wondering how that happened. We wouldn't blame you for thinking that the scene we just described is a work of fiction, but we regret to tell you that it isn't. It happened just like that. The boy, age 6, died soon after from his injuries. He was a healthy kid, and since his tumor was benign, he didn't have much to worry about. How could he or his patients have known that freak accidents can happen in an MRI room? We'll get around to telling you why they happen, but first, let's have a look at some more accidents, at times tragic and in some cases downright insane. Imagine this scene. An off-duty walks into a hospital. He's there for an MRI scan, aka a magnetic resonance imaging scan. He might be off-duty, but he's still carrying a weapon, a loaded weapon too. One of the staff at the hospital tells him it's okay to remain strapped for the scan. Well, that was a mistake. Not just a rookie mistake, but a downright foolish blunder. No sooner than the cop entering the room, his gun flies out of its holster as if in the grips of a malevolent spirit. It zips across the room, sticks to the side of the machine, and before anyone has time to say, "What the hell?" the gun fires. The cop ducks, the staff dive for cover. It's total chaos. When calm is restored, staff try to pry the gun from the machine, but it won't give it up. It takes 3 hours to pull it off, and it's only possible when the machine powers down and releases its grip. Now for something a little more gruesome. Rajesh Maru, 32, used to live in Mumbai, India, until an MRI machine had its way with him. Maru was just a ward boy, the type of person that carries out errands in a hospital. One day, he's told to take an oxygen cylinder into an MRI room, and that doesn't go down too well for him. No sooner than he enters the room, he's sent hurtling through the air. On contact with the side of the machine, the cylinder leaks, and poor Maru inhaled a steady draft of liquid oxygen. Goodbye, Mr. Maru, that certainly was a worst way to die. A few years earlier over in New Delhi, something equally as absurd happened. A hospital technician and a ward boy were carrying a metal oxygen tank into an MRI room, and as you can probably guess, that was a big mistake. The machine did its magic and sent the 4-foot tank flying across the room, but as both men were standing in front of the tank, they were pinned between it and the machine. The pressure wasn't like being cramped on a third-class Indian train carriage. The guys were literally being squashed for 4 hours until the machine was powered down. Both men fell unconscious under the extreme pressure. The injuries sustained included a damaged abdomen, a punctured bladder, muscular damage, a fractured elbow, and severe bleeding. We'll come back to the accidents and possibly the most horrific thing you've ever heard in your life, but first let's look at the science of why MRIs have done some very nasty things to people. Since it's called a magnetic resonance imaging machine, you probably have guessed by now that inside the machine there's a magnet, a very powerful magnet. Magnet strength is measured in Tesla, and the most powerful magnet that's ever been invented had a continuous field of 45.5 Tesla, and that's a lot. Have you ever seen one of those giant magnets used in junkyards to lift cars? They're about 1 Tesla. Those magnets you have in your fridge, they're usually around 0.005 Tesla. The magnet inside an MRI machine is usually between 1.5 and 3 Tesla. Although the Inumac magnet inside the $250 million super MRI machine has a power of over 12 Tesla, as one person put, enough power to lift a tank like Magneto. While most MRI machines will be 3 Tesla or less, that's enough to pull guns out of holsters and send canister-carrying hospital staff flying through the air. We don't want to scare you guys from ever getting an MRI scan. Accidents are rare, and when you consider that from 1982 there have been millions and millions of scans inside the US alone, your chances of becoming canned meat inside a machine, well, you have more chance of choking on a jackpot-winning lottery ticket. MRIs are great. They give specialists detailed images of your brain and other organs. The thing is, though, you can't take any risks with them. Those veritable X-Men have incredible powers. They can kill, maim, squash heads, and as you'll see, torture. The magnets are usually on all the time, so it's not as if people walk into MRI rooms thinking the machine might be sleeping. They should know that it never sleeps and will only do so if a big red shut-off button is pushed. This only ever happens in an emergency, such as when 2 lean Indian dudes are having their internal organs violently massaged. Even when the magnetic field is turned off, it takes some time to die down. Such an emergency quench hardly ever happens because it can damage the magnet and cost a chunk of cash. MRI room protocol demands that no magnetic objects are taken into the room lest they become murderous projectiles. Although, as you've seen, things don't always go to plan. That's either because staff are uninformed or they thought they were carrying non-magnetic metal. What you're all thinking now is, what about the fillings and teeth? And if you go in for a scan, is there a possibility of them coming out? Maybe even taking an implant, and at worst, an implant that's burrowing through your mouth and into your brain? That's a disturbing image, but this has never happened and never will. If crowns contain magnetic material, there's a chance they could come out or at least be dislodged. But we just can't find any data on when this has happened. Okay, so you can stop worrying about your mouth and death by dental implant, but there's more to worry about, and we think you need to know about it. This is just awful, about as macabre as accidental deaths gets. There was a woman who had something called an aneurysm clip embedded into her brain. This is a metal clip that holds the base of the aneurysm to prevent blood from getting into it. It's a lifesaver, but in 1992 for a 74-year-old woman, it was a killer. The magnet pulled the clip, and that shift through her brain caused a hemorrhage. So you have to be aware of what you have inside your body. Let's say you have a pacemaker. Well, that thing can malfunction under the magnetic assault, and you certainly don't want a machine that keeps you alive getting stressed. When this has happened, people have died. It happened to a former English mayor in 2004. She didn't tell the staff she had a pacemaker, and when the MRI scan was switched on, her device scrambled. The hospital should have known better. Then there was that guy that had metal lodged in his eye and he didn't tell the hospital staff about it. The metal moved and he came out of the MRI blind in that eye. There was that woman whose hairpin went right up her nose and lodged inside her pharynx, and there was the man who almost had the worst death ever. He had what's called a brain shunt, something to help remove excess fluid on his brain. He turned down an MRI on one occasion because he was claustrophobic. He was a few minutes away from going into that tube, but he backed out. And more importantly, he hadn't even told them about his brain shunt. A few months later, and he was back in the hospital having come to terms with entering that tunnel. On this occasion, he did tell them about his shunt, only for a technician to say no MRI for you. He asked why, and the reply was, the magnet would heat up your shunt and possibly explode your head. This was a bit of an exaggeration, but the accidental pressure change from the strong magnetic field could have been lethal. It wouldn't have been a nice way to go. London, England, the month of May, 1536. Anne Boleyn, the second wife of the bloodthirsty King Henry VIII, has been accused of adultery, incest, and treason. The accusations are no doubt made up so Henry could be done with her and remarry, but justice in those days was in short supply. In prison, Anne is at times hysterical but sometimes calm, waiting for the word. Will she lose her head or be burned at the stake? Her friend and ally Archbishop Thomas Cranmer informs her that it'll be the former, the lesser of two evils. May 19th, 8 a.m., dressed in a dark gray robe of damask and covered in a mantle of white ermine fur, she's led to the scaffold. I take my leave of the world and of you all, and I heartily desire you all to pray for me, she says at the end of a moving speech. She's blindfolded. She waits, kneeling, facing the floor. Her head is severed from her body by a swift blow of a Frenchman's sword. Did she die in an instant, or for a few seconds did she remain conscious? Did she make a face and try to speak after her head was no longer attached to her body? That's what some witnesses said. Could it be possible? Today we're going to talk about all kinds of forms of decapitation, but we'll start with the express version, such as the way that the 36-year-old Anne Boleyn went. Okay, so we need to tell you about Mike, aka Miracle Mike. He lost his head in the USA in 1945 and he lived on for another 18 months. Mike was a chicken whose brainstem remained intact and whose blood clotted after his beheading. He survived due to the position of the brain in a chicken's head and the fact that his executor sliced his head at a certain angle. Because of the remaining brain, he could control his movements and his breathing and heartbeat were regulated. This could never, ever happen to a human, but we thought we'd tell you about the animal on record that has survived the longest after being decapitated. In view of today's show, we might ask how long a human is conscious after the act. Has a head ever fallen into a basket or landed on a scaffold and looked up at the blue sky and thought, damn, I won't see that again? It's hard to say, of course, because it's not as if scientists are presently doing decapitation tests on humans. They have, however, tested on live rats. They've cut off rodents' heads and then measured the electrical activity in their brain. It turns out the rats might think for a few seconds while their head is not connected to the body. In one study, the brain signals were lost after 17 seconds, although the researchers said consciousness was gone at around the 4-second mark. They also noticed something else. That was one last surge of activity after about a minute. They called this the wave of death. It's generally thought that the brain activity also may last 3 to 4 seconds after a human is decapitated, but there have been instances where people have reported that the headless person seemed alive for longer. Take the case of a Frenchman who was a convicted murderer and guillotined in 1905. This is what the doctor wrote. I was able to note immediately after the decapitation, the eyelids and lips of the guillotined man worked in irregularly rhythmic contractions for about 5 or 6 seconds. I waited for several seconds. The spasmodic movement ceased. The face relaxed, the lids half closed on the eyeballs. The doctor, shocked, shouted the man's name, Longhi, only to see his eyelids open once again and look right at him for a few seconds. The question is, was that the wave of death? There are other reports of so-called lucid decapitation. One involved a car crash in the US that happened in 1989. An Army veteran saw his friend die, and not only that, his buddy had been decapitated. He later remarked, my friend's head came to rest face up and from my angle upside down. As I watched, his mouth opened and closed no less than 2 times. The facial expressions he displayed were first of shock or confusion, followed by terror or grief. If this is true, if humans can think after they lose their head, then being decapitated has to be one of the weirdest ways to die. Being beheaded by an executioner at the top of his game, someone with the right tools, may not actually be the worst way to die, but the fact is beheading can be a very messy business. We might take, for instance, the execution of Mary, Queen of Scots on February 7, 1587. She was taken to the scaffold, and while knelt down, the executioner asked for her forgiveness for what he was about to do. She said to him, I forgive you with all my heart, for now. I hope you shall make an end of all my troubles. He did, but his form was off that day. After she uttered her final words, "Into thy hands, O Lord, I commend my spirit," he struck with his axe. He missed his mark, her slender neck, and instead hit her in the head. She was certainly not dead since she moaned in pain. The second blow was on target and killed her, except bits of stubborn sinew hung on and he had to cut through that. Finally, he grabbed her head, held it aloft, and shouted to the crowd, "God save the Queen." To make the spectacle even worse, the beautiful auburn hair he was holding turned out to be a wig, and Mary's head fell with an unceremonious plop to the floor. Her head, adorned with only short gray hair, rolled onto the ground in front of the shocked witnesses. One of them swore he saw her lips move. We don't know exactly how long she lasted after that first wayward blow, but you can understand that being beheaded by a bad executioner was a pretty unpleasant experience. It gets worse. A lot worse. It would be an understatement to say that the beheading of Margaret Pole, the Countess of Salisbury, was a bit of a botched job. Margaret was accused of being a traitor and was locked up in the Tower of London by the prolific lady killer Henry VIII. She denied she'd done anything wrong and even scribbled a poem on her cell wall. It started, "For traitors on the block should die, I am no traitor, no, not I." The poem fell on deaf ears and off to the chopping block she went. He hacked and hacked at her neck, missing most times, sometimes hitting her in the back, sometimes hitting her head. It said it took 11 blows to finish her off. One witness later said that the person with the axe was a wretched and blundering youth who literally hacked her head and shoulders to pieces in the most pitiful manner. Maybe it was hard to get the staff in those days. Maybe he was an intern, or maybe Margaret just made his job difficult. Another account says that she refused to lay her head in the block and that she moved around during the blows while telling the executioner to do his best in the circumstances. It states, "She ran about the scaffold and the executioner followed her with his axe, aiming many fruitless blows at her neck before he was able to give the fatal stroke." In any case, it was a brutal death. Beheading shouldn't have lasted too long if the executioner's tool was sharp and he had good aim. The tools back then were usually a heavy sword, but bearded axes were also sometimes the weapon of choice. As you've now heard, not all beheadings went as planned. This is why new technologies were created. We tend to think that the French invented the guillotine in the 18th century, but very similar devices were around for a long time before that. The Halifax gibbet, named after a town in northern England, was used the last time in 1650. On that occasion, one man had stolen some cloth and another man had stolen 2 horses. Harsh, but such were the times. The Halifax gibbet worked in a way similar to the guillotine, in that a heavy axe was fastened to a wooden block and raised into the air by rope. When the rope was cut, the block and the blade would fall down and decapitate the prisoner. The block was so heavy that one witness once wrote that it could have decapitated a bull. It was certainly better than the axe, and a lot better than a knife, but we'll get to that later. First, let's talk about someone named Joseph Ignace Guillotin. He didn't invent the guillotine and was even against the death sentence. What he did do was call for a more humane form of executing a person than chopping off their head with a sword or an axe or breaking them on the wheel. He wanted executions to be painless, once remarking about a machine that would cut off your head in the twinkling of an eye and you never feel it. Indeed, the machine invented that would get a lot of use in France had a blade and connecting weight that weighed around 176 pounds. This fell from a height of 14 feet, and the person it fell on had his head secured by a round frame called the lunette. It was so good at what it did that it was hailed as the execution that never fails. Only a century or so earlier, executions were supposed to be a long, drawn-out spectacle that crowds could enjoy. People were slowly broken on wheels, or they were pulled limb from limb by horses, and they were supposed to suffer unimaginable pain. The guillotine, or the national razor as it would be called during the French Revolution, was reliable, fast, and more humane. Believe it or not, in the 21st century there have been people that have called for the introduction of the guillotine in the US. J. Chapman, who created the 3-drug protocol in 1977 that's now used for lethal injection, said in 2007 that the guillotine was the simplest form of execution. He said, "I'm not at all opposed to bringing it back. The person's head is cut off and that's the end of it." Before that, in 1996, a Georgia state legislator named Doug Tepe tried to bring the guillotine back, but to no avail. So if you're ever in the unenviable position of having to choose between methods of decapitation, it seems the guillotine would be the way to go. There's not much chance of that though, since it was last used in France in 1977 and has never been used again anywhere else. This now brings us to the very worst form of decapitation, that of being decapitated by a knife. This much slower and way more painful process happened in Spain centuries ago, and it was thought to be a more noble way to die than having your throat slit. Today, such a gruesome act would not be carried out legally as a form of capital punishment, although people can still be decapitated by sword under the law in the country of Saudi Arabia. If it happens these days, and it has, the criminals doing the act are usually insurgents in the Middle East and Asia, members of organized crime, or certifiably insane people that have lost their minds and attacked innocent folks. A few years back, it happened to a woman in Mexico with her executioner announcing, "Well, gentlemen, this is what happens to all those in the Gulf Cartel. On behalf of Los Zetas." The fighting over the drug turf in Mexico has actually resulted in quite a lot of people losing their heads, sometimes when they were alive and sometimes after they were killed another way. The scary truth is, since the message can be spread using social media, these groups at times have used decapitation to induce fear in their opponents or the public. It can also create terror for governments and citizens of the world, if we're talking about insurgent groups. In such grisly murders, the decapitation is not over when a heavy blade falls, but it's slow and painful. Soft tissues are first cut, then ligaments and bones that hold the neck together have to be cut with much more effort. When it happens this way, we can certainly say it is one of the worst ways to die. Imagine you're Rome. Yes, you're the empire itself, and you're minding your business when suddenly you see France collecting resources in your territory. You send an emote to let them know that 1. They shouldn't be here, and 2. They're about to be crushed. You muster your troops and bring the hammer down on France when, oh no, it was an ambush! Rome is smashed by sneaky France. There's nothing left to do but retreat and gather your allies for revenge. This was a pretty stupid way to die and is happening every day in Rise of Kingdoms, the epic strategy game. Use the link in the description to download now and get details on their upcoming giveaway. An American rock band once said, "Do you realize that everyone you know someday will die?" It's pretty obvious, but it's also quite a sobering thought. None of us will be here in, say, 130 years. Maybe this video will still be out there, a digital antique, and people will laugh at how weird we communicated when they see what you guys have written in the comments. So today, we will embrace the fact that one day we will all die, and you, my friends, can now sit back and enjoy what we call the World Cup of ridiculous deaths. Number 8. Don't get friendly with some wild animals. Some people in this world of ours have mistakenly thought that wild animals are not actually that wild, and so they've gotten up close to what we might call natural-born killers in the animal kingdom. Arguably, the most famous case was that of a guy named Timothy Treadwell. If you haven't seen the movie about his exploits called Grizzly Man, we suggest you do at some point. Treadwell spent many of his summers in Alaska living among grizzly bears, animals that can rip a person's face off with one swipe. These animals are certainly fluffy and cute, but they are not the kinds of things we suggest you treat like a teddy bear. Treadwell was actually cautious with the bears, but he also got up close to them. Too close. After 13 summers with the bears, parts of his clothing were found inside the stomach of a 28-year-old grizzly. His girlfriend was also eaten. So yes, you have to be careful when you're around wild animals. It should be obvious, but it obviously isn't obvious to some people. There are a few recent cases of people being killed by wild animals. We don't mean to make fun of these people since their families are still grieving for them. But if we don't say anything, then we won't get the message across that you should not get up close to these certain beasts. In 2018, a man in India decided he wanted a selfie with a bear. It didn't end well, since the apex predator mauled him to death. Maybe you think that's unusual, but quite a few people have taken mortal selfies with wild animals. In fact, the BBC reported in 2018 that there had been a spate of deaths in India because people thought they could take selfies with elephants. Our advice is don't do it. It's not worth the likes on social media. In 2016 in China, a man thought it'd be a good idea to get up close to a walrus at a wildlife park and take a selfie. The walrus wasn't playing around though and pulled the man into the water and killed him. A zookeeper also died while trying to help the man. In 2015, officials at Yellowstone National Park had to issue a stark warning to all visitors. That was, please stop trying to take selfies with bison. Yep, there had been lots of cases of people doing this, and while no one died, some people suffered very serious injuries after being tossed around like a doll. It's like this, some folks hit flies away with their hands. They don't like flies. Well, some animals don't much like humans being around them. Some of them even want to eat you. Unfortunately, it gets worse than this, as you'll now see. Number 7. The gun just went off. If you search online for people who accidentally shot and killed themselves, you'll find that it happens quite often. Guns are not toys, and that's why they have safety mechanisms. There are too many cases of this happening to mention, and a lot of them happened in recent months and years in the USA. We found another case of a partygoer dying when messing with a gun. This happened in India in 2018. 3 guys were drinking when one man started showing off his pistol. The gun accidentally went off and the man died. It was reported in some Indian media that the guy was actually playing the game Russian roulette. He lost. If you don't know what that game is, it's putting one bullet in a chamber of a revolver, then spinning the chamber, and then you put the gun to your head and pull the trigger, hoping that the bullet isn't the one in the chamber. You'd think someone would have to be crazy to play that game. But if you look online, you'll find plenty of people who have died this way. Some cases are quite recent and happened in the USA. In Thailand in 2017, a man played this game with his wife. That was a very bad move because he ended up killing her. Be careful what you shoot at, too. In 1982, some guys in Arizona thought it'd be fun to shoot at a massive saguaro cacti. One of the men shot at a 26-foot-tall cactus, and a bit broke off. It landed on him and crushed him to death. The moral of the story is never ever play with guns. Don't become a statistic. Don't end up being talked about on the infographic show. The next dumb way to die is arguably even a bigger killer around the world. Number 6. Death by mushroom. Mushrooms grow everywhere, and some of the edible ones sometimes look a bit like the poisonous ones. You wouldn't believe how many people just pick up some wild mushrooms, go home, eat them, and die. There are so many cases, and it seems most mushroom deaths happen in Asia, but not all. In 2019, one French woman died and 3 others were hospitalized after they had picked up some wild mushrooms they believed to be porcini mushrooms. They weren't. They were a mushroom known as a death cap, which doesn't sound like something you should eat. The lesson here is you should never pick your own mushrooms unless you are a mushroom expert. There are lots of deadly mushrooms in this world of ours. These things have actually killed families and have injured or killed many people living in small communities. In 2014, 14 people in North Carolina became severely ill after eating mushrooms they had foraged. No one died, but they almost did. 3 of the people needed liver transplants. We found other cases in the 90s where people died in California after picking mushrooms they thought they could eat. The mushrooms again were the death caps. Death caps look like something you could eat, but they also look a bit like magic mushrooms, the hallucinogenic mushroom. Not too long ago, 4 men in the US became seriously ill after eating death caps. They thought they were going to get high and talk about the meaning of existence. Instead, they suffered severe liver damage. Okay, now to the realm of violent deaths again. This is not how you want to go. Number 5. Be careful where you swim. It's not really a dumb way to die if you just swim and something decides to eat you. But it's quite dumb if you've seen all the don't swim signs that tell you the water is full of massive crocodiles. It's happened in Australia in recent years, with one case involving a young man ignoring the signs and taking a dip. That swim ended up with the man being partly eaten by a croc. It's happened in the ocean, where massive saltwater crocodiles have taken people's lives, but it's also happened in rivers. There's a stretch of water in Australia called East Alligator River. Would you want to enter that river? Well, the authorities in recent years have been saying people know very well that they should not go in the water, but they do it as a kind of dare. Some parts of this river you can wade across, and there's a notorious crocodile hotspot called Cahill's Crossing. One guy tried to cross in 2017 and he didn't get very far. A croc took him and killed him. When he was taken, he was only standing in ankle-deep water. You should always do what those signs tell you. We're not even going to mention how many drownings there are when people swim in the ocean when signs say don't because of the conditions. Just do what you're told, that's our advice. The next one probably kills more people than anything on this list. Number 4. Treating cuts. We'll make this one short. Our advice is if you cut yourself and you have an open wound, then get it treated. Don't just ignore it because the cut might become infected. You know what? Scores of people don't treat their wounds and later they die from infection. In the 17th century, there was a famous case and involved a composer named Jean-Baptiste Lully. This guy loved dancing, and one particular dance he enjoyed involved banging a staff on the floor. One day he missed the floor and he hit his foot. This caused a pretty serious wound and it led to an infection. Lully was told at the time that this infection could kill him and his leg would have to be amputated. The man said, "No, if I lose that leg I won't be able to dance anymore." He died soon after. Now for something we might call completely disgusting. Number 3. Overeating. Yup, some people just eat too much in one sitting and die. There's an old Monty Python movie that features a man in a restaurant that eats until he explodes. And while that won't happen, people can die from consuming massive meals. It happened in the 18th century to Adolf Fredrik, the King of Sweden, aka the man who ate himself to death. In one meal, he ate lots of his beloved lobster, dishes of caviar, some sauerkraut, some smoked herring, and he washed that all down with lots of champagne. After that, he had a whopping 14 servings of semla served with a bowl of hot milk. Semla is like cream bun. The meal was in fact not far from what the guy ordered in the Monty Python movie. The king didn't explode, but he couldn't digest that much food and he died. You can die of a reputed stomach, something you might have seen in the movie called Seven. The Lancet reported a case in the 1980s of a slim London-based model dying because she ate too much. That publication said she had consumed a half pound of steak, 1 pound of liver, 2 pounds of kidney, 2 eggs, 1 cauliflower, 10 peaches, 4 pears, 4 bananas, 2 apples, 2 glasses of milk, 2 slices of bread, and 2 pounds each of grapes, plums, and carrots. It was just too much and her stomach ruptured, which means to burst. Death by eating too much has happened at eating competitions too. A man in California recently died while taking part in a taco eating contest. The guy who watched the contest and saw this man eat said it was like he'd never eaten before. He was just shoving the tacos down his mouth without chewing. The guy collapsed during the contest. It's thought he choked to death. There are scores of stories of people dying after eating too much. Look online and you'll find them. One particular guy might have seen the movie Cool Hand Luke, because in that movie Luke eats 40 boiled eggs for a bet. This happened in India and it involved 2 men. One guy bet his friend that he couldn't eat 50 raw eggs in one sitting. The man got to 41 and died. Doctors said his death was simply caused by overeating. The next on this list is the most surprising and disturbing. Too much of a good thing can kill you, and that good thing could be a certain vitamin. Yes, consuming too many vitamins can be fatal. There's a famous case of a bunch of explorers that had a terrible time on an Australasian Antarctic expedition. 2 men died after falling into a crevasse, and 2 other guys got lost. They survived by eating the dogs they had with them. The men got back to the base camp, but they both fell very ill, and one of them died. First, he became terribly sick. His hair fell out, his skin peeled off. He became delirious, and then he died. Doctors now say those symptoms were in line with vitamin A overdose. The vitamins apparently came from the dogs' livers. Those guys didn't have many options, but some people choose to get too many vitamins down them. In 1974, a health advocate in London decided to consume 70 million units of vitamin A in around 10 gallons of carrot juice over a period of 10 days. His skin turned yellow and he died. When you consume too many vitamins, you can suffer from something called hypervitaminosis. This can be deadly, and you can find instances of when it happened. You might get kidney damage and survive, but you might also give up the ghost. It happened to a 10-year-old boy in India in 2016. He was prescribed vitamin D supplements, but it was just too much and he overdosed. We found more recent cases in the US when people died after consuming too much vitamin D. In some cases, it's the doctors who are dumb, not the consumers. But we don't want to scare you from getting your essential vitamins, just don't go crazy. And for this last one, you're gonna see that many young folk die every year from doing one stupid thing. Number 1. Deadly deodorant. Okay, so we all want to smell good, but you should know that people have died from using too much deodorant. These are sad stories since the victims probably had an issue with how they smelled or what some people had said to them about their body odor, but they really shouldn't have gone crazy with the spray. In the 90s, a UK teenager died after spraying himself with deodorant all the time. It wasn't the fact that the stuff killed him by getting in his skin, but the fact that he sprayed it too often in a confined space. He died because over time he just inhaled too much spray. The autopsy showed 0.37 milligrams of butane per liter was in his blood. A level of 0.1 milligram per liter can kill you. It happened another time not that long ago in the UK. A young man was obsessed with his smell and he used deodorant all the time. In fact, an investigation found he had 45 cans of the stuff in his room. He inhaled too much and died. His mother later said he would not take showers but would stand there with deodorant and spray half of the can on him. You can actually find lots of deodorant deaths that happened in the UK and the US over the last few years. It's happened to both boys and girls. We won't mention them all because there are way too many. What we will say is that you should know this can happen. We don't mean to make fun of those people, we want you to know the dangers. That's why those sprays usually come with the warning, use in well-ventilated places. It's certainly a morbid subject to discuss, but we've all likely talked to our friends about how we want to go out. No doubt for a lot of people, dying quietly in their sleep would seem like a good option, a kind of painless, non-messy exit, perhaps involving one last dream. Nobody wants to leave this planet slowly, wasting away in pain, or maybe even losing their minds. And while it might be fast, it's likely no one would like to go out in an extremely violent way. Then there's the ironic death, and there's plenty of those. We might recall the man in the US in the 80s who avoided the electric chair after a peel, then accidentally electrocuted himself in his cell and died. With that in mind, welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, the strangest ways people have died. 13. The irony of dying while keeping fit. we'll give you just one famous example of a victim of irony, and that is the case of the former American jogging guru Jim Fixx. He wrote The Complete Book of Running in 1977, and it became a bestseller. In fact, he's said to be one of the main people that started what was called America's fitness revolution. Fixx had once been overweight and also a heavy smoker, but then he started his exercise regime, sold his books, and told the American people that running was the secret to having a long life and good health. He died of a heart attack while running when he was just 52 years old. Okay, so that's perhaps not so strange, and will get stranger, but we just wanted to give you an example of death by irony. 12. Death by clothing. You've all heard news media write stories about what it calls draconian laws or rules. This just usually means out-of-date laws or laws that seem way too strict or even brutal. We get this adjective from a Greek lawmaker called Draco. In Athens in the 7th century BC, this man created laws that were said to be unfair, or at least unfair if you were not part of the wealthy group of people. His harsh legal code could mean cruel punishments for even petty crimes. Nonetheless, it said he was popular at the time with the crowds, but in those days, the public did seem to enjoy watching blood being spilled. It said during one appearance in the Aeginetan Theater, the crowd wanted to show their adoration, so they threw their hats, cloaks, and shirts at him. But they went overboard, and it said Draco suffocated under the avalanche of clothing from his admirers. We should say that this is an old story passed down, so one might question how it actually happened. Maybe they meant to kill him, but we'll never know what happened that fateful day. 11. Death by proving that something is safe. You may have heard about this one as it's popped up in various TV series from time to time. The story is of a Canadian lawyer called Gary Hoy. On July 9, 1993, he was taking people on a tour of the Toronto Dominion Centre, a building of many floors with a lot of glass windows. He wanted to demonstrate to the people just how strong the windows were, as rightly some folks were concerned about such a high glass-fronted building. To do this, he did something he'd done before and threw himself at a glass window to show that the glass was very strong. He was right that the glass didn't smash, but on this occasion, the window popped out of its frame and Hoy fell a long way to his death. An engineer later told the Canadian media, "I don't know of any building code in the world that would allow a 160-pound man to run up against a glass and withstand it." That might have been some shock for the bystanders. 10. Same but different. This is another story of a lawyer trying to prove a point to people and in doing so, killed himself. The man was an American lawyer called Clement Vallandigham, and in 1871 he was representing a client that was accused of murder. The lawyer was trying to prove that the victim wasn't murdered but had accidentally killed himself. He tried to show how this might have happened and accidentally shot himself. He died, but his client got off the murder charge. 9. Death by beard. A tourism website in Austria tells us that people can visit the epitaph of a man called Hans Steininger. He was a mayor of Braunau in the 16th century and was well known for having a really long beard. We're told it was so long that if not tied, it would trail on the floor. One day, the poor guy was walking down the street and he tripped on his own beard, broke his neck, and died. To this day, his beard is kept in the local museum. 8. Death by banana. Slipping on a banana skin is perhaps the best known gag joke, and of course it doesn't happen very often. But searching online, we can find one death certificate from 1927 that did indeed blame a banana skin for the death of a man. The 74-year-old slipped and died in Tennessee. 7. Death by piano. If people do actually die from slipping on banana skins, do they also die by a piano falling on their heads? Well, someone actually investigated this, and that writer found at least one incident when a piano being pulled up a building had come crashing down on a person below. The website Straight Dope writes, in 1931 a piano was being hoisted up to a second-story window when a cornice broke free from the building, falling and killing a mover below. But perhaps the most famous piano death out there was that of a strip club bouncer called Jimmy Ferrozzo. In 1983, at a club in San Francisco, he and his girlfriend had been making love on a piano that was connected to a hoist so it could be lowered down for performances and raised when it wasn't being used. This time the piano was down on the floor, but during the act of passion, one of the two accidentally hit the switch and the piano was pulled up. Jimmy was consequently crushed against the ceiling, but we are told his lover survived the incident. 6. killed by a bird. We can actually find a few instances of people being killed by birds, but this one has to be the strangest and also involves a fair bit of karma. In 2011, a 35-year-old California resident called Jose Luis Ochoa was stabbed to death by a bird. The BBC writes that the man had been at an illegal cockfight and had taken with him a cock that had sharp spurs on its legs, which were more like little knives. The bird apparently turned on its owner and he suffered what the coroner called a sharp force injury. A police spokesperson told the media, "I have never seen this type of an incident." No kidding. 5. Killing your son. The snake. In 2013, a Japanese man called Takuya Nagaya had apparently been acting a bit weird at his parents' apartment in Okazaki City. He'd been slithering around like a snake. Of course, his father came to the rational conclusion that his son had been possessed by some kind of snake demon. He then did the next rational thing and took matters into his own hands. Well, we should say head and teeth. Reports tell us his son died from injuries sustained while the father was trying to get the snake out of him by biting and headbutting him. You can only imagine what the scene must have looked like. 4. A cow through the roof. The BBC reported in 2013 that a Brazilian man was killed in his bed when a cow came crashing down through his roof. Somehow the rather large animal got into his asbestos roof and fell right through it. Apparently this wasn't the first time a cow had fallen through a roof in this rural area. The 45-year-old died from internal bleeding. 3. Death by slug. Many of us might have done some silly things just because we were dared to do it, or we wanted to win some money or just show off. This goes wrong all the time, and you can find endless video clips of Darwin Award types of stunts online. In November 2018, the world's media reported the death of an Australian man called Sam Ballard, who had died aged 28. 8 years prior to his death, the skilled rugby player had been at a party with friends in Sydney. No doubt quite a bit of alcohol had been consumed, and during the party, a slug turned up on the scene. Ballard's friends, writes The Independent, dared him to eat the slug. That he did, but as a result, he became very sick. He was taken to a hospital, and it was found later that he had been infected by a parasite known as rat lungworm. This ended up paralyzing the young man and was the reason he died some years later. 2. Death by cockroach. You shouldn't eat slugs, and you also probably shouldn't eat cockroaches. The BBC tells us that in 2012, a man from Florida by the name of Edward Archbold had entered himself into a live cockroach eating competition. He had done well, devouring dozens of the creatures, but it also killed him. The coroner ruled that his death was caused by asphyxia due to choking and aspiration of gastric contents. In short, he had choked on cockroach body parts. 1. The body of Christ. We know that some Christians will take into their mouths something that symbolizes the body of Christ, but one Canadian man took this a step further in 1987. According to the Toronto Globe and Mail, a man called Franco Brune had been taken in by police and left in the cells. It turns out that in the cell, the man had made use of a small Gideon's Bible by swallowing it. He choked to death on it. News reports tell us that for this mentally unwell man, the swallowing of the Bible to him was some form of symbolism or allegory, as though he was trying to purge himself of the devil by consuming religion.
So you might be thinking that this is a heartless topic to base a show on, but look at it this way. Once you have seen how incredibly stupid some people have been, it may prevent you from doing the same. We see all manner of crazy stunts online these days, videos that often come with the hashtag fail. We hear stories about death by selfie, or near deaths, such as the man in India that thought it would be cool to take a video of himself as a train approached. But those are just the people tempting fate. A lot of other people put themselves in harm's way and have no idea they've literally just made the biggest mistake of their life. So, without further ado, welcome to this episode of the Infographic Show, Dumbest Ways to Die. Number 10. Using your phone while in the bathtub. Yes, people actually use electrical appliances while in the bath. In old movies, you'd often see a scene in which someone throws a radio into the bathtub to murder someone else, with such a typical scene being a warning to people to keep electrical appliances far away from the tub. Fast forward to the digital age and people have died while using Twitter in the bath. That happened in Romania a few years ago. The media called it Twittercide. Another person died quite recently in the US while using a cell phone in the bathtub while it was charging. It's too recent to go into details, but what we will tell you right now is this: do not use your phone while you are in the bathtub. Okay, if it's not plugged in, it won't cause you any harm if you drop it into the water, but it's not a good habit to get into. Number 9. Eating laundry detergent. You've all heard of the Tide Pod Challenge, wherein teens eat one of the small pods and video themselves doing it. Now, this shouldn't lead to death, but you might be surprised. In 2018, just over a matter of weeks, the American Association of Poison Control Centers reported that 86 people called poison control after eating a Tide Pod. "We cannot stress enough how dangerous this is to the health of individuals," said one report in an interview with Vice. "It can lead to seizure, pulmonary edema, respiratory arrest, coma, and even death." The UK Telegraph also reported in 2018 that 8 deaths occurred in the US from 2012 to 2017 as a result of eating detergent pods. These deaths were mainly young kids and older people suffering from mental problems, but it shows you that this can seriously be a dumb way to die. Though perhaps the question we should be asking is, why do they make them look so damn delicious? Number 8. Death by Lego. Okay, so you know that standing on a piece of Lego can be excruciatingly painful. Science tells us it's up there with some of the world's worst pains. But you could do worse. You could choke on a piece of Lego. And yes, there are cases. Now, this usually happens to young kids, so we can't really blame them as they are too young to understand the danger. But then you've got deaths by pen caps, and these people who should know better have choked after thinking it was a good idea to have a nibble on it. If you do find yourself choking on something you shouldn't have put in your mouth, first try coughing hard, or you can push your thumb in the space below your ribs, or even try leaning over a chair, table, or railing, performing a kind of Heimlich maneuver on yourself. Number 7. Holding in poop. Who hasn't just held on for that little bit longer so they didn't have to stop doing something and go to the bathroom? All of us. And sometimes you might not have a choice, such as when you are on a bus or sitting in a park on a summer's day with the girl or boy of your dreams. But holding it in can be deadly, as a 16-year-old girl found out in 2013 in the UK. We don't want to worry you too much though, as you'd have to hold it in for a very long time. One doctor, when interviewed, said, "It's not uncommon to see young people in their teens or 20s come in and say they haven't gone to the bathroom in 2 weeks. Okay, so death is unlikely, but just go to the toilet or get some help if you can't poop." Number 6. Pets that can kill you. Not too long ago, a British man was found dead in his room, and the culprit was his 8-foot-long python pet that he dearly loved. Apparently, they got along very well, but animals can always be unpredictable, so if one is having a bad day and it's powerful enough to kill you, well, maybe you should just get a hamster. We can find instances of pet lizards killing their owners, or death by pet tiger, pet bear, pet spider, and pet rat. Even dogs that have a predilection for violence and are big and strong enough have mauled their owners to death. A Shih Tzu might not ward off burglars or impress your tough buddies, but at least it won't eat you for dinner after a bad day. Number 5. The amateur parkour. People who practice the discipline of parkour usually have just that, discipline. While it's always dangerous to some extent, the professionals are well trained. But it seems some people try it anyway, even without much training, or worse, when drunk. Yes, there are quite a few deaths of amateur parkour cases out there. It's mostly young folks trying to get hits on social media or YouTube, when the only meaningful hit they get is one to the head. We are not all created to be famous, so don't try and copy something highly skilled parkour professionals do. In short, don't be a jackass. Number 4. Squashed by a vending machine. Okay, so we've all been bugged at some point when what we paid for at the vending machine didn't come out. What to do? Tip the thing, of course. Perhaps some of you burgeoning criminals have in the past thought it was a good idea to just tip it to see if you can get a freebie. Well, a study cited by The Guardian shows that this tipping of the vending machine has been, for some people, mainly males aged 15 to 25, the last thing they ever did. This dance of death has led to the fatalities of more people than you would believe. Number 3. Death by baguette or sausage. You might remember from one of our other shows that hot dogs kill quite a lot of people, urging one official to say they should come with a warning on them. In 2014, 77 people choked to death on hot dogs. But baguettes? Surely you couldn't choke on something that big. Well, we'll leave you with this opening sentence of an article that appeared in the British media a few years ago. An inquest heard how a Middlesbrough man choked and died after stuffing bread and pâté into his mouth. Number 2. Laughing yourself to death. Yes, this actually happens, and there are notable cases throughout history. One of the more recent cases involved a man from the UK who laughed himself to death in 1975 after watching Kung Fu Capers, an episode of the TV series called The Goodies. Apparently it was so funny that he laughed for 25 minutes, after which he fell onto the sofa and died of heart failure. A similar thing happened to a Danish man in 1989, and the cause of his laughter was the movie A Fish Called Wanda. So, just be careful when you choose your comedies. Number 1. Pretending to be a superhero. In 2017, a woman died after a 34-foot fall at the World Trade Center Oculus. According to news reports, she had been pretending to be a superhero. Unfortunately, she wasn't the first and probably won't be the last. In 2014, a kid died in Indonesia after he thought he had the powers of Spider-Man. Another boy in China died after he thought he had the powers of Superman. He was only 4, but should have known better. According to China Daily in 2011, the boy jumped from the 4th floor with his arms outstretched like Superman and was followed a few minutes later by his 4-year-old brother. The older brother survived the fall. Is this catching on? The USA has its real-life superhero in Phoenix Jones. In 2011, he had his nose broken and a gun put in his face while trying to protect some innocent bystanders. In 2015, the British press reported that some Scousers, another name for people from Liverpool, were posting videos on YouTube in which they were doing dangerous things while pretending to be Superman. A word to the wise, superheroes aren't real, and pretending to be them might get you killed.
Bugs crawl over the body of a man as he lies in the insect-infested cell that's been his home for 40 years. His starved body is covered in leaking sores. Various critters have made a meal of his legs, back, and chest. He looks at the wall, listening to the familiar din that is the chaos of one of the worst prisons in the world, a place many people go to die. 40 years. 40 long years. And this man has never been proven guilty. In fact, he's still waiting for his trial, but he's not holding out much hope that he'll get a date with a judge. He could be innocent. Who knows? Lost in the so-called system, a system so mean and dark it has often been called a living hell on earth. Could the state not even give him a chance to defend himself? The man we're talking about, Noel Chambers, was held in prison in Kingston, Jamaica, called the Tower Street Adult Correctional Center. You might not have heard much before about prisons in Jamaica, but let's just say they don't exactly scream human rights. Countless foreigners who have been locked up in the country have described life behind bars there as being brutal to the extreme. Beatings are dished out daily by the guards. Inmates brazenly walk around with knives and machetes. You worry every day that it'll be your last. And they aren't exaggerating. Official reports on the prison describe them as horrific, stating that men live in overcrowded, filthy cells. If they can't pay for extra food, they subsist primarily on rice and sugary water, which is served to them twice a day. Violence isn't just common, it's expected throughout each and every day. As former inmates have described, if you don't pay for protection, your life will be miserable. As for the foreign inmates, about half of them are from the UK. Many who either trafficked or simply used drugs in Jamaica. One of those British drug users was a weed smoker who ended up in a juvenile facility. He had to fight just so he could get a place to sleep other than the floor. Another Brit went to the adult prison where he described the guards acting like animals. He said some of those guards were shot dead by inmates, while inmates often stabbed each other to death with weapons bought from the guards or dished out serious beatings. He said you could hear the popping sounds when officers would use thick batons to beat inmates on their joints. He summed it up saying, "There are no human rights at all." His stories have been backed up by the UN, with one reporter saying he found many inmates who had been subjected to brutal violence. The report said, being jailed in Jamaica is a harrowing experience even for those who are just detained and awaiting trial. Legal proceedings and court appearances often take a long time and can be delayed. Let those words sink in. Awaiting trial can be delayed. Just imagine if you were innocent and you had to spend any amount of time in a place we've just described. Really imagine what it would be like if you had to spend a year there. Now imagine you went in hoping you'd get a speedy trial, and then a year passed, and then a decade, and then another decade, and another. That's what happened to Mr. Chambers, but there are many others with stories just like his. In fact, when his story came out, subsequent investigations discovered that there were inmates who, just like Chambers, had never seen a judge and had wallowed in prisons with virtually no hope of it ever happening. A commission that was set up found 15 such inmates who had been behind bars for over 30 years without the chance of getting to defend themselves. So how does something so horrible like this happen? And perhaps more importantly, who is to blame? Well, some blame the courts rather than the prisons. The prisons are doing what they've been told to do. Keep a person locked up until they're informed that the person's case is going to trial. Problem is, Jamaica doesn't have a mental health facility in which to hold certain prisoners. There used to be one called Bellevue Hospital in Kingston, but that stopped accepting prisoners in 1979. Since then, those deemed mentally unwell just get thrown in with other prisoners. And because some of them are poorly represented and perhaps unfit to act on their own behalf, they just get lost in the system. But the thing is, Chambers was of sound mind for many years, just the same as many other prisoners who were said to be not fit for trial. Reports state that inmates at the prison regularly write to complain about the inhumane conditions, but often the last people that do that are the prisoners with mental health problems. What's even worse is that some of those inmates essentially rot away because they can't properly take care of themselves. In 1986, 6 years into his sentence, Chambers petitioned the Governor General for his release, but that petition fell on deaf ears. In 2005, his family asked that he at least be released on parole, since he had served 25 years for a murder he may or may not have committed. The response to them could have been straight out of the novel Catch-22. Sure, he deserved to be out, do all the time he was served, but we can't let him out because he hasn't been found guilty by the courts. He was serving time not because of the alleged crime, but because the courts didn't even want to try to convict him of a crime. He was trapped in a paradox that made him unreleasable. If that makes little sense to you, don't worry, it's confused many other people since the news broke. What's even more confounding is that various times throughout his 40-year sentence, he was indeed certified as mentally fit to plead his case, but he never got to do that for some strange reason. The last time he had a chance was in 2016. He was close to death by that time since he had acute kidney disease and prostate cancer. Not long after, he showed signs of dementia and couldn't eat. It was likely officials hoped he'd pass away in his dingy cell and be forgotten. But that didn't happen, and word soon got out. A human rights activist who heard about his case had this to say: "People talk about being lost in corrections. They're not lost. Corrections know about them and take care of them every day. What they are is forgotten. They're forgotten every day, and they're forgotten by the courts. Prison officers in Jamaica have to check on a person each morning and make sure they have water at night, but they're also supposed to write reports on the state of inmates if they don't look well." Chambers was clearly dying, and yet no such reports were written. He was only finally taken to the prison hospital after he was found unresponsive in his cell. Soon after, he was dead. But the prison tried to hide the fact that he'd not been treated at the prison hospital prior to being found unconscious. When Chambers died, his body was described as being in a condition so wretched it was hard to even look at. One person said on Twitter, "I just saw the image of Noel Chambers' body, and I cannot understand this level of cruelty." Another comment just said, "That's not real. No, man, no." Twitter wasn't around when Chambers was first locked up, the same year that Pac-Man came out. Jamaicans on Twitter tried to make sense of this, with one saying Noel Chambers was basically tortured for 40 years. Another Jamaican Twitter user said this about such cases: "There needs to be some form of accountability for this disregard of mentally ill detainees." His story shocked Jamaica and much of the world, but the silver lining to this sad tale is that at least some good things came out of it. 9 other prisoners certified as unfit to stand trial actually got a chance to plead after Noel Chambers' story was made public, and they're now free men. But tragically, over 130 others in the same position who have been behind bars for years still haven't been given a chance to go to court. If that's not shocking enough, something even more disturbing came out after Chambers' death. This is the story of a man called George Williams. Just like Chambers, he too is behind bars and he hasn't been given a trial date. Guess how long he's been incarcerated as possibly an innocent man? The answer is 49 years. Yes, you heard that right. He is one of 7 men identified in a recent report which found that they have been in prison for over 40 years without ever going in front of a judge. Williams, like Chambers at times during his sentence, was certified as being fit to stand trial, but also, like Chambers, he never got his day in court. This is what he said about that: "I feel so good, but every time I was disappointed when I learned that my fate may be to die in here before I ever see a courthouse again." He said he spent almost 50 years with convicted murderers and seen them get out as he remains locked up. He's even seen guys on death row get released. He called the prison a living hell, and that, quote, "insects feed on my body both day and night." His application was looked at by the director of prosecutions, who said she'd review all the information, but that it couldn't be rushed. Without any hint of irony, she said, "We can't take any shortcuts." And there has been some good news. Williams' case was finally looked at, and he was subsequently released. His lawyer was over the moon for him, but perhaps chose the wrong words when speaking to the press. He said, "We are overwhelmed. Nobody can be as happy as George today having his day in court. This is what I call swift justice." Perhaps not swift enough. As for the 49 years behind bars, the lawyer put that down to what he called bureaucratic lag. When Williams walked out of prison, he was met by a cheering crowd, although it seems the 71-year-old might not have had the best of days just before his release. A Jamaican newspaper wrote George Williams was released for prison after spending close to 50 years behind bars without a trial, with a black eye from a beating on the weekend. Williams was met by family members and supporters. Just as Williams was being released, another inmate who'd never seen a judge because he was deemed unfit to stand trial was also set free. His name was Abraham Lawrence. He'd spent 25 years behind bars for nothing more than throwing stones at a police car in 1994. A psychiatrist said this about the men: "What we are seeing here is clear evidence of exploitation and structural violence by systems that are in place to protect them." These words came weeks after an inmate was beaten to death by a guard. The Jamaican Prime Minister is of course aware of the case of the deceased Chambers and described the situation as tragic and heartbreaking, saying there was a need for prison reform. He asked for a multi-agency examination to make sure it doesn't happen again, but you have to wonder how it happened in the first place. Following an audit, the government has said there are now no prisoners like Chambers and Williams who are lost in the system, but added that Jamaica's infamous horror prisons need a massive overhaul. The Labour Party politician Robert Montague called for a new state-of-the-art correctional facility, but the government says there just isn't enough room in the budget to build one. He said, "We're not unmindful of the conditions, but the taxpayers overburdened, and we're moving with haste to correct the situation." Now you need to see how the US treats some prisoners, with why prisoner proven innocent can't be released. Or have a look at Innocent on Death Row. Here's what you actually get when you're released.